A woman happened to save a little boy who turned out to be the wandering young Fongzi. However, this was all part of the little boy's scheme to bring home an aunt for himself. The woman's name was Charlize, the only daughter of Duke Rianta. Ever since she first saw Callus working, she had become morbidly obsessed with him, turning into His Highness's stalker. When the Emperor learned of the male lead's public relationship, he constantly sought to kill Charlize. In the end, however, he was executed and died tragically. This was the villainess's ending in the novel. When Charlize realized she had transmigrated into the novel as the villainous woman, Charlize immediately wrote an apology letter to the Duke. To avoid the protagonist's fate, she decided to retreat to the mountains. However, after only 3 days of enjoying her leisurely country life, she was forcibly summoned back by a letter from her father. On her way back, Charlize saw some thugs bullying a little boy. His tearful little face looked particularly pitiful. After thinking for 999 seconds, Charlize ordered the coachman to stop. In the blink of an eye, she knocked down the thugs and then extended her hand to the little boy with a domineering air. "You're coming home with me." However, upon returning home, everyone, led by her father, was shocked. Her father stammered, unwilling to admit the fact that he had unknowingly become a grandfather. Charlize didn't hide her disdain for her father. "Show me how you gave birth to such a big boy in a year." Duke Rianta then beamed. "That's good, he's a tough one." However, her father felt that the little boy looked strangely familiar. Charlize then asked her father why he had called her back. It turned out that the first prince, who had been missing for 7 years, was still alive, but hadn't been found yet. Moreover, Duke Callus had also learned the news and was frantically searching for him. While playing with the little boy in her arms, Charlize reviewed the original plot. In the novel, the first prince was found by the female lead and brought to Duke Callus. But the first prince was the female lead's little shadow and couldn't leave her. Having no choice, the female lead stayed at the Duke's Valley. What followed was a cliché plot. The two gradually fell in love. Thinking of this, Charlize decided to retreat to the mountains after they found the first prince. But what did this have to do with calling her back? After her father stammered for a long time, Charlize finally understood. He called her back because he was afraid that she, the stalker, would cause trouble. He wanted to keep her close to prevent her from going crazy looking for the child. After all, her status as the Duke's #1 brain-dead fan was well known. Fine, Charlize didn't plan to join the fun anyway. She was about to take the little boy for a bath. "When will you find the first prince?" Her father sighed. "It's hard to say. After all, black hair and blue eyes aren't common." The next second, her father exclaimed, "Wait a minute." The little boy, about 7 years old with black hair and blue eyes, was right in front of them. The two finally realized. Both of them wished they could die on the spot. Charlize was unaware that she had casually picked up the first prince. After settling the little boy, the two of them started to convince themselves that this definitely wasn't the first prince. Unable to bear it any longer, her father actually wanted Charlize to throw him back where she found him. "Mother, listen to yourself. He's just a child," Charlize exclaimed. But her father believed that if Charlize sent the first prince to Duke Callus, it would definitely be misunderstood. Charlize agreed. It definitely wouldn't just be a misunderstanding. They might think she kidnapped the first prince. Besides, this was the key moment for the female lead and male lead to meet in the original story. If she took him there now, wouldn't the plot collapse? Should she secretly leave him at the female lead's doorstep? Just then, a small head peeked out from the doorway. It was the freshly bathed little boy. He walked up to Charlize and bowed 180 degrees. "Thank you very much, Lady Charlize." Then, blinking his clear and innocent eyes, he asked, "May I call you Lady Charlize? You're the first person to be so kind to me. I will never forget you." After he finished speaking, the little boy's body seemed to radiate a golden light. But only Charlize knew that these words were originally meant for the female lead. Charlize had a bad feeling. The solitude she had cultivated for a peaceful life might be about to end. The scene changed. The three of them were at the dining table. Watching the little boy eat, Charlize couldn't help but think, "Just how hungry were you?" Charlize then noticed the beauty mark on the right side of the little boy's face. The novel had dedicated a full 500 words to describing this mole. In the novel, This little boy was supposed to inherit the throne, but met with an accident the day before his coronation, dying alongside the late empress. The throne was then usurped by the late emperor's paternal uncle. Now, with the little prince's appearance, the current emperor might even have to abdicate. The emperor was naturally aware of this. If he knew the little prince was still alive, he certainly wouldn't let it go. So, sending him to Duke Callus was indeed safer. But if she were the one to do it, wouldn't that interfere with the meeting of the male and female leads? At that moment, her father, the Duke, suddenly clutched his stomach, claiming he needed medicine, and hurried away. Charlize knew her father's stomach was acting up again due to stress. The sensitive little boy, watching the Duke's retreating figure, looked utterly dejected. His eyes, brimming with tears, seemed to ask if the Duke disliked him for being astray and couldn't bear to eat in his presence. Just like before, when people saw him, they would say he was an eyesore. Hearing this, Charlize instantly bristled. She transformed into a protective fury, demanding, "Who said that?" However, the little boy remained inconsolable. Knowing words wouldn't help, Charlize picked him up. She believed no one could resist being lifted high in the air. Then, holding him close, she said, "You know what? You're incredibly cute. The kind of cute that just makes people happy." The little boy blinked his large eyes and asked, "Really?" Charlize gave him a reassuring nod. Of course. Now that the little boy's emotions had stabilized, Charlize told him, "Actually, you have an uncle." Then, she changed the subject. "Do you think my house is big? Your uncle's house is even bigger than this. I'll take you there tomorrow." The little boy understood he was being sent away. He asked sadly, "Do I have to go to my uncle's house?" Charlize, thinking he was scared, comforted him. Although he might seem a little intimidating at first, he's a very good person. But then she saw the little boy's tearful eyes. Charlize thought, "Oh no, what's wrong now?" The little boy whimpered, "Does that mean I won't see you anymore?" Charlize could only explain, "Your uncle is a good man. You'll definitely be happier with him than you are now." Charlize was speechless. She couldn't exactly tell him she used to be a creepy stalker obsessed with his uncle. The little boy hugged Charlize tightly, pleading, "But I don't want to leave you, because there's no one better than you in this world." Charlize didn't know how to respond. Even in the original plot, the little boy was most attached to the female lead who first saved him. But if this continued, wouldn't the male lead misunderstand her even more? There was nothing she could do now. Charlize could only compromise, promising to visit him whenever she had time. But only occasionally. The little boy finally stopped crying. "But you have to promise me one thing." The next day, Duke Callus, having searched relentlessly for the young prince, looked haggard. His handsome face was etched with worry. His subordinates reported with frustration. Although we found 3 children matching the description, none reacted to the artifact test. Callus sighed wearily. "We've been searching for a week, and there's been no progress." A terrifying thought crossed his subordinate's mind. Could the emperor have already made his move? Although there was no evidence, the emperor must also be anxious. After all, he hadn't produced an heir in 5 years. If, under these circumstances, the late emperor's son, who had a stronger claim to the throne, appeared, his position would be extremely precarious. The subordinate agreed. The emperor himself knew best how he had ascended to the throne through illegitimate means. But Callus had no time to worry about that now. Whether his brother's child was alive was the most important thing. It was his only wish. Callus prayed silently. Please let that child live. He would give anything to the person who could bring him back safe and sound. Taking the little dumpling to the Duke's mansion was originally the female lead's role. To minimize disruption to the original storyline, Charlize took out the notice Callus had issued seeking the prince. This was the agreement with the dumpling. She had to pretend she found him by chance. That's why she brought him. He absolutely must not mention her name to the Duke. The little dumpling was deeply moved. Lady Charlize does good deeds without seeking recognition. What a selfless person. Seeing the dumpling hesitate, Charlize pressed further. If your uncle knows I brought you here, he won't let me see you anymore. The thought of not seeing Lady Charlize again was unbearable, so he immediately agreed. Reassured, Charlize took the dumpling to the Duke's mansion. At the gate, the dumpling looked back at Charlize anxiously. Charlize was happy that the dumpling was about to start a happy life, but the dumpling expressed his strong desire to stay with her. But fearing Charlize's disapproval, he ran towards the Duke's mansion without looking back. Seeing this, Charlize finally felt relieved. It seemed the dumpling's safety was guaranteed. Reluctantly, she rolled down the carriage window. However, there was still one unresolved issue. She had, after all, interfered with the female lead's path to wealth and glory. She felt quite guilty about it, so she decided to compensate the female lead and do some good deeds along the way. Upon returning home, she asked her father to sell their family assets. She wanted to establish a foundation to support impoverished artists and orphanages. She didn't notice her father's trembling. But Duke Leonton wasn't angry. Instead, he wore an expression that suggested his daughter had grown up. Even the servants were surprised. "Why, lady, I didn't raise you for nothing. I knew you were a kind-hearted child." Then, clutching Charlize, he burst into tears, saying he would tell the bank to prepare $50 million. Charlize was taken aback. Was he really going to sell the entire dukedom? She quickly said $10 million was enough. It didn't need to be so extravagant. Unexpectedly, the Duke burst into tears again. "That my daughter is so frugal. I'll give you anything you want in the future. I'll even kidnap Callus for you." Looking at her father and the servants, Charlize understood why the original Charlize was so spoiled. She was clearly pampered. After getting the money, she went to the art square. She happened to see a man bullying a young woman. As luck would have it, the woman being bullied was the female lead, Ilian. She was born into a declining Viscount family and had suffered much disdain since childhood. Originally, she was supposed to turn her life around by rescuing the prince, but Charlize had inadvertently interfered. Already feeling guilty, Charlize couldn't just stand by. She approached, intending to buy Ilian's painting. But from Ilian's perspective, Charlize appeared sinister, like someone who would devour you whole. Ilian's heart sank. How could she run into this infamous villainess? Charlize pretended to admire the painting. She asked Ilian if she was willing to sell it. Unexpectedly, Ilian refused. Because in Ilian's eyes, Charlize wasn't trying to buy it. She was offering pity and charity. Charlize realized her unintentional actions had hurt Ilian's fragile pride. "It seems you've misunderstood. My name is Charlize. Do I look like the kind of person who helps others out of pity?" Ilian was intimidated by Charlize's powerful aura and shrank back. Charlize took Ilian's hand and pulled her up from the ground. "Your painting is excellent. I believe good artwork shouldn't be buried." Ilian finally lowered her guard. Back at the mansion, Charlize was still thinking about her little dumpling. Unbeknownst to her, Callus was also worried. Callus had already gone through 88 storybooks trying to get the dumpling to sleep. But the dumpling refused to let Callus read to him. Callus said gently, "Then I'll just stay here with you until you fall asleep." The little prince hesitated, worried that Callus would be tired. Callus assured him he was happy to do anything for him and wouldn't get tired. Only then did the prince fall asleep peacefully. Callus couldn't understand how his cautious nephew could have come to the Duke's mansion alone. Moreover, when they first met, Chase kept repeating that he came alone as if hiding something. Just then, Chase seemed to be having a sad dream. Tears streamed down his face without stopping. Callus leaned closer to hear him. The little prince was calling Charlize's name in his sleep. The villainess had coincidentally saved the little prince, who turned out to be the lost first prince. But this inadvertently disrupted the female lead's happiness. Charlize wanted to compensate the female lead, but Ilian mistook her for a crazy woman. After all, Charlize had a certain reputation. Meanwhile, Callus was worried about his nephew. He even accidentally called out Charlize's name while working. Lapon was confused, wondering why the Duke would think of that crazy woman. Callus explained that Chase kept crying for her in his sleep. Lapon was instantly furious and wanted to arrest Charlize on the spot. Callus was speechless. "Use your brain. It wasn't the crying you're imagining, that pitiful, tearful kind. It was more like longing." Lapon calmed down, confused as to why Prince Chase would long for that crazy woman. He admitted he'd been suspicious of the prince, wondering how he could be so clean despite wandering around, and suggested asking Chase directly. But Callus felt that if his nephew wasn't saying anything, he must have his reasons. He then instructed Lapon to investigate Charlize. The more pressing issue was that the Empress seemed to have realized they'd found the prince. As a precaution, the ball announcing Chase's identity had to be postponed. Before that, they had to find Charlize. Meanwhile, Charlize was also worried about the little prince. She paced anxiously, wondering why there was no news about the prince's identity being revealed. Charlize's worry stemmed from her desire to bring Ilian to the ball, so the male and female leads could have a perfect encounter. Time flew by, and Charlize still hadn't received any news about the little prince. Duke Leonton started to speculate that such a lovely child might have been kicked out. Charlize disagreed, citing his black hair and blue eyes. coupled with the birthmark on his right cheek, it couldn't be fake. Absolument impossible. So Charlize guessed the Duke must be afraid the Empress would harm the prince and was therefore delaying the announcement. But worry made her frantic. Could it be that the little prince wasn't the first prince after all? When the butler rushed in, he found her in this state. The two were a picture of distress, one trembling with worry, the other frantically pacing and bumping into furniture. But there was an even more serious matter at hand. Duke Callus had invited Charlize to the ball. The Duke panicked, eventually concluding that Callus must want to take revenge at such an important event for Charlize, stalking him years ago. Charlize dismissed this. Even with a grudge, Callus wouldn't ruin such an important ball. But she couldn't understand the purpose of the invitation. The ball was meant to introduce the first prince. So many nobles would receive invitations, but in the original story, she hadn't been invited. Yet, she had gone uninvited and discovered Callus exchanging flirtatious glances with Ilian. He even announced their relationship. Returning home, she had become distraught and irrational. Consumed by jealousy, she even researched poisons, wanting to kill Ilian. Now, everything was diverging from the original story, making Charlize uneasy. Her father, Duke Leonton, couldn't sit still and wanted to confront Callus immediately. Charlize stopped him, saying she wouldn't attend the ball and would return to their territory early because it was too dangerous. Just then, she heard sobbing. Looking up, she saw her father in tears. He believed she was giving up her love for the sake of the family. My daughter's finally all grown up. As a father, how can I allow her to be so wrong? He immediately wanted to go to the Grand Duke's mansion to deliver a marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, Charlize revealed the truth. This severely off-track dialogue, even the teacup couldn't help but shatter. She immediately and sternly declared that she no longer liked him. As the saying goes, the worst thing is sudden silence. Thankfully, a quick-witted servant broke the tension. The Duke, however, refused to believe it, becoming even more convinced that his daughter was being wronged. Charlize was speechless. I really don't like him. I've even forgotten what he looks like. Charlize wasn't lying. She remembered all the content of the original story, yet she couldn't recall Grand Duke Callus's appearance. So, once again, she declared that she absolutely would not attend the ball. But the Duke, ever the romantic, encouraged Charlize to pursue her happiness. Thus, the embarrassed Charlize arrived at the embarrassing ball, her toes curling enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Then, Grand Duke Callus made his grand entrance. Even Charlize had to admit, the original Charlize had good taste, especially with that physique that his clothes could barely contain. As you all might have guessed, this ball has a purpose. Now, allow me to introduce. This is my nephew, the former first prince, named Chase Lassalalapin. Seeing him, Charlize finally relaxed. The little prince, upon entering, looked around, searching for something. He quickly spotted Charlize in the crowd. But in the next moment, he turned his head away sadly. Charlize was stunned, thinking to herself, the child is really obedient. But why do I feel a little disappointed? Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze. Turning, she saw that Callus had been staring intently at her. Charlize chanted internally, "You can't see me. You can't see me." However, Callus, with a menacing look, approached her like a predator locking onto its prey. "Thank you for attending the ball." His words broke through Charlize's panic. "May I have a word with you?" The room immediately erupted in murmurs. Charlize was in despair. If my father finds out about this, a whole bottle of antacids won't be enough. Suddenly, Charlize felt a wave of dizziness. A voice appeared. My daughter said, "Absolutely not. It would be better to just kill me. What can I do?" I wonder what kind of expression Miss Charlize will make. Her father is about to die for her. The voice disappeared. Charlize was momentarily dazed. This was a scenario that hadn't occurred in the original story. Was this a premonition of the future? But the Duke hadn't died in the original. Could it be because she had changed the plot? Would her father die because of her? Just then, Callus asked, "You look pale. Is something wrong?" Charlize, still shaken, said, "It's nothing." She followed Callus to the balcony, still wondering, could making eye contact with Callus trigger these premonitions? Callus got straight to the point. "You were the one who brought Chase to the Grand Duke's mansion, weren't you?" Charlize froze, startled. Chase even called out Lady Charlize in his sleep. Charlize's face darkened. She hadn't expected the little prince to betray her in his dreams. She quickly explained, "I didn't approach him intentionally. I truly saved the first prince by chance. And it was before I saw the missing person poster." "No, No, you misunderstand. Thanks to you, Chase was rescued so quickly. You are my benefactor and the benefactor of Erudian. I will grant you any request. Charlize's heart trembled. Will you truly fulfill any wish of mine? Should she just ask Callus to marry her? But she knew the consequences all too well. Besides, it would be misunderstood as using the first prince as an excuse for some scheme. Then, my request is, please deliver this gift to the prince. Charlize took out a delicate, luminous pendant. It was originally a gift Ilian was supposed to give to Chase, because after going from a wandering orphan to the first prince, Chase was often the target of jealousy and bullying from other children his age. They even locked him in a dark room out of spite. That time, this glowing pendant, it was Chase's only envy. But because of this, Chase also encountered a miracle. He saw the legendary divine beast of light. Clearly, he couldn't count on Ilian now, so he had to do it himself. But Callus, standing before him, froze upon seeing the pendant. Charlize was speechless. He couldn't possibly think she'd put some bad magic on it. So she quickly explained that the pendant was perfectly safe, that I swear. However, Callus remained unresponsive, that I'm truly innocent. Seeing Charlize almost in tears, Callus finally reacted that I was just a little surprised. Then he smiled. Such a small matter. Of course I'm willing. Meeting today might be a bit difficult, but I'll formally invite you soon. Charlize immediately expressed her gratitude. She hadn't expected Callus to invite her, and was naturally overflowing with thanks. The chance to see Chase, and having the ability to foresee the future, she certainly wouldn't miss it. Meanwhile, Chase was staring blankly at Lapon. Why did he say those things just now? It turned out that before the banquet began, Lapon had told Chase, Miss Charlize has also been invited to the ball, but your highness, it's best to pretend you don't know her. She's a very dangerous person. But as Lady Charlize was clearly a very good person. Compared to the currently gloomy-faced Lapon, Lapon was the more dangerous one. At this moment, Lapon was preparing to pour Chase another drink. Just as Lapon left Chase's side, a nobleman came over, intending to make small talk. Then he suddenly leaned close to Chase. Please be careful of Miss Charlize. Then he said slowly, one word at a time, because she's had a crush on the Grand Duke for 10 years. To get close to the Grand Duke, she'll definitely make a move on you. The man thought his words would frighten the young Chase. But what he didn't expect was that upon hearing this, Chase's eyes lit up, sparkling with pink bubbles. All he could think about were images of his uncle and Charlize being lovey-dovey. Chase looked at the man gratefully. This completely bewildered the man. The nobleman wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt the air around him freeze. It was Callus. A single look from Callus was enough to make him freeze like a statue. The man immediately bowed 180 degrees and then took off as if his feet were greased. After gently comforting Chase, Callus took out a delicate little box. This is a gift from Miss Charlize for you. Chase immediately treasured it, thanking Callus. Seeing how much Chase missed Charlize, Callus felt his heart ache. He immediately told Lapon to take Chase to see her. Don't you really want to see her? Go now. Chase's gloom immediately vanished, replaced by a smile bright enough to move heaven and earth. Charlize, having completed her task, was about to leave, but suddenly felt something tugging at her skirt. Just as she was about to turn around and scold whoever it was, she saw a tearful Chase. Lady Charlize, I missed you so much. Charlize, who thought she wouldn't see Chase, was also very happy. Your Highness, congratulations on finding your family. Please don't call me Your Highness. Call me Chase. As he spoke, he started crying again. Then his small hand gripped Charlize's skirt, pleading pitifully, Can't you just stay with me all the time? Seeing this, Charlize felt both happy and a little heartbroken. So, the next day, Charlize appeared at the Grand Duke's residence. She hadn't expected Callus's invitation to be so soon, but recalling Chase's tearful eyes, she simply couldn't refuse. However, if it weren't for her premonition, she would have already returned to her territory. The premonition of her father being in danger still worried her. Meanwhile, Chase had been holding on to Charlize's skirt, following her the entire way. Charlize returned to her senses and took Chase's small hand, addressing him as Your Highness. Chase, however, was not having it. With his large, watery eyes, he complained with cheap, "Oh, why? Didn't you promise to call me by my name?" Charlize was speechless. How could she dare? It would cost her her head. Just then, the butler behind them also requested that Charlize accept the prince's suggestion. Charlize then understood that this had been approved. She herself didn't like all these formalities, so this was even better. Seeing his beloved Lady Charlize, Chase excitedly took her on a tour of his world. Charlize listened contentedly as Chase described how the Grand Duke was this and that. Yes, Chase pointed at a delicate little wooden horse and said, "Look, isn't this wooden horse beautiful? Uncle gave it to me too. Usually, I ride it like this and admire the courtyard." Watching the child's excitedly adorable manner, Charlize felt her heart clench. Unable to control her expression for a moment, she gave a slightly awkward thumbs up that "You're so cute." Charlize immediately realized, is this a bit creepy? Won't the little guy be scared? But the next moment, Chase rushed into Charlize's arms, saying sweetly, "Every time I see you, I'm so happy. I really love it when Lady Charlize hugs me." Charlize stroked the child's small head and replied, "I like you too. Does Lady Charlize like me that way too?" Charlize's hand froze in midair. Which scoundrel spread that rumor to my precious child's ears? It seems necessary to explain, but I don't like him that way at all. Chase's face fell. His beautiful fantasy was shattered. Chase's eyes widened, thinking Charlize disliked his uncle. "I don't dislike him," Charlize quickly clarified, "that he's a very good person, but no matter how good he is, I can't like him that way. Otherwise, this really will be the end for me." Chase seemed to brighten, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Charlize quickly hugged Chase and patted his little head. "This silly child, why does he always overthink things?" Then Chase pulled Charlize to the garden. Chase's purpose in coming here was to see Callus, who was in the garden. But just as the two locked eyes, that strange voice appeared again. Her ears were filled with the cries of children, the wails of people, and vicious curses. "Just push Chase into the lake." Charlize looked at Chase in disbelief. This time, the prophecy was that Chase would fall into the lake. But the aide was clearly locked up. To be safe, Charlize had even found a similar room. Could it be that the plot can't be changed? But the oblivious Chase, without a second thought, went up to Callus and bombarded him. "Will you two get married?" Charlize was dumbfounded. In that instant, she even thought about what she'd wear to the wedding. Could Callus have misunderstood, thinking I brainwashed Chase? But it turned out Charlize was overthinking. Callus wasn't angry at all. He was grateful to Charlize for caring for Chase. Chase even carried the luminous clock Charlize had given him everywhere. Callus generously offered, "I can grant you 2 wishes." But Charlize believed that helping deliver the gift had already used up one. The Grand Duke said that he would have delivered it even without a wish. Then Callus requested that Charlize visit often to keep Chase company. At that moment, from Charlize's perspective, Grand Duke Callus seemed like an angel incarnate, dazzlingly bright. Charlize, who was already worried about Chase, naturally agreed that, of course, I will come. And next time, I'll bring Ilian with me. That way, I can escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the bubble of hope burst in the blink of an eye. Charlize immediately went to find Ilian. Ilian said that her paintings had become much more popular recently, all thanks to Charlize. Charlize suddenly switched into matchmaker mode, pulling Ilian aside and trying to set her up with someone handsome, wealthy, devoted, and caring. A perfect match. Unexpectedly, Ilian refused. She only wanted to focus on her career. She spoke passionately about her art. Her dedication and love for art made her reject such distractions. You can't force someone to love, Charlize thought, giving up. It seems I can only rely on myself. A few days later, the Grand Duke held a celebration for the founding day. Charlize attended as promised. As soon as she arrived, she started looking for Chase, suspecting that the previous prophecy might come true during this celebration. A red-haired woman stopped Charlize. "Long time no see. It seems you've recovered well during your stay at the territory. Even your temper has mellowed." If it were anyone else being sarcastic, Charlize would definitely retort. But if it was her, she could understand, because she had bullied her a few times in the past. Thinking about it made her feel ashamed. In the original story, she also hated Charlize. To get revenge on Charlize, she sought out Ilian, the female lead who had been bullied by Charlize. By a twist of fate, they even became good friends. She's someone tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. But right now, she couldn't waste time here. Chase's safety was more important. Immediately afterward, Roger I, possessed by a wicked smile, said, "Did you miss me?" Just that one sentence was enough to frighten Roger I pale. In the end, she was so scared she couldn't speak a complete sentence. But Charlize wasn't planning on letting Roger Eye off so easily. Extending her green claws, she pointed to a small grove nearby. How about we chat over there? Roger Eye turned to look, and even the small grove seemed to have become sinister. She immediately burst into tears, feigning an urgent matter and trying to slip away. Charlize, still with a ferocious expression, reminded Roger Eye to remember to contact her. After getting rid of Roger Eye, Charlize immediately started searching for Chase. A moment later, Charlize heard a commotion not far away and followed the sound. She discovered a few noble children bullying Chase. Charlize also recognized the blonde-haired leader, the culprit who pushed Chase into the water in the prophecy, Count Bayer's son. The brats were still relentlessly humiliating Chase. I heard it was Charlize who brought you back. It's unbelievable that woman chased the Grand Duke for so long, and now she's just picking up some random child to trick him. Chase, who had been holding back, immediately retorted when he heard someone slandering his Lady Charlize. You're not allowed to talk about Lady Charlize like that. Seeing her precious Chase crying, Charlize couldn't stand it anymore. She appeared directly, releasing a powerful aura. It seems you've grown quite bold. Your fathers would address me as Miss with respect in my presence. The previously arrogant brats froze instantly and then started bawling. Charlize was speechless. Are you trying to blackmail me? Charlize didn't want to deal with these brats and just wanted to take Chase away. But for some reason, this action seemed to enrage the blonde boy. In a fit of anger, he pushed Chase into the lake. It happened so suddenly that no one expected Chase to fall into the lake just like that. Charlize jumped into the lake without hesitation. But she wasn't worried, because she knew the divine beast of light slumbered in this lake. This lake was filled with the holy power of light. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to drown in this lake. Someone with pure royal blood like Chase could even breathe underwater. However, Charlize didn't want Chase to feel lonely and helpless, so she still jumped in with him. But Chase, unaware of this, was teary-eyed, thinking he had harmed Charlize. Charlize held Chase tightly and slowly descended into the lake. Just as they were about to sink to the bottom, the divine beast of light suddenly appeared. Even though the story had changed, the divine beast was still willing to sacrifice itself for Chase. Upon receiving the divine beast's blessing, Chase instantly fell into a deep sleep. He also gained the ability to breathe underwater. But Charlize, who wasn't of royal blood and didn't have the divine beast protection, couldn't hold on any longer. Just as Charlize was about to run out of her last breath, a pair of strong hands suddenly grabbed her. Then, the owner of those hands pulled her out of the water. It turned out to be Callus and Leiden, who had heard the news, and arrived just in time. Charlize lay weakly in Callus's arms. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt Callus's gaze seemed filled with worry. Because of the incident, Charlize was forced to rest at the Grand Duke's mansion until dusk. Due to the merging with the divine beast of light, Chase had exhausted all his energy and had already fallen into a deep sleep. After this incident, Callus realized how important Charlize was to Chase. In such a critical situation, the first thing Chase did after struggling to wake up on shore was to ask about Charlize. Even though they had only been together for 2 days, Chase was already so dependent on Charlize. However, Callus could understand, because he himself had once been incredibly dependent on someone. The steward came in and reported that all the people involved had been questioned. However, young Master Bayer wants to apologize to Prince Chase. Callus frowned, although Bayer had run to report the incident. Allowing them to arrive in time and save them, harming his most beloved nephew, was still unforgivable. So Callus still ordered Leiden to deal with all the families involved in the incident. Then Callus inquired about Charlize's condition. Learning that Charlize was unharmed, Callus couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Charlize was gulping down a bitter health potion. This scene was witnessed by Callus as he entered. Holding back laughter, Callus said, "You saved, I killed. Now I owe you a huge favor." Charlize felt awkward. She really didn't want to be involved with the Grand Duke. Callus told Charlize that the matter had been investigated and it was confirmed that the Empress was behind it. To apologize, Callus proposed spreading the word that Charlize was the Grand Duke's, the Crown Prince's, lifesaver. This way, Charlize would effectively have the Grand Duke as her backing. Charlize was dumbfounded. If this happened, it would probably solidify the rumor that she was the Grand Duke's illegitimate child. Callus didn't understand. Charlize could clearly use this as an opportunity to demand something in return, but she didn't ask for anything. Callus, feeling ashamed of his own narrow-mindedness, sincerely thanked Charlize once more. These words made Charlize feel even more perplexed. Charlize was speechless. Had Callus forgotten how he had harassed her before? But for Callus, his gratitude was genuine. In truth, he had always remembered Charlize. And ever since a year ago, when Charlize suddenly stopped writing letters and disappeared, he seemed to have become more and more interested in her. Looking at Callus's increasingly strange smile, Charlize fled back to the Duke's mansion that night. Just as she got off the carriage, she saw her pale-faced father, Duke Leontah. Only when the Duke held Charlize tightly in his arms did the color gradually return to his face. Charlize then noticed that the servants behind them were already moved to tears by the scene of fatherly love and filial piety. Only Charlize was left in a world of awkwardness. She hadn't expected everyone to be so worried about her, nor had she expected to faint after coming ashore. It seems I need to take more tonics, she thought as she returned to her room. But a ball of light in her room made her freeze. Sorry, wrong room. The divine beast of light hurriedly called out to Charlize, and "Oh, I'm here to see you." Charlize awkwardly sat back down on the sofa. Shouldn't this creature be looking for Chase? Why was it here? Upon hearing this, the divine beast sighed. It turned out that the great divine beast of light had been rejected by Chase, so it hoped Charlize could help. Charlize immediately refused this thankless task. However, after the divine beast promised a great reward upon success, she made a 180-degree turn. She offered to ask Chase about his preferences for the divine beast. Of course, she also made a request of the divine beast. The next morning, Charlize was still reveling in the deal she had struck, when a servant informed her that 2 letters had arrived. One was from Ilian, while the other caused Charlize's expression to tense. The letter was an invitation to the current Empress's tea party. Charlize knew she couldn't refuse and had to attend. Though called a tea party, it was actually a one-sided meeting with the Empress. The Empress began by hypocritically thanking Charlize for saving the previous emperor. Unable to discern the Empress's intentions, Charlize could only awkwardly reply it was nothing. Seeing that Charlize hadn't touched her tea, the Empress inquired if it wasn't to her liking. Charlize was helpless. The reason she didn't dare drink the tea was that the Empress was a renowned pharmacist in the empire, skilled in poison-making. Countless people had fallen victim to this tea set. The seemingly delicate teacup was actually coated with a thin layer of poison. Fortunately, the Empress relented, saying that Charlize needn't force herself if she didn't like it. Charlize honestly put down the teacup immediately, but the Empress's next words left her stunned. The Empress offered to petition the Emperor to grant a marriage between Charlize and Callus. Then, holding Charlize's hand, she said persuasively, "Charlize, you have saved the Grand Duke. Now is the perfect time for me to step in. What do you think?" Charlize naturally understood the Empress's motive, to control her through this marriage. After receiving the invitation, Charlize had tried hard to recall the relationship between Charlize and the Empress in the original story. In the original story, when Charlize learned that Grand Duke Talus had a weakness for a certain person, her first thought was to use poison. Murder the female lead, Ilian, and the Empress is the pharmacist, a master poison maker. He will try every possible way to destroy the person he wants to control, and then turn that person into a true puppet. In the original story, Charlize was one of his subordinates. Now that she had escaped this disaster, Charlize thought she might as well refuse directly. So she frankly said that she had no plans to marry yet, especially not to Grand Duke Callus. Hearing this, the Empress released Charlize's hand and immediately declared, "Since that's the case, let's end our conversation here today. I'll call for you again later." Charlize didn't intend to stay any longer and immediately got up to leave. However, on her way out, she bumped into a man, someone who startled her. And the purpose of that man's visit was also to see the Empress. The Empress remarked, "I find Charlize quite interesting. Although vulgar, she actually tried to indirectly ask me to arrange a marriage for her." The man kneeling on the ground knew that this meant the Empress was very satisfied with Charlize, because when she takes a liking to something, she expresses it this way. The Empress ordered the man to dispose of the former crown prince as soon as possible. Because he currently has no descendants, the former crown prince absolutely cannot be allowed to live. And then she wanted to see if Charlize would be obedient. She arranged for the man to immediately approach Ilian, who was close to Charlize. After returning home, Charlize learned that Ilian was waiting for her in the drawing room. As soon as they met, Ilian started gossiping. "I heard about you and His Highness the Grand Duke finally getting together. Are you getting married? The new Charlize cake almost fell out of her hands. Ilian continued excitedly. When you get married, you'll definitely be the most beautiful person in the whole empire. Charlize was completely bewildered. The plot seemed to be getting more and more off track. Then Ilian took out an invitation to the Young Artist Night exhibition and asked Charlize to accompany her. Charlize knew this exhibition, and she also remembered that the man she bumped into when leaving the palace was Marquis Bernalo. She felt that the Empress must have some scheme. Sure enough, the next second, Ilian said, Marquis Bernalo's work will also be exhibited. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. A week later, Charlize was extremely busy hosting the visiting Grand Duke and Chase. She had only just learned that Chase had sent her a letter. Because the letter was too ordinary, it was almost thrown away as trash by a servant. Charlize had just carefully put away the letter when an attendant informed her that the Grand Duke and Chase were already at the mansion. As the host, Charlize hurried out to greet them. But after meeting Callus, she once again foresaw the future. A violent explosion leveled the luxurious exhibition hall. Everyone was in chaos. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Charlize caught her breath and came back to her senses. She quickly recovered from her initial panic. She bowed and apologized for losing Chase's letter. And Chase's words, "I missed you so much," left Charlize, captivated by his cuteness, at a loss for words. Her little one was just too adorable. Chase then said with a Orichu Baba expression that he thought Charlize didn't reply because she disliked him. Charlize panicked instantly, flusteredly explaining and praising Chase for being able to write a letter so quickly. She called him a genius, which finally cheered Chase up. Chase admitted he copied her last name and imitated her writing, but the envelope and seal were his own work. Upon hearing this, Charlize realized that Chase's letter should have had a seal. She couldn't help but suspect something. Although the letter was in her possession, there was no seal on it. Could someone have read it? However, she didn't show her suspicion. Afterward, at Charlize's invitation, the three of them began a pleasant afternoon tea. After the playful banter, Charlize finally remembered to formally ask her little one what kind of animal he liked. He answered without hesitation, dragons. It turned out that his uncle had been telling him stories about dragons. Charlize thought the divine beast of light is a divine beast, but turning it into a dragon is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? She glared at Callus for misleading the child. Callus then spoke, as if jealous. Chase becomes so talkative as soon as he's with Charlize. He's very stingy with his words towards me. He's very stingy with his words towards me. The three seemed to be growing closer. Later, Callus unexpectedly invited Charlize to go out together. Charlize suggested they go to the Young Artists exhibition. She suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to introduce Ilian to Callus. Her eyes gleaming, she asked Callus if he was interested. Callus responded meaningfully, saying that he had indeed been following the controversy. Soon night fell. The tired Chase fell asleep in Charlize's arms. Before leaving, Callus specifically told Charlize about the investigation into Chase being pushed into the lake, as well as the handling of the families involved in the incident and the Empress's actions. Charlize was puzzled, not understanding why Callus suddenly told her these things. In the next moment, Callus suddenly turned back, saying with a smile, "I told you this because I thought you would want to know." Until Callus boarded his carriage, his gaze never left Charlize. After watching the carriage depart, Charlize immediately summoned the butler. Learning that Ron, the person in charge of the Duke's correspondence, had called in sick, she ordered all recent information regarding Ron. She then sighed, feeling as though one problem after another arose. After a thorough investigation, she only learned that Ron had recently become addicted to gambling and had incurred significant debts. But that was all. Charlize had no idea where to start. After analyzing and researching all night, Charlize felt that Ron must have some connection to the Empress. If she could capture him and interrogate him properly, she would definitely obtain useful information. But for now, Charlize had no time to worry about Ron. She had to focus all her energy on the art exhibition in 3 days. This was her only chance to change the course of events. On the day of the exhibition, Charlize arrived as planned. Looking around, she immediately noticed that there wasn't a single genuine piece in the vast exhibition. This was also inherent in the original Charlize's diligence. Charlize finally understood the purpose of this exhibition. It was a way for the Empress to deceive and raise funds for her younger brother. And all of this was to eliminate the one who killed. Although she was the Empress, she had a father who was a gambling addict. So she had to secretly sell banquet items for funds. It was then that Charlize saw Ilian and Brunallo happily conversing in the distance. Clearly, Brunallo had successfully gotten close to Ilian. The Empress's methods were undeniably insidious, but Charlize couldn't expose her on the spot. If she lost control and revealed anything, she would surely die. Ilian also saw Charlize at this moment and excitedly began to show her around the various artworks. Especially when introducing a piece Brunallo created at the young age of 16, Ilian couldn't hide her admiration. Charlize could only agree. Then the two arrived at Ilian's own work and chatted for a long time. At this moment, a servant carrying wine walked up behind them. As luck would have it, he tripped right in front of Charlize. 2 glasses of wine flew straight toward her. Fortunately, Charlize reacted quickly and caught them, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. Charlize handed the glasses back to the servant, but the boy's hand slipped. The delicate crystal glasses shattered on the floor. The boy was instantly terrified and began apologizing profusely. The attendees of the exhibition were all wealthy and influential. He, a nobody, couldn't afford to offend any of them. Then the boy started kowtowing repeatedly. This action stunned Charlize. Looking at the boy before her reminded Charlize of the first time she met Chase. Looking at the boy's rough and scarred hands, Charlize ordered the boy to follow her. The onlookers thought the boy was in for it, having run into the infamous Charlize. In reality, Charlize just wanted to give the boy some ointment for his wounds. Charlize couldn't help but ask, "Do you know a child with a mole on his face?" The boy's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Are you talking about Belle?" Charlize sighed. "So you do know him?" Indeed, Chase alias was Belle, and the boy before her was the one who had once taken care of Chase. After tidying up, Charlize timed her return to the venue perfectly. Just as she slipped behind a pillar, a tremendous explosion rocked the hall. Smoke filled the room instantly, and people panicked. Charlize ran straight towards Brunallo's artwork, as it was the only truly valuable piece in the entire exhibition. Sure enough, someone was trying to steal the sculpture. Just as the person was about to make their move, Charlize lunged forward, grabbing the person by the arm. "I've got you, you traitor." Ron was instantly terrified. He was about to explain himself when he heard a voice from behind. "Fancy meeting you here so soon, Mississippi." It was Callus, who had arrived with his guards. After handing Ron over to the guards, the two began to put on a show, working together to frame Ron. Callus praised Charlize. "You're truly clever, Mississippi." Charlize didn't hide her own deduction. "It seems you figured it out as well." Callus suddenly seemed to remember something, that if you ever find yourself in danger, please believe that I will find you. This sudden confession left Charlize stunned. An awkward silence fell between them, the likes of which they had never experienced before. Callus coughed, seemingly realizing he wasn't good at this sort of thing. Just as they left the exhibition, an anxious voice called out to Charlize. It was Ilian, worried when she didn't see Charlize emerge. She had been searching everywhere. It was then that Ilian noticed Callus behind Charlize. Due to his status, Ilian quickly curtsied. Seeing this scene, Charlize's long-hidden inner shipper went wild. A woman transmigrated into the body of a villainess, originally intending to live a peaceful life, but she accidentally saved the former crown prince. As time passed, her love for the child grew uncontrollably, drawing her deeper and deeper into the story's events, as if sinking into quicksand. But this time, she decided not to run away. She knew that if she continued like this, everyone she truly cared for would be in mortal danger. A week later, Charlize was incredibly busy preparing to receive the visiting Grand Duke and Chase. She had only just learned that Chase had sent her a letter. It was so ordinary that a servant almost threw it away with the trash. Charlize had just carefully put the letter away when a servant informed her that the Grand Duke and Chase had arrived. As the host, Charlize hurried out to greet them. But upon making eye contact with Callus, she experienced another premonition. A violent explosion leveled the luxurious exhibition hall. Everyone was in chaos, but thankfully, no one was seriously injured. Charlize gasped, catching her breath. She quickly regained her composure after the initial shock and apologized for misplacing Chase's letter. Chase's simple words, "I missed you," left Charlize, captivated by his cuteness, flustered. Her little Chase was just too adorable. Chase then confessed, with a pitiful expression, that he thought Charlize hadn't replied because she disliked him. Charlize panicked, frantically explaining and praising Chase for being able to write a letter already, calling him a genius. This finally cheered Chase up. Chase admitted he copied his last name and imitated her writing, but the envelope and seal were his own creation. Hearing this, Charlize was taken aback. So, the letter from Chase was supposed to have a seal. Charlize couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although she had the letter, there was no seal on it. Could someone have stolen it? However, she didn't reveal her concerns. At Charlize's invitation, the three of them began a pleasant afternoon tea. After some playful banter, Charlize finally remembered to formally ask Chase what his favorite animal was. Chase answered without hesitation, dragons. It turned out his uncle had been telling him stories about dragons. Charlize was dumbfounded. The divine beast of light. While it was a divine beast, turning him into a dragon seemed a bit of a stretch. She glared at Callus for corrupting the child. Callus then spoke, sounding almost jealous. Chase can talk nonstop when he's with you, Charlize, but he's very quiet with me. The bond between the three of them seemed to be growing stronger. Afterwards, Callus unexpectedly invited Charlize to go out together. Charlize suggested they go to the young artists exhibition. Charlize immediately realized this was a good opportunity to let Ilian, the female lead, meet Callus, and asked him with bright eyes if he was interested. Callus meaningfully replied that he had indeed been keeping an eye on this exhibition. Time quickly passed to nightfall, and the round, fluffy creature was asleep in Charlize's arms. Before leaving, Callus specifically told Charlize about the investigation into Chase being pushed into the lake, as well as how the families involved in the incident were being dealt with and the Empress's actions. Charlize was puzzled, not understanding why Callus suddenly told her these things. The next second, Callus suddenly turned back and said with a smile, "The reason I told you these things is because I thought you would want to know." Until Callus boarded his carriage, his gaze never left Charlize. After watching the carriage depart, Charlize immediately summoned the butler. Learning that Ron, who managed the Duke's correspondence, had called in sick, she ordered all recent information regarding Ron be brought to her. Then she sighed. One wave has barely subsided, and another rises. After a thorough investigation, she only learned that Ron had recently become addicted to gambling and had consequently incurred considerable debt. But that was all. Charlize had no idea how to proceed. After analyzing and researching all night, Charlize felt that Ron must have some connection to the Empress. If she could apprehend him and interrogate him properly, she would definitely obtain useful information. But right now, Charlize had no time to deal with Ron, because she had to put all her energy into the art exhibition 3 days later. This was her only chance to change the plot. On the day of the exhibition, Charlize arrived as planned. Looking around, Charlize saw at a glance that there wasn't a single genuine piece in the entire vast exhibition. And this was also the inherent flaw that Charlize herself possessed. Charlize finally understood the meaning of holding this exhibition. This was where the Empress deceptively raised funds. And all of this was to eliminate the one who killed. Although she was the Empress, she had a gambling-addicted father. So she had to secretly sell counterfeit goods to raise funds. Then Charlize saw Ilian and a Brunallo politician in the distance. Clearly, Brunallo had successfully gotten close to Ilian. It had to be said, the Empress's methods were impossible to guard against. But Charlize couldn't expose it on the spot. If she lost control and exposed herself, she would undoubtedly die. Ilian also saw Charlize at this moment, and excitedly began to show her around the various artworks, especially when introducing a piece created by Brunallo at the young age of 16. Her admiration was barely concealed. Charlize could only offer some agreement. Afterwards, the two arrived at Ilian's own work and chatted for a long time. At this moment, a servant carrying wine walked up behind them. As luck would have it, he tripped right in front of Charlize. 2 wine glasses flew straight toward Charlize. Fortunately, Charlize reacted quickly and caught them, immediately eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. Charlize handed the glasses back to the servant, but the boy's hand slipped unexpectedly, and the delicate crystal glasses shattered on the floor. The boy was instantly terrified and began apologizing profusely. Even though Charlize didn't blame him, the the boy was still trembling. The people who came to this exhibition were all either rich or noble. No one was someone he, a nobody, could afford to offend. Then the boy started kowtowing repeatedly. This action stunned Charlize. Looking at the boy before her reminded Charlize of the first time she met Chase. Looking at the boy's rough and scarred hands, Charlize ordered him to follow her. The onlookers thought the boy was in for it, having run into such a madwoman as Charlize. In reality, Charlize just wanted to give the boy some ointment to treat his wounds. Charlize couldn't help but ask, "Do you know a boy with a mole on his face?" Hearing this, the boy's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Are you talking about Belle?" Charlize sighed. As expected, he knew him. Indeed, Chase's alias was Belle, and this boy in front of her was the one who had once taken care of Chase. After tidying him up, Charlize rushed back to the venue, keeping an eye on the time. Just as she hid behind a pillar, she heard a loud explosion. Panic erupted as the programming suddenly took over. People were scrambling, but Charlize went straight for Brunello's piece, because it was the only valuable piece there. Sure enough, someone was about to steal the sculpture. Just as the person was about to make their move, Charlize, unable to stand by and watch, grabbed the person by the collar. "Got you, you traitor." Ron was terrified and about to explain himself, when a voice came from behind that "I didn't expect to see you so soon, Mississippi." It was Callus, who had arrived with his guards. After handing Ron over to the guards, the two began to put on a show, singing the same tune and framing Ron. Callus praised Charlize for her cleverness. Charlize didn't hide her own deduction. "It seems you figured it out as well." Callus suddenly thought of something, that if you ever find yourself in danger, please believe that I will find you. This sudden confession left Charlize stunned. An awkward silence fell between them, a silence neither had experienced before. Callus coughed. It seemed he wasn't good at this sort of thing. Just as they left the exhibition, an anxious voice called out to Charlize. It was Ilian, worried when she didn't see Charlize come out. She had been searching everywhere. Then, Ilian noticed Callus behind Charlize. Due to Callus's status, Ilian hurried over to greet him. Seeing this scene, Charlize's long-hidden shipper heart burned brightly. This was the scene she had been longing to see. She was the aloof and powerful empress, and also the most cold-blooded woman, to prevent the imperial power from falling into the wrong hands. She didn't hesitate to take the life of a mere 3-year-old child, although she watched with her own eyes as the child was pushed into the lake. Charlize wasn't worried, because she knew the divine beast of light slumbered in this lake. This lake was filled with the blessing of the light, so no one could drown in it. Someone of pure royal blood, like the child, could even breathe underwater. But Charlize didn't want the child to feel alone and helpless. So she jumped in with him. But the unknowing child, with tears in his eyes, thought he had caused Charlize harm. Charlize held the child tightly as they slowly sank into the lake. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, the divine beast of light suddenly appeared. Even though the story had changed, the divine beast was still willing to sacrifice itself for Chase. Chase received the divine beast's blessing and instantly fell into a deep sleep, gaining the ability to breathe underwater. But without the divine beast's protection, Charlize, who wasn't of royal blood, couldn't hold on any longer. Just as Charlize was about to run out of air, a strong pair of hands suddenly grabbed her. Then, the owner of those hands pulled her out of the water. It was Callus and Leiden, who had arrived just in time after hearing the news. Charlize lay weakly in Callus's arms. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Callus's gaze seemed filled with worry. Because of the incident, Charlize was forced to rest at the Grand Duke's mansion until dusk. The merging with the divine beast of light had exhausted all of Chase's energy, and he had already fallen into a deep sleep. After this incident, Callus realized how important Charlize was to Chase. In such a critical situation, the first thing Chase did after regaining consciousness on shore was to ask about her. Even though they had only known each other for 2 days, Chase was already so dependent on Charlize. Callus could understand, though, because he, too, had once been deeply dependent on someone. At that moment, Leiden entered and reported that all those involved in the incident had been questioned. However, young Master Bayer wanted to apologize to Prince Chase. Callus frowned, although Bayer had run to report the incident, allowing them to arrive in time to save them. Harming his beloved nephew was unforgivable. so Callus ordered Leiden to deal with all the families involved in the incident. Then, Callus inquired about Charlize's condition. Learning that Charlize was unharmed, Callus couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Charlize was gulping down a large batch of health potions. Callus, entering the room, caught her in the act. Trying to suppress his laughter, he said, "You saved Chase, and now I owe you another huge favor." Charlize felt awkward. She really didn't want to be involved with the Grand Duke. Callus told her that the matter had been investigated, and it was confirmed that the Empress was behind it. To show his gratitude, Callus suggested spreading the word that Charlize was the prince's savior. This would effectively give Charlize the Grand Duke as her backing. Charlize panicked. If that happened, it would only further solidify the rumor that she was the Grand Duke's illegitimate child. Callus didn't understand. Charlize could use this as leverage to ask for something in return, yet she asked for nothing. Callus realized his own narrow-mindedness and sincerely thanked Charlize again. This made Charlize feel even more awkward. Charlize was speechless. Had Callus forgotten how he used to harass her? However, for Callus, his gratitude was genuine. In truth, he had always remembered Charlize. Ever since she suddenly sent an apology letter and disappeared a year ago, he seemed to care about her more and more. Watching Callus's increasingly unsettling smile, Charlize fled back to the Duke's mansion that night. Just as she got out of the carriage, she saw her father, Duke Leiden, looking pale. Only when the Duke held her tightly in his arms did the color gradually return to his face. Charlize then noticed the servants behind them, moved to tears by the heartwarming scene of father and daughter. Only Charlize was left feeling awkward. She hadn't expected everyone to be so worried. She also hadn't expected to be so exhausted after coming ashore. She thought to herself that she needed to take more tonics. Lost in thought, she returned to her room, but a ball of light inside made her freeze. "Oh, sorry, wrong room." The divine beast of light hurriedly called out to Charlize. "Actually, I'm here to see you." Charlize awkwardly sat back down on the sofa. Shouldn't this creature be looking for Chase? Why was it here? Upon hearing this, the divine beast sighed. Apparently, despite being the great divine beast of light, it had been rejected by Chase. So I hope Charlize could help it. Charlize immediately refused, wanting no part in such a thankless task. However, when the divine beast promised a great reward upon success, she made a complete 180-degree turn. She offered to ask Chase about his preferences. Of course, she also made a request of the divine beast. The next morning, Charlize was still reveling in the deal she had struck when a servant informed her that 2 letters had arrived. One was from Ilian. The other caused Charlize's expression to tense. The letter was an invitation to a tea party with the current empress. Charlize knew she couldn't refuse and had to accept. Calling it a tea party was a euphemism. It was a one-sided meeting with the empress. The empress began by hypocritically thanking Charlize for saving the former prince. Unsure of the empress's intentions, Charlize could only awkwardly reply that it was nothing. The empress, noticing that Charlize hadn't touched her tea, asked if it wasn't to her liking. Charlize was troubled. The reason she hadn't dared to drink the tea was because the empress was a renowned imperial pharmacist, skilled in the art of poison making. Countless people had fallen victim to this tea set. The seemingly delicate teacup was actually coated with a thin layer of poison. Fortunately, the empress relented, saying that Charlize needn't force herself if she didn't like it. Charlize honestly and immediately set down the cup. But the empress's next words left Charlize stunned. The empress offered to petition the emperor to grant a marriage between Charlize and Callus. Then, holding Charlize's hand, she coaxed, "Charlize, you have saved the Grand Duke. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to intervene. What do you think?" Charlize clearly understood the empress's motive, to control her. After receiving the invitation, Charlize had tried to recall Charlize and the empress's relationship in the original story. In the original story, after learning that Grand Duke Callus had a lover, Charlize, regarding Araki, his first thought was to poison and kill the female lead, Ilian. The Empress is the pharmacist, a master poisoner. He will do everything in his power to destroy anyone he wants to control and turn them into a true puppet. In the original story, Charlize was one of his subordinates. Now that she's escaped this fate, Charlize thinks she might as well refuse outright. So she frankly states that she has no intention of getting married right now, especially not to Callus. The Grand Duchess, upon hearing this, released Charlize's hand and immediately dismissed her, saying, "In that case, let's end our conversation here today. I'll call for you again later." Charlize, not wanting to linger, immediately got up and left. However, on her way out, she bumped into a man who startled her. And this man's purpose was also to see the Empress. The Empress remarked that she found Charlize interesting. Although vulgar, she actually tried to subtly get me to arrange a marriage for her. The man kneeling on the ground knew this meant the Empress was pleased with Charlize, because when she takes a liking to something, she expresses it this way. The Empress ordered the man to quickly dispose of the former prince. Because she doesn't have any heirs yet, the former prince absolutely cannot be allowed to live. And then she needs to see if Charlize will be obedient. She then arranged for the man to immediately approach Ilian, who is close to Charlize. Upon returning to her residence, Charlize learned that Ilian was entertaining a guest. As soon as they met, Ilian started gossiping. "I heard about you and His Highness the Grand Duke finally getting together. Are you getting married?" Charlize almost dropped her new cake. Ilian continued excitedly, "You'll be the most beautiful bride in the whole empire." Charlize was completely bewildered. The plot seemed to be going increasingly off the rails. Then Ilian took out an invitation to the Young Artist Night exhibition. She wanted to ask Charlize to go with her. Charlize knew this exhibition organizer, and she also remembered the man she bumped into when leaving the palace. It was Marquis Bernarlo. She felt the Empress must have some scheme in mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Ilian said, "Marquis Bernarlo's work will also be exhibited." Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Chase was completely focused on sticking to his savior. In order to be with her, he even betrayed his own uncle. So, seizing the opportunity, he dragged Charlize to his uncle. But the moment their eyes met, a strange sound once again entered Charlize's mind. Her ears were filled with the cries of children, the screams of people, and vicious curses. "Just push Chase into the lake." Charlize looked at Chase in disbelief. This time, the prophecy was that Chase would fall into a lake. But in the original story, he was locked in a small dark room. To prevent this, Charlize had even found a similar room. Could she still not change the plot? But Chase, unaware of anything, rushed forward and bombarded his uncle. "Will you marry her?" Charlize froze. She had even thought about where they would live. Could Callus misunderstand and think she brainwashed Chase? However, Charlize was overthinking it. Callus, far from being angry, was grateful that Charlize cared for Chase. Chase even carried the luminous clock Charlize gave him everywhere. So he generously offered, "I can grant you 2 wishes." But Charlize thought, helping deliver the gift already used up 1 wish. The Grand Duke said he would have delivered it even without a wish. Then Callus asked Charlize to visit often and keep Chase company. From Charlize's perspective, Grand Duke Callus seemed like an angel incarnate, dazzling and radiant. Charlize, who was already worried about Chase, naturally agreed that, "Of course, I will come. And next time, I'll bring Ilian with me." That way, she could extricate herself completely. Unfortunately, the bubble of hope burst in the blink of an eye. Charlize hurried to find Ilian. Ilian said that his paintings had become much more popular recently, all thanks to Charlize. Charlize suddenly switched into matchmaker mode, grabbing Ilian and insisting on setting him up with a handsome, wealthy, devoted, and caring perfect man. Unexpectedly, Ilian refused. He's currently focused on his career. He talks endlessly about his art. His passion and love for art make him reject everything else. You can't force someone to love you. Charlize had no choice but to give up. "It seems I'll have to rely on myself." A few days later, the Grand Duke held a celebration for the holiday. Charlize attended as promised. As soon as she arrived, she started looking for Chase. She suspected that the previous prophecy might come to pass during this celebration. A red-haired woman stopped Charlize. "Long time no see. It seems your recovery during your stay at the territory went well. Even your temper has mellowed." If it were anyone else being sarcastic, Charlize would definitely retort. But in this case, she understood, because she had bullied this woman a few times in the past. Just thinking about it made her feel ashamed. Roger I, in the original story, also disliked Charlize. To get revenge on Charlize, she sought out Ilian, the female lead, who had also been bullied by Charlize. In the end, they unexpectedly became good friends. She's someone with a tough exterior, but a soft heart. But now, she couldn't waste time here. Shay's safety was more important. She immediately put on a wicked smile and said, "Roger, have you missed me?" Just one sentence made Roger I's face turn pale. She ended up trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. But Charlize wasn't planning on letting Roger off so easily. She extended her hand, pointing to a small grove nearby. "Shall we go over there and chat?" Roger turned to look. Even the small grove seemed to have become sinister. She immediately started crying. She lied, saying she had something to do, and tried to slip away. Charlize, still with a ferocious expression, reminded Roger to remember to contact her. After dealing with Roger Charlize immediately started searching for Chase. A moment later, Charlize heard a commotion in the distance. She followed the sound and found several noble children bullying Chase. Charlize recognized the blonde-haired leader. It was the culprit from the prophecy who pushed Chase into the water, the Earl's son. The children continued to humiliate Chase. "I heard it was Charlize who brought you back. To think that woman chased the Grand Duke for so long, and now she's just picking up some random stray child to trick him." Chase, who had been holding back, immediately retorted when he heard someone insulting his lady Charlize that you're not allowed to talk about her like that. Seeing her precious Chase crying, Charlize couldn't stand it any longer. She appeared, releasing a powerful aura. "It seems you've grown quite bold. Your fathers would address me as Miss with respect in my presence." The previously arrogant children froze, then started bawling. Charlize was speechless. "Are you trying to blackmail me?" Charlize didn't want to deal with these children. She just wanted to take Chase away. But for some reason, this action seemed to enrage the blonde-haired boy. In a fit of anger, he pushed Chase into the lake. It happened so suddenly that no one expected Chase to fall in like that. Without hesitation, Charlize jumped into the lake. The stray child the woman had saved by chance was actually the former prince. To successfully capture the woman's heart, the child decided to betray his uncle on the spot. Charlize was still hesitating, wondering what request would maximize her benefit. Should she directly ask Callus to marry her? But she knew the consequences, and she would be misunderstood, thought to be using the former prince as an excuse to gain something. "Then my request is, please help me deliver this gift to the prince." Chase immediately took out an exquisite luminous pendant. This was originally supposed to be a gift from Ilian to Chase. Because Chase had gone from a wandering orphan to the former prince, he was often the target of jealousy and bullying from other children his age. He was even maliciously locked in a dark room. That time, this glowing pendant was Chase's only solace. However, because of this, the child encountered a miracle. He met the legendary divine beast of light. Clearly, he couldn't count on Ilian now, so he had to take matters into his own hands. But Callus froze when he saw the pendant. Charlize was speechless. He probably thought she had put some kind of bad magic on it. So she quickly explained that the pendant was perfectly safe, that I swear. But Callus still didn't react, that I'm truly innocent. Seeing Charlize almost in tears, Callus finally reacted, "I was just a little surprised." Then he smiled, "Of course I'm happy to do this small favor. It might be a little difficult for you two to meet today. I'll formally invite Charlize soon." Charlize immediately expressed her gratitude. She hadn't expected Callus to invite her, so she was naturally very grateful. The chance to see Chase and having the opportunity to foresee the future was something she certainly wouldn't miss. Meanwhile, Chase was staring blankly at Lip. Why'd he said those things? It turned out that before the banquet began, Lip had told Chase, "Miss Charlize has also been invited to the ball, but it's best you pretend not to know her, because she's a very dangerous person." But his Charlize was clearly a very good person. Compared to the current, gloomy-faced Lip, Lip was the dangerous one. At this moment, Lip was preparing to bring Chase a drink. Just as Lip left Chase's side, a nobleman came over and prepared to engage him in conversation. He then suddenly leaned close to Chase. "Please be careful of Miss Charlize," he said, emphasizing each word, "because she's had a crush on the Grand Duke for 10 years. She'll definitely try to use you to get close to the Grand Duke." The man thought his words would frighten the young Chase. But what he didn't expect was that Chase's eyes lit up, sparkling with pink bubbles. All he could think about was his uncle and Charlize in a lovey-dovey scene. Chase looked at the man gratefully. This completely bewildered the man. The nobleman wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt the air around him freeze. It was Callus. A single look from Callus was enough to make him freeze like a statue. The man immediately bowed 180 degrees and then took off as if his feet were greased. After gently comforting Chase, Callus took out a delicate little box. "This is a gift from Miss Charlize for you." Chase immediately accepted it preciously from Callus. Seeing how much Chase missed Charlize, Callus felt sheen tone. He immediately told Lip to take Chase to see her. "Don't you really want to see her? Go now." Chase's gloomy expression immediately vanished, replaced by a smile bright enough to move heaven and earth. Charlize, having completed her task, was about to return to her room when she suddenly felt something tugging on her skirt. She was about to turn around and scold whoever it was when she saw a tearful Chase. "Charlize, I miss you so much." Charlize, who thought she wouldn't see Chase, was also very happy. "Your Highness, congratulations on finding your family. Please don't call me Your Highness. Call me Chase," he said, starting to cry again. His small hand gripped Charlize's skirt, pleading pitifully, "Can't you just stay with me all the time?" Seeing this, Charlize felt both happy and a little heartbroken. So the next day, Charlize appeared at the Grand Duke's residence. She hadn't expected Callus's invitation to come so quickly, but recalling Chase's tearful face, she just couldn't refuse. If it weren't for her ability to foresee the future, she would have already returned to her territory. But the prophecy about her father being in danger still worried her. Chase had been holding onto Charlize's skirt, following her the whole way. Charlize came back to her senses and took Chase's small hand, addressing him as Your Highness. Hearing this, Chase protested, his eyes wet with tears. He complained, "Warchig, Baba, didn't you promise to call me by my name?" Charlize was speechless. When had she made such a promise that could cost her her head? Just then, the butler behind them also requested, "Charlize, please accept His Highness's suggestion." Charlize then understood that this had been approved. She never liked all these formalities anyway, so this was better. Seeing his beloved Charlize, Chase excitedly showed her around his world. Charlize listened with a smile, hearing all about how the Grand Duke was this and that. Chase pointed to a delicate little wooden horse and said, "Look, isn't this wooden horse beautiful? Uncle gave it to me. I usually ride it like this." Charlize, watching the child's excited and adorable antics from the courtyard, felt her heart melt. Unable to contain her expression, she gave a slightly awkward thumbs up that, "You're so cute." She immediately realized that might have been a bit creepy and worried she'd scare the little boy. But the next moment, he rushed into her arms. In a sweet, childish voice, he said, "I'm always so happy to see you. I love it when Lady Charlize hugs me." Charlize stroked his little head. "Did I like you too? Does Lady Charlize like it when he hugs me too?" Charlize's hand froze midair. "Which scoundrel told my precious child that? I need to explain something." "No, I don't like him at all." The child's face crumpled. His beautiful fantasy shattered. The boy's eyes widened, thinking Charlize disliked his uncle. "I don't dislike him, of course. He's a very good person. But even if he's good, he can't find out, or it'll really be the end for me." The child's face lit up as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Charlize quickly hugged the child and patted his head. This silly child, always overthinking. Then Chase pulled Charlize towards the garden. Chase's purpose in bringing her there was Callus, who was in the garden. But the moment their eyes met, that strange voice reappeared. The crown princess accidentally saved a little dumpling, who turned out to be the lost first prince. But this inadvertently ruined the female lead's happiness. The female lead wanted to make amends, but was mistaken for a crazy woman. Charlize's reputation precedes her. Meanwhile, Callus is worried about his nephew. He even accidentally called out Charlize's name while working. Lip was puzzled. Why would His Highness think of that crazy woman? Callus explained, "Chase keeps crying her name in his sleep." Lip, hearing this, flew into a rage and wanted to arrest Charlize immediately. Callus sighed. "Can't you use your brain? That wasn't the kind of crying you're imagining, the pitiful, tearful kind. It was more like longing." Lip's anger subsided. "I don't understand why His Highness would miss that crazy woman." He confessed he'd been suspicious of Chase, that he's been wandering around, yet his clothes are strangely clean. Lip suggested asking Chase directly. Callus felt if his nephew wasn't saying anything, he must have his reasons. He then instructed Lip to investigate Charlize. But there's a more pressing issue. The Empress seems to have realized we've found the prince. As a precaution, the ball announcing Chase's identity keeps getting postponed. Before that, we must find Charlize. At the same time, Charlize was also thinking about the little dumpling. She paced anxiously, wondering why there was no news about the announcement of the dumpling's identity. Charlize's worry stemmed from wanting to bring Ilian to the ball. She wanted the male and female leads to have a perfect encounter. Time flew by, and Charlize still hadn't received any news about the little dumpling. Her father, the Duke, speculated, such a cute child. Couldn't he have been kidnapped? Charlize dismissed the idea. Black hair, blue eyes, and that beauty mark on his right cheek. There's no way he's an imposter. Absolutely impossible, Charlize reasoned. The Grand Duke must be afraid the Empress will harm the prince, which is why the announcement is delayed. But her concern made her frantic. Could that little dumpling really not be the first prince? When the butler burst through the door, he found her in this state. The two were a picture of distress, one trembling with worry, the other frantically pacing and bumping into furniture. But there was something even more pressing. Grand Duke Callus had invited Charlize to the ball. The Duke panicked, thinking it over. He concluded he must want to get revenge at such an important event for Charlize, stalking him all those years ago. Charlize dismissed this. Even with a deep grudge, he wouldn't ruin such an important ball. But she couldn't understand the purpose of the ball. It was supposed to be for introducing the first prince. So many nobles received invitations as an exception. But in the original story, he didn't invite Charlize. Yet, he still showed up uninvited. At the same time, he discovered Callus exchanging flirtatious glances with Ilian. They even publicly announced their relationship. Returning home, he flew into a rage, completely losing his mind. He even began researching poisons, wanting to poison Ilian. Now, this whole chain of events, coupled with the theft of the aid supplies, made Charlize uneasy. Her father, the Duke, was restless and wanted to confront Callus immediately. Charlize stopped him at once, knowing he wouldn't attend the ball. She also wanted to return to their territory early, as it was too dangerous here. Just then, she heard sobbing. Looking up, she found the Duke in tears. He thought Charlize had given up on her love for the sake of the family. His daughter had finally grown up. As a father, how could he allow her to suffer such hardship? He immediately declared he would go to the Grand Duke's mansion to deliver a marriage proposal. Charlize was stunned into silence. This severely derailed dialogue even caused her teacup to shatter. She immediately and seriously stated that she no longer liked him. As the saying goes, the most awkward thing is sudden silence. Thankfully, a quick-witted servant broke the tension. The Duke refused to believe her, becoming even more convinced of his daughter's sacrifice. Charlize was speechless. I really don't like him. I've even forgotten what he looks like. Charlize wasn't lying. She remembered all the contents of the original story, but she couldn't recall Grand Duke Callus's appearance. So, she reiterated that she absolutely would not attend the ball. However, the Duke tearfully encouraged Charlize to pursue her happiness. Thus, an embarrassed Charlize arrived at the embarrassing ball, her toes curling in awkwardness. Then, Grand Duke Callus made his grand entrance. Even Charlize had to admit, the original Charlize had good taste, especially with how his clothes strained against his physique. As you might have guessed, this ball has a purpose. Now, allow me to introduce this young man, my nephew, the former crown prince. Ça c'est la sera l'homme bene. Seeing him, Charlize finally relaxed. As soon as the little one appeared, he looked around, searching for something. He quickly spotted Charlize in the crowd. But the next moment, he looked away with a wronged expression, surprising Charlize. She thought, he's really obedient. But why do I feel a little disappointed? Suddenly, she felt a cold stare. Turning, she saw Callus had been watching her intently. Charlize internally chanted, "You can't see me. You can't see me." However, Callus continued to approach, his eyes glinting dangerously, like a predator locking onto its prey. "Thank you for attending the ball." Callus's words broke through Charlize's panic. "May I have a word with you?" The room erupted in murmurs. Charlize panicked internally. If my father finds out, a whole bottle of antacids won't be enough. Suddenly, Charlize felt a wave of dizziness. A voice appeared in her mind. My daughter said absolutely not. It would be better to just kill him. What can I do? I wonder what expression Miss Charlize will make. Her father is willing to die for her. The voice disappeared. Charlize was momentarily dazed. This hadn't happened to the original Charlize. Was this a premonition of the future? But the Duke hadn't died in the original story. Could it be because she had changed the plot? Would her father die because of her? Callus asked, "You look pale. Are you all right?" Charlize, still shaken, said she was fine. Following Callus to the balcony, she wondered, Could making eye contact with Callus trigger these premonitions? Callus got straight to the point. You were the one who brought Chase to the Grand Duke's mansion, weren't you? Charlize was taken aback. Chase even called out Lady Charlize in his sleep. Charlize was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the little one to betray her in his dreams. She quickly explained, I didn't approach him intentionally. I truly saved the former crown prince by chance, and it was before I saw the missing person poster. No, you misunderstand. Thanks to you, Chase was rescued so quickly. You are my benefactor and the benefactor of Ilrudin. I can fulfill any request you have. Charlize's heart suddenly pounded in her chest. Will you really grant any wish of mine? A woman transmigrates into a book and faces turmoil. To save her life, she hides in the mountains. Then the prince seeks me out, wanting to give his uncle to me. From then on, the prince wants to chase me away. For the prince's safety, I can only cruelly send him away. I can't make up anymore. The rap ends here. Sending the little dumpling to the Grand Duke's mansion was originally the female lead storyline. To avoid disrupting the original plot as much as possible, Charlize took out the notice Callus had issued seeking candidates for the prince. This was the agreement with the little dumpling. She had to say she found it by chance, and that's why she brought him. She absolutely couldn't mention my name to the Grand Duke. The little dumpling was very touched after hearing this. Lady Charlize does good deeds without seeking recognition. What a selfless person. Seeing the little dumpling hesitate, Charlize added, if your uncle knows I brought you here, he won't let me see you again. The thought of not seeing Lady Charlize again was unbearable, so he immediately agreed. Relieved, Charlize sent the little dumpling to the Grand Duke's estate. At the gate, the little dumpling looked anxious. He looked back at Charlize, who was happy that the little dumpling was about to start his happy life. But the little dumpling expressed his strong desire to cling to Charlize, yet feared her disgust. He could only harden his heart and run towards the Grand Duke without looking back. Seeing this, Charlize finally felt at ease. It seemed the little dumpling's safety was finally guaranteed. She reluctantly waved goodbye from the carriage window, but there was still one unresolved issue. After all, she had hindered the female lead's path to wealth and glory. She felt quite guilty about it and decided to compensate the female lead and do some good deeds along the way. So, upon returning home, she asked her father to sell their assets and establish a foundation to support impoverished artists and orphanages, completely oblivious to her father's trembling. Duke Leonton, instead of getting angry, showed a proud expression of his daughter's maturity. Even the servants were surprised that M.Y. Lady. It wasn't in vain that I doted on you. I knew you were a kind-hearted child. He then hugged Charlize tightly and sobbed. He said he would tell the bank to prepare $50 million. Charlize was taken aback. Was he really going to sell the entire dukedom? She quickly said $10 million was enough. There was no need to be so extravagant. Unexpectedly, the Duke burst into tears upon hearing this. My daughter is so frugal. I'll give you anything you want in the future. I can even kidnap Callus for you. Looking at the expressions of her father and the servants, Charlize understood why his daughter in the original story was so spoiled. It was all because they indulged her. After getting the money, she went to the art square. She happened to encounter a man bullying a young woman. As luck would have it, the woman being bullied was the female lead, Ilian. She was born into a declining Viscount family and had suffered contempt since childhood. Originally, she was supposed to turn her life around by rescuing the prince. But now, Charlize had inadvertently disrupted that. Already feeling guilty, Charlize naturally couldn't stand idly by. So, she stepped forward, wanted to buy Ilian's painting. But from Ilian's perspective, Charlize appeared sinister, as if she were a monster who devoured people without spitting out their bones. Ilian's heart sank. How could she encounter this rumored madwoman? Charlize pretended to admire the flowers and asked Ilian if she was willing to sell it to her. Unexpectedly, Ilian flatly refused. Because in Ilian's eyes, Charlize didn't really want to buy it. It was pity, charity. Charlize also realized her unintentional actions had stung Ilian's fragile self-esteem. The IT seems you misunderstand. My name is Charlize. Do I seem like the kind of person who helps others out of pity? Ilian was intimidated by Charlize's powerful aura and couldn't help but flinch. But Charlize directly took Ilian's hand and pulled him up from the ground. You draw very well. I believe good artwork shouldn't be met with complaints. Ilian finally lowered his guard. After returning to the mansion, Charlize was still thinking about his nickname. Unbeknownst to her, Callus was also worried about something. In order to coax the little dumpling to sleep, Callus had already changed 88 storybooks. However, the little dumpling kept refusing to let Callus read him stories. Callus still said gently, "Then I'll just stay by your side until you fall asleep." The little dumpling hesitated a bit, worried that Callus would be tired. Callus expressed that he was more than willing and wouldn't get tired doing anything for him. The little dumpling finally fell asleep peacefully. Callus couldn't understand how such a cautious child like his nephew could come to the Grand Duke's mansion alone. Moreover, when they first met, Chase kept repeating that he came alone as if he was hiding something. At this moment, Chase seemed to be having a very sad dream, tears streaming down his face without stopping. Callus leaned closer and finally heard clearly. This little dumpling was actually calling Charlize's name in his sleep. By chance, the woman realized the little dumpling was actually the lost little prince wandering outside. However, all of this was just the little dumpling's scheme to trick himself and Aunt to come home. The woman's name was Charlize. She was the only daughter of Duke Liantah. But ever since she first saw Grand Duke Callus, she had become morbidly obsessed with the man. From then on, she became the Grand Duke's perverted stalker. When the Emperor learned that the male lead had publicly announced his relationship, he constantly wanted to put the woman to death. In the end, however, he suffered a tragic death at Chu-Ju's hands. This was the ending of the villainess in the novel. When Charlize realized that she had transmigrated into the novel's villainous woman, she immediately wrote an apology letter to the Grand Duke. To avoid her future execution, she decided to retreat to the mountains and forests. However, she only enjoyed 3 days of leisurely country life before being forcibly summoned back by her father's letter. On the way back, Charlize saw a few thugs bullying a little boy. His tearful little face looked especially pitiful. After thinking for 999 seconds, Charlize still ordered the coachman to stop. In the blink of an eye, she knocked down the thugs. Then, she extended her hand to the little dumpling and said domineeringly, "You, come home with me." However, as soon as she returned home, everyone, led by her father, was shocked. Her father trembled, unwilling to accept the fact that he had unknowingly become a grandfather. Charlize didn't hide her disgust for her father. "Show me how you gave birth to such a big dumpling in a year." Duke Liantah then beamed with joy. "That's good, that's good." But her father felt that this little dumpling looked strangely familiar. Charlize then asked about the reason her father called her back. It turned out that the prince, who had been missing for 7 years, was still alive, but hadn't been found yet. Moreover, Grand Duke Callus had also learned the news and was frantically searching for him. While playing with the little boy in her arms, Charlize reviewed the original plot. In the novel, the prince was found by the female lead and brought to the fake Grand Duke Callus. But the prince was the female lead's little follower and couldn't leave her. Having no other choice, the female lead stayed in the Grand Duke's Valley. What followed was the typical romance plot. As time went on, the two fell in love. Thinking of this, Charlize felt that it wouldn't be bad to retreat to the mountains and forests after they found the prince. But what did this have to do with calling her back? After her father stammered for a long time, Charlize finally understood. He called her back because he was afraid that she, as a stalker, would cause trouble, so he wanted to keep her by his side. It was a preventative measure against Charlize having a relapse and going crazy outside. After all, her reputation as the Grand Duke's #1 brain-dead fan was well known. Oh well, Charlize didn't plan to join in the fun anyway. She then prepared to take the little dumpling for a bath. "When will you find the prince?" Her father said helplessly. "That's really hard to say. After all, black hair and blue eyes aren't common." The next second, her father blurted out, "Wait a minute. This little boy, about 7 years old with black hair and blue eyes, was right in front of them." The two of them finally realized. Both women wished they could die on the spot. Charlize couldn't believe it. She'd actually picked up the lost prince. After settling the little dumpling in, both women started trying to convince themselves, this definitely isn't the prince. Exasperated, her father wanted Charlize to return him to wherever she found him. "Mother, listen to yourself. He's just a child." But her father argued that if Charlize took the prince to the Grand Duke's mansion, it would definitely cause the same level of misunderstanding with Callus. It definitely wouldn't be just a simple misunderstanding. He might even be accused of kidnapping the prince. Besides, this was the crucial moment in the original story where the heroine and hero meet. If she took him there now, wouldn't the plot completely fall apart? Should I secretly leave him at the heroine's doorstep? At the door, a freshly bathed little head peeked out. The little dumpling walked up to Charlize and bowed 180 degrees. "Thank you very much, Lady Charlize." Then, blinking his clear, innocent eyes, he asked, "May I call you Lady Charlize? You're the first person who's been this kind to me. I'll never forget you." After he finished speaking, a golden light shimmered around the little dumpling. But only Charlize knew these were words originally meant for the heroine. Charlize had a bad feeling. The peaceful, solitary life she planned might be ruined. The scene changed to the three of them at the dining table. Watching the little dumpling eat, Charlize couldn't help but ask, "How long have you been hungry?" Charlize then noticed the prominent mole on the little dumpling's right cheek. The novel had dedicated a whole 500 words to describing it. In the novel, this little dumpling was supposed to inherit the throne, but met with an accident the day before his coronation, dying alongside the former empress. As for the throne, it was usurped by the former emperor's paternal uncle. Now that the little prince had appeared, the current emperor might have to give it up. The emperor was naturally aware of this. So, if he knew the little prince was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Therefore, sending him to Grand Duke Callus would indeed be safer. But if she took him, wouldn't that interfere with the meeting of the hero and heroine? Just then, her father suddenly clutched his stomach, claiming he needed medicine, and quickly fled the scene. Charlize knew her father's stomach was acting up again due to stress. The sensitive little dumpling, watching the Duke's retreating figure, became very upset. His eyes welled up with tears. "Does the Duke dislike me because I'm a stray? Is that why he couldn't eat when he saw me?" He continued, just like how everyone used to say, "I made them lose their appetite." Hearing this, Charlize instantly bristled. She transformed into a protective fury, fiercely demanding, "Who said that?" However, the little dumpling remained distressed. Knowing words wouldn't comfort him, Charlize picked up the little dumpling. Surely, no one could resist the power of being lifted high in the air. Then, holding the little one in her arms, she said, "You know what? You're incredibly cute. The kind of cute that just makes people happy to look at you." The little dumpling blinked his big eyes and asked, "Really?" Charlize gave him a reassuring smile. Of course, seeing the little dumpling's mood stabilize, Charlize told him, "Actually, you have an uncle." Then, she changed the subject. "Do you think my house is big?" "Well, your uncle's house is even bigger. I'll take you there tomorrow. I'm sure your uncle will love you very much." The little dumpling understood he was being sent away. Sadly, he asked Charlize, "Do I have to go to my uncle's house?" Charlize, thinking he was scared, comforted him. Although he might seem a little intimidating at first, he's a very good person. However, she was met with a teary-eyed little dumpling. Charlize was exasperated. Now what? The little dumpling whimpered, "Does that mean I won't see you anymore?" Charlize could only explain, "Your uncle is a good man. You'll definitely be happier with him than you are now." Charlize was speechless. She couldn't exactly tell him she used to be a creepy stalker obsessed with his uncle. The little dumpling hugged Charlize, pleading, "But I don't want to leave you, because there's no one better than you in this world." Charlize wasn't sure how to respond. In the original story, the little dumpling was also the first female lead to save him. But if this continued, wouldn't the male lead misunderstand her even more? There was nothing she could do now. Charlize could only compromise, promising to visit him when she had time. Only then did the little dumpling stop crying. "But you have to promise me one thing." The next day, the Grand Duke, Callus, searched tirelessly for the little prince. Fatigue was evident on his handsome face. His subordinates helplessly reported, although we found 3 children matching the description, none reacted to the testing artifact. Callus was exhausted. They had been searching for a week with no progress. A terrifying thought arose in his subordinate's mind. Could it be that the emperor has already made a preemptive move? Although there's no evidence to confirm it, the emperor must be anxious. After all, it hasn't been that long since the 5-year mark. If, under these circumstances, a more legitimate heir to the throne appears, his position would be precarious. The subordinate agreed. He knows best how he ascended to the throne through Bu Zhengdong Shodan. Callus, however, had no time to worry about these things. Whether his older brother's child was alive was the most important thing. After all, this was his only wish. Callus prayed silently, "Please, let that child be safe. To whoever can bring him back safe and sound, I will give them anything." Meanwhile, a carriage was making its way to the Grand Duke's estate. The child whom the woman had personally saved was also the child she cherished dearly. But now, the child was critically ill. Yet, the woman refused to see him. In truth, after learning of Chase's illness. Charlize knew it was the divine fever. It was an affliction that members of the victorious imperial family suffered when they formed a contract with a divine beast. But because the imperial victory had long since faded, the divine fever hadn't appeared for a long time. News of Chase's illness quickly spread throughout the empire, becoming a topic of gossip. Charlize took this opportunity to identify her enemies. But no matter how large a reward she offered, Chase's condition didn't improve. Frustrated, Charlize ran laps in the courtyard. Now, Charlize could only place her hopes on the divine beast. She had only run 2 laps when she began to feel dizzy. It felt as if she would faint any second. Charlize couldn't help but sigh. This body was too weak. She wondered if she would even live to see the ending. Seeing Charlize stop, Noah thoughtfully handed her a towel. Charlize stretched out her still, slightly blue hand, trembling as she took the towel, complaining about how tired she was. Noah suddenly looked melancholic, so, "Miss still doesn't trust me." From Noah's perspective, Charlize had run around the training grounds with an effortless expression. In reality, Charlize had already been feeling like she was at her limit. Noah felt even more aggrieved. "Miss just doesn't believe me." Speechless, Charlize couldn't bear to look at Noah's watery eyes. But she suddenly noticed that the large training grounds were devoid of other knights. She immediately imagined Noah being bullied. Looking at him, she felt a surge of sympathy that if anyone bullies you, remember to come to me and tell me. Exhausted, she decided to end her training for the day. She shakily pushed open her door, vowing to rest properly for a few days. However, plans never survive contact with reality. The next day, Charlize found herself at the temple square. It was all because of the gray stone in her hand, and this stone was the light divine beast. After being chased away by Charlize, the light divine beast immediately went to find Chase. But it was unexpectedly absorbed by the sacred object protecting him. The victorious beast had turned into a small stone. It could only come to Charlize for help. Charlize initially thought of placing the divine beast in the hands of the goddess statue to steal the power of faith. But the attention-grabbing nature of the active skill made her reconsider. Just as she was about to leave, she bumped right into Callus. But when she met Callus's gaze, her precognitive ability activated again. The bright moon looked down upon the earth. The item that could cure the divine fever had finally found Chase. Charlize knew who had created the sacred relic that could alleviate the divine fever. It was in the imperial collection of Count Decaro. Although she knew the relic would eventually be found, if it took too long, would Chase be able to hold on? Charlize was suddenly startled. Originally, Chase shouldn't have contracted the divine fever until after he was hospitalized. When did the supporting storyline change so much? Seeing Charlize still in a daze, Callus couldn't help but speak. "Every time you look at me, you seem to know everything." He had noticed it long ago. Charlize knew that if she stayed any longer, she would definitely be exposed. So she tried to find an excuse to leave, but Callus insisted on escorting her to the carriage, saying he had something to tell her. It turned out Callus was still dwelling on what Charlize had said to him at the Imperial Mausoleum. He didn't understand why Charlize, who clearly loved Chase so much, insisted on keeping her distance from him. Charlize remained silent. She knew that protecting Chase was just an excuse, and the root of it all stemmed from her own cowardice. Her incompetence in her past life was a constant reminder that she had no ability to protect anyone. It was also because in this life, she had a father who loved her dearly, Ilian who depended on her, and everything else she possessed in this life that made her tread carefully. But when she thought of Chase, her heart softened. She truly missed him. Unknowingly, the sun began to set, and the soft sunlight streamed in through the window. Charlize ultimately couldn't resist the longing in her heart, seeing Chase calling out for her while in pain. Charlize's heart ached. She prayed incessantly, begging the heavens to let this fate-stricken child grow up healthy. As if hearing Charlize's call, Chase, who had been unconscious for days, suddenly woke up. Looking at Charlize before him, Chase's eyes immediately filled with tears. But hearing Chase cries, Charlize hurriedly fled the scene. Charlize finally let go of her inner demons, confronting her own cowardice. She tightly embraced the child, sobbing uncontrollably. But for a moment, faced with the child's constant calls, Charlize subconsciously wanted to flee. Memories of her past life stabbed into Charlize's heart like knives. To this day, she couldn't forget how her parents sold her for a few pieces of silver, nor could she forget the joyful expressions on their faces after receiving the money. Yet she still believed her parents' lies that they would come back for her. From then on, the nightmare began. She was sold to a guild specializing in assassination. The training there was notoriously brutal, with a survival rate of less than 1% for trainees. Even though Charlize struggled to survive, she was abused for refusing to kill. It even made Charlize think she could die for the man. The funny thing was, when she actually blocked a fatal blow for him, the man's icy gaze made her soul tremble. It turned out the man had only ever seen Charlize as a tool. The reason his mission completion rate was low was because he used this method to make countless people willingly take blows for him and then discarded them like trash. This time was no exception. Although Charlize was reborn, her heart had died along with her past life. Humiliation and abuse were commonplace. She thought her miserable life would soon end. But then someone stepped forward, willing to take her in. Charlize was drawn to the man's gentle smile. He didn't care, even if his decision was criticized by everyone. For a moment, Charlize felt that he was the salvation sent to her by heaven. She weakly thanked the man for taking her in this burden, but her heart was incredibly resolute. To repay the man's kindness, she would become strong. So, in just 2 years, countless people died at Charlize's hands. Their coordination became increasingly seamless, and their constant companionship made Charlize trust the man more and more. But now, watching Chase falling tears, ironing his heart like a smoothing iron on a face, Charlize felt this life was too surreal. Perhaps the heavens pitied him, giving him a second chance. Charlize stroked Chase's small head. "Chase, I'm here." Burning with fever, Chase still pleaded with Charlize not to leave. Each word of longing dispersed the gloom that had gathered in Charlize's heart. She finally couldn't help but tightly embrace Chase, repeatedly promising never to leave again. Charlize seemed to be Chase's cure. Because of Charlize's arrival, Chase's spirits lifted considerably. Charlize gently wiped away Chase's tears, apologizing for her past self. Chase excitedly showed off the ring Charlize had given him, saying he wore it every day. Seeing the perfectly preserved ring, it was clear how much Chase loved her. Chase explained that Lady Charlize wasn't just his favorite person, but also his most important friend. And ever since the eldest princess's return, Charlize had been radiating confidence. It was as if she had been reborn. She even confidently declared that she could make 100,000 more friends now. However, reality had other plans for her. If 3 women make a play, hers would definitely be a one-woman show. Unexpectedly, the two friends' conversation revolved entirely around Charlize, overflowing with praise for her. Charlize, basking in their flattery, completely forgot the main reason she had called them there. Then Roger remembered some important information. It was that the Empress's father, Marquis Ronnet, was critically ill. Upon hearing this, Charlize realized the plot was accelerating again in a short period of time. Because according to the original story, if Marquis Ronnet died, the next one would be Lebedi. Meanwhile, the Empress also learned of the former prince's critical condition. She immediately suspected that Chase had contracted the divine fever. If Chase truly had a contract with the divine beast, coupled with Chase's pure bloodline, it made her feel her position was extremely precarious. She immediately ordered the acceleration of Lebedi's control. She wanted to use the kind Lebedi as a blade of evil, eliminating threats for her. The woman finally stopped running away, choosing to face her own heart. The news of Chase's illness had already spread throughout the country. As clever as the Empress was, she would certainly guess that Chase's illness was the divine fever. Combined with Chase's pure bloodline, the Empress would inevitably accelerate her efforts to control the empire. Therefore, Charlize had to quickly find the sacred relic that cured the divine fever to completely heal Chase. Charlize anxiously pondered her next move. Just then, Elian pulled out an invitation, looking shy, making Charlize break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that thanks to Charlize's support, Elian had become somewhat famous. He planned to hold his first solo exhibition and hoped Charlize would attend to boost his image. Charlize, preoccupied with Chase, initially wanted to refuse, but then she heard that Count Decoreau, the collector, would also be attending. So, the next second, Charlize appeared at the exhibition in a dazzling outfit. Her friends suddenly brought up the brooch Charlize had recently sold at auction for an unprecedentedly high price. Hearing this, Charlize was so embarrassed she could dig a hole and hide, because that exorbitant price had been paid by her own father, who had then excitedly demanded praise. Charlize was forced to offer him flattery. Her father claimed he had driven the price up 2 times higher to prevent his daughter's work from falling into the hands of others. Charlize was instantly speechless. So her carefully planned scheme to fleece a wealthy buyer had ended up fleecing herself. Charlize felt a pang in her chest. However, even as the evening approached its end, Count Decoreau still hadn't arrived. Charlize had to leave empty-handed. Remembering the original story, the next day, Charlize went directly to an orphanage she had previously funded. Using the excuse of checking if the donated funds were being used properly, she sought to find Count Decoreau's desired item. Seeing the orphanage she had supported thriving and full of joy, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Charlize remembered the original story mentioning that the Count had become a collector because his daughter and son-in-law had died in an accident. Even her grandson had disappeared because of that accident. Lost in thought, she was suddenly charged at by a small child. Looking at the crying child with brown hair and black eyes, Charlize froze. Wasn't this the exact appearance described in the original story? Her luck was incredibly good. After some questioning, she learned that the child had only been at the orphanage for a month. Seeing the pendant around the child's neck, Charlize became even more certain. The pendant contained a portrait of the Count's daughter. This was the reason the Count had begun frantically collecting various items. He did so in the hope that one day he would receive or find information about this pendant, and through this clue, find his grandson. But she couldn't take him back directly. Charlize worried that the Empress's spies might also be here and could harm the child. Just as she thought about putting the child down, he suddenly reached back and grabbed Charlize's collar. It nearly choked Charlize on the spot. She frantically tried to pull his hand away, but the babbling child refused to let go. Finally, Charlize gave in. Continuing to hold the child, Charlize learned from the caregiver's explanation that the child liked shiny things, which was why he wouldn't leave. Charlize also noticed that the child couldn't speak properly. It was likely due to childhood trauma that he had lost his ability to speak. After careful consideration, Charlize decided to take the child back to her residence. The orphanage director hurried over. Charlize, beautiful, kind, and noble, instantly became the object of her admiration as she watched the two leave. However, in the corner, a black-haired boy was silently watching Charlize's every move. He was originally the sole heir of the Empire's most prestigious Count family. But due to an accident, he became an orphan in an instant and was subjected to malicious attacks and forged wills. They attempted to seize the estate left by his parents. In the end, he even went to court, but the villain struck first. Not only did they put on a dramatic performance in court, but they also continuously slung mud at Roger. Just as the judge was about to rule in favor of the malicious attackers, Charlize arrived at the court. She was there to seek justice for her best friend. So, disregarding the ducal family's reputation, she declared the will a forgery. Her righteous words caused the malicious relatives to tremble, fearing exposure. They insisted that Charlize's testimony was invalid. Charlize calmly presented evidence. To determine the authenticity of the will, one only needed to compare it with previous handwriting samples. Without a doubt, victory tilted towards Roger. After everything was over, Roger was as happy as a 200-kilogram child. He hugged Charlize's hand and thanked her profusely, completely captivated by her. After expressing his gratitude, Roger reluctantly left because he still had to complete the inheritance procedures and other follow-up work. Charlize finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her calm appearance, she had nearly become tongue-tied when summoning the witness. Just as Charlize was about to leave, someone blocked her path. Unexpectedly, it was Marquis Bernalo, who had been missing for many days. My lady, I come on behalf of the Empress. The corrupt merchant has been sentenced to death. Also, I'll share a piece of information with you in my personal capacity. "Be careful during the upcoming hunting competition, my lady." After saying this, he bowed and left. Charlize couldn't help but feel alarmed. She hadn't expected the Empress to be so brazen as to issue a direct warning. After returning home, Charlize absent-mindedly arranged for Noah to deliver supplies to the orphanage. After confirming that the little boy's condition was gradually improving, the butler handed her a letter from Duke Bayer. She learned that his son was seriously ill, and he hoped Charlize would visit. This young master was the ringleader who had bullied Chase before. Charlize knew this must also be the Empress's doing. She just hadn't expected the Empress's scheme to escalate so quickly. She decided to go to Duke Bayer's mansion immediately. Duke Bayer's reason for seeking Charlize was because he had heard that she possessed astonishingly discerning eyes. Bayer wanted to ask Charlize for help in finding something in the mansion that possessed a curse. Although Bayer wasn't certain if Charlize truly had such an ability, his love for his son left him desperate. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Charlize entered Lucas's study, she sensed it. Even Charlize herself was shocked, unsure why she could even see a curse. The source of the curse emanated from an ornate music box. In the next second, Charlize suddenly acted, sweeping the objects on the table, along with the music box, onto the floor. She even stomped on it, startling the Duke, who flew into a rage. He hurriedly ordered a nearby servant to check if his son's condition had worsened. Turning back, he glared at Charlize that "You'll regret your arrogance." Once they were alone in the room, Charlize dropped her pretense that "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary curse." And for a cursed object to have made its way into the Duke's mansion so easily, there must be a traitor inside. She then told the Duke to think carefully about who had given him the music box. The Duke thought for a moment. It was someone from Count Feuden's family. "I can't believe it was Grand Duke Callus's doing." The Empress's scheme is clear as day. Meanwhile, the servant rushed to the young master's room with the mansion's physician. Learning that Lucas's condition hadn't worsened, he hurried back to report. The first thing Lucas did upon waking was worry about his father still being angry. However, the physician informed him that the Duke wasn't just angry, but had declared him, Lucas, a disgrace to the Bayer family and told him to just die. She was the vicious and sickly villainess, yet now she was devoted to helping the homeless. Not only did she take in the abandoned former prince, but while volunteering at the orphanage, she also rescued the orphan heir of the Count's family. After resolving the curse at the Bayer mansion, Charlize prepared to leave, but there was one thing that puzzled her. Callus was very adept at gathering intelligence, so why hadn't he been able to find the creature that could cure the divine fever? Now, she suspected Duke Bayer was involved. After all, the item that cursed the young Bayer boy was a gift from Grand Duke Callus. It was obvious who the mastermind was, but Charlize had more pressing matters. Because of Count Descartes' penchant for collecting art, his movements were easy to track. Every half-month, he visited a particular art gallery. However, because Count Descartes was searching for his missing grandson in secret, Charlize couldn't simply knock on the Count's door. She had to arrange a chance encounter at the art gallery. It was also possible the royal family already knew that Descartes possessed the creature that could cure the divine fever. After locating Count Descartes, Charlize and Noah began their act, casually mentioning a miniature portrait they had recently acquired. As expected, upon hearing about the miniature portrait, Count Descartes stiffened. A moment later, he eagerly introduced himself. "My name is Descartes. Might I see this portrait you speak of?" Charlize feigned difficulty and refused. "It's quite small. I don't have it with me." Count Descartes, however, was quite eager for Charlize to describe the miniature. Charlize seized the opportunity and suggested, "Since you're so interested, Count, perhaps we could schedule a time to discuss it at your residence." 3 days had passed since the encounter at the art gallery, and Charlize had yet to contact him. Count Descartes was anxiously waiting at his mansion. Just as his patience was wearing thin, a servant informed him that Lady Rianta's carriage had arrived. Descartes eagerly opened the door and saw the child in Charlize's arms. Descartes couldn't hide his shock, seeing the familiar hair and eye color. He trembled with excitement. "The portrait on this child?" Charlize opened the locket the brown-haired child wore. Seeing the portrait within, Descartes could no longer contain himself. Trembling, she stretched out her hands and held the little boy in her arms. "My child, I finally found you." Watching the reunion between grandfather and grandson, Charlize was also very relieved. To repay Charlize, Descartes promised to let her enter his collection room and choose any artifact she desired. Charlize feigned embarrassment, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. Upon entering the collection room, she immediately spotted the sacred object that cured divine fever. But to avoid suspicion, in addition to the pendant that cured divine fever, she also picked out 2 other trinkets. Worried about Shay's illness, Charlize didn't want to linger too long. However, as she prepared to leave, Descartes' grandson babbled and reached out to her with reluctant little hands. She had originally taken the child from the orphanage because she knew his true identity. She also knew that if she let the child and Descartes reunite, she would surely get what she wanted. But the child's pure affection made Charlize feel guilty. Holding the child's small hand, she prayed sincerely, "May your future be filled with warmth and free from darkness." Meanwhile, in the Grand Duke's mansion, Callis was troubled about how to obtain the sacred object from Count Descartes. Just then, Charlize arrived with the sacred object. Seeing the intact sacred object, Callis knew how difficult this must have been. This was something he, as an uncle, should have done, but he had been tied up with the matter of young Master Bayer's curse. Moreover, as far as he knew, Descartes treasured his collection and wouldn't easily part with anything. He figured Charlize must have gone to great lengths. Overwhelmed with emotion, Callis said, "I owe you so much. Please, let me do something for you. Anything at all." Looking at Callis, practically radiating a golden aura, Charlize was momentarily speechless. The wish Callis had previously promised was still unused, and now she had another. This was practically a get-out-of-jail-free card. Charlize couldn't help but fantasize smugly. Callis, unaware of her thoughts, assumed she was struggling to decide on a wish. But Charlize suddenly remembered that both Chay's illness and Bayer Jr.'s curse had occurred much earlier than in the original timeline. There was no guarantee that the Empress wouldn't harm Chase prematurely, coupled with Bernalo's warning. Now wasn't the time for her to act recklessly with her wish-granting privileges. So, Charlize unhesitatingly made her first wish: that Chase protection be prioritized above all else should anything happen during the hunting season. Callis, taken aback, had expected something more excessive. He could only offer a resigned chuckle. "All right, I understand." However, he couldn't help but warn Charlize that the Empress might already be aware of her recent activities. He suggested she might be in for a difficult confrontation soon. Not long after, Charlize indeed received a one-on-one tea party invitation from the Empress. The Empress kept subtly probing, trying to find out why Duke Del and Count Descartes had sought out Charlize. Charlize played dumb, constantly complaining about how troublesome it was to sponsor the orphanage, not only having to donate money, but also personally escorting the little brat home. Her soul-stirring performance even momentarily confused the Empress, who thought, something seems off, but it also sounds plausible. Having failed to plant any spies within the Rhiannon family, the Empress had no choice but to believe Charlize's tearful performance. Unable to obtain any useful information, the Empress impatiently dismissed her. After Charlize left, the Empress's expression turned sinister. Since she couldn't get any clues from Charlize, she would have to change her tactics. It had been a while since she'd had a chat with Raffaeliti. Time quickly flew by, and the hunting season arrived. All the nobles of the Empire were invited. To Charlize's delight, Chase had recovered, and because she had broken the curse on young Master Bayer, she had unexpectedly become best friends with Duke Bayer. All her efforts had been worthwhile. Now, with the Emperor and Empress's entrance, the real event was about to begin. He was, after all, the Lost Prince. Having endured countless hardships, he returned to the imperial palace. He thought he had successfully passed the test and could reclaim everything that belonged to him. But the emperor, who ascended the throne through vicious means, would never allow him to live. This hunt was Chase's first official public appearance as the heir. Charlize didn't believe the emperor and empress wouldn't resort to foul play. Watching the emperor feign nobility and benevolence, uttering magnificent words, filled Charlize with disgust. The hunt was a competition among the knights. According to tradition, the winner would receive recognition from the emperor. However, the emperor unexpectedly delegated the honor of bestowing the award to Chase. This sudden change shocked several of Charlize's powerful allies. Even with Callus's utmost protection, it was difficult to prevent the emperor and empress from extending their clutches towards Chase. The innocent Chase, unwilling to make things difficult for his uncle, agreed to present the award. Seeing their plan succeed, the malicious couple feigned delight and invited Chase onto the stage. A servant presented a box containing the medal, claiming it was a precious, sacred relic. If touched by anyone other than a royal descendant, it would attack them. They then urged Chase to open the box. The naive Chase obediently prepared to open it. But the moment he touched the box, it suddenly shattered. Then, a golden light burst forth. A tremendous explosion roared, and thick smoke instantly engulfed the entire square. The sheer force of the blast panicked the attending nobles. Wasn't it said only royalty could touch it? Why did it still explode? Everyone speculated. Could it be that the child isn't truly of royal blood? As the smoke cleared, Charlize was seen shielding Chase, both lying on the ground. Having anticipated something like this, Charlize had rushed to the platform the moment the explosion occurred. However, the impact of the explosion was too great, and Chase had lost consciousness. Callus, witnessing everything, could no longer contain his raging fury. He wanted nothing more than to slaughter the two usurpers right then and there. Though equally enraged, Liban desperately tried to dissuade Callus from acting impulsively. Now was not the time to act. If he defended Chase, he would surely be accused of treason. Callus finally understood what Charlize had meant by her wish. She seemed to have foreseen everything, while he hadn't taken it seriously. With this incident, some nobles were bound to question Prince Chase's identity. As expected, the emperor was the first to speak. This child was rejected by the sacred relic. If he were truly the prince, how could such a thing happen? Without giving Charlize a chance to explain, someone eagerly moved to condemn them both. With barely suppressed glee, a baron declared, "Your Majesty, please imprison them for the crime of defiling the imperial bloodline." Seeing his daughter humiliated, Charlize's father burned with rage. A mere baron, without even a title, dared to condemn them. The man who had insulted a member of the Liantan family had just kicked a steel plate. Are you trying to use your right of pardon to absolve your daughter? Charlize suddenly realized their true intentions. They weren't just targeting Chase. They also wanted to seize her father's right of pardon and even uproot the entire Liantan family. The emperor, whose bloodline wasn't entirely pure, lacked the means to control the Liantan family. This wasn't just because Duke Liantan was a founding father of the empire, but also because of the Gruff War, a battle that determined the empire's fate. It was her father's valiant resistance that secured their victory. For this, he was granted the right of pardon by the previous emperor, equivalent to immunity from death. Charlize hadn't realized the empress's ambition was so great. If she succeeded, there would be no one left in the empire to challenge them that I haven't said anything about the former prince. The baron, who had just trembled before Duke Liantan, regained his arrogance upon seeing Charlize speak. Did you not see the relic's rejection just now? How do you explain that? Charlize, ignoring the baron, addressed the emperor and empress directly. Your Majesties, please grant me time to prove all of this. The empress responded thoughtfully, actually, I also want to believe in the Liantan family's loyalty. Then, she magnanimously suggested to the emperor that they give Charlize a week to prove herself. She feigned concern, saying she was sure there must be some misunderstanding. But her sinister expression betrayed her true intentions. The empress was giving Charlize time because she was confident Charlize wouldn't find any evidence. With the empress speaking up, the emperor naturally granted Charlize's request. However, during this period, Charlize had to be confined to her residence. Callus argued against confining her to the duke's estate, fearing Duke Liantan's paternal love might lead him to interfere. He worried the duke might use tricks to influence the young prince's birthright. He proposed confining Charlize to the Grand Duke's estate instead. He declared that if the young prince's identity was indeed false, he would personally deal with Charlize and Chase. Charlize knew this was to protect her and Chase. Only this way could they prevent the empress from interfering. The emperor was wary of the combined power of the Grand Duke, Callus, and Duke Liantan. The emperor permitted Charlize to return to the Grand Duke's estate. On the way, she encountered Lebedi and her brother. Charlize asked if she could speak with them. Callus glanced at the royal guards behind him and told Charlize to keep it brief. Charlize feigned cheerfulness and thanked Lebetti's brother, saying, "Thank you for the gift you sent last time. I really liked it." The man dodged her gaze, claiming, "I don't know what you're talking about." Charlize continued, "Of course, the one you all worked so hard to find. The one that can test royal identity. I was quite surprised by the power of that relic, but I will certainly find evidence to return the favor." Back at his residence, Lebetti's brother still couldn't understand how Charlize knew about the relic. He even complained to Lebetti, saying that if she had handled it from the beginning, they wouldn't have been discovered. It turned out that before the hunting season, the Empress, wanting to eliminate Charlize, had met with Lebetti. She lied to Lebetti, claiming she had something to ask of her. The task was simple. During the hunting season, she just needed to give a box to Baron Pina. The Empress promised to treat Lebetti's ailing father if she completed this task. This was an offer Lebetti couldn't refuse, so she took the box home. But on the day of the hunting season, Lebetti felt uneasy. She had a feeling the box wasn't as simple as the Empress had claimed. While hesitating, she ran into her brother. They discussed the matter together. Since their marquis father's illness, their family's status had plummeted. Lebetti's brother was eager to curry favor with the royal family and regain their standing. Ignoring Lebetti's warnings, he gave the box to Baron Pina. Unexpectedly, that box led to Chase's identity being questioned. Even now, faced with Lebetti's accusations, he still didn't think he had done anything wrong. He believed he had helped the emperor expose a false prince, and that the emperor should be grateful to his family. He expected to become the emperor's aide. To prevent Lebetti from revealing the truth to Charlize, he confined her to their residence. Lebetti trembled before her father's bedside. Why had things turned out this way? If she hadn't taken that box, would none of this have happened? Unwilling to be a pawn in someone else's game, Lebetti resolved to find the mastermind behind it all, so she could set things right. Clothes were scattered across the floor of the emperor's palace. However, they weren't the emperor's and empresses. They belonged to the empress and her former lover, Stone. He laughed, saying, "It seems the Grand Duke's daughter is truly mad for Callus. I can't believe she actually brought in an impostor and kept up the act for so long." The empress took out a vial of potion, saying, "That's all the more reason for you to solidify your position. We need to conceive soon." The purple-clad man took the vial. I don't know why, but I have a good feeling today. I hope you'll bring good news next time we're together. The empress watched him with satisfaction as he gulped down the potion. The man immediately fell asleep. The empress stood up, murmuring, "How foolish. If you knew the true power of the relic, you wouldn't be so happy. I thought the divine power of the royal family had completely vanished. If I had been careless, something terrible could have happened. But thanks to that foolish emperor, the prince has fallen under suspicion, just as planned." Yet, when the child collapsed, the Grand Duke showed no reaction. It seems he only sees the prince as a tool. I must eliminate him before his divine power fully awakens. Once I give birth to my own prince, I can eliminate the emperor as well. Ideally, I'll eradicate Erudian Leonton and that utterly repulsive Direnicus, root and stem. I will make sure noble bloodlines cease to exist in this empire. The empress muttered to herself that I pray that the Grand Duke's daughter doesn't cause me any trouble. Meanwhile, in the Grand Duke's mansion, Chase lay still, trembling all over, murmuring in his sleep. A questioning voice echoed in his mind. "That noble young lady cherishes you? Don't you find that strange? The only reason she's so good to you is because you're the prince. You're worthless without that title." Chase shook his head in denial. Charlize was already holding my hand before I found my family. The sarcastic voice continued to torment him. "That you're not worth it. Who would love you if you weren't a prince? Don't you feel like you're not the real prince yourself?" The next moment, Chase woke up with a start, crying. Tearful, he sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. He choked back sobs for a while. Looking around, he realized it had all been a dream. It wasn't real. He whispered, "I wish everything that happened during the hunting season was just a dream." Seeing his scattered toys, he wondered, is it really because I'm not of royal blood that the accident happened? Nothing happened when His Majesty the Emperor touched the box. He clenched his hands. All this time, I've been stealing what a real prince should have. My kind uncle, and Lip, who looked at me with such warmth. I have to give it all back to the real prince. I shouldn't be greedy. I should be grateful for the kindness they've shown me. Just then, the door clicked open. Seeing Chase awake, Charlize was overjoyed. She immediately asked, "Are you feeling better? Is there anything still bothering you? I was so worried because you weren't waking up." She urged him to rest properly until he fully recovered. Chase's tears flowed freely at Charlize's concern. "She's the only one who held my hand before I became a prince. I should be able to cherish the memories we made, right?" Sobbing, he apologized that I'm not the real prince, but I don't want to lose you. I couldn't help but be greedy. Charlize gently wiped away his tears, smiling that it's not greed. "We're already friends, so it doesn't matter if you're not the prince. We can live together in Liantan. Chase, we won't lose anything." They hugged tightly. Nothing could separate them. Meanwhile, Duke Liantan received Charlize's letter. He knew his father was worried about him and had been waiting for news, so he wrote the letter. The letter said that he and the prince were both very healthy and that the Grand Duke was taking good care of them. He reassured his father that he would prove Chase was the true prince and asked him to be patient. He wrote that he would find a way while staying at the Grand Duke's mansion. He promised to write again soon and asked his father not to worry and to take care of himself. Back at the Grand Duke's mansion, Charlize and the Grand Duke were discussing strategy. The incident during the hunting season had increased the noble's suspicions. They were even starting to doubt the magical artifact used to verify royal bloodlines. Even so, Callus firmly believed Chase was his nephew. After all, he was the spitting image of his older brother. Charlize agreed. Chase can't not be the prince. But it's strange how the sacred relic reacted to him. It's possible the royal family deceived the public about the relic's function. I recently received intel that the Empress acquired a sacred relic used to confirm divine power. If the person in charge of the relic is the Empress's confidant, then everything makes sense. Perhaps the Empress wanted to confirm whether Chase had truly undergone the divine revelation. After all, divine power manifests after the divine revelation. Callus agreed with this assessment. Thinking about divine power, Charlize realized, I need to figure out how to reveal the true purpose of that sacred relic. Don't overwork yourself, Charlize. I can't keep relying on your help. You should go upstairs and rest. Charlize wanted to refuse. She needed to find a way to prove Chase's identity quickly. As she grasped the Grand Duke's sleeve, a strange vision flashed before her eyes. A figure appeared. A voice accompanied the image. How could she find a way to distinguish the true prince in just a week? She's just giving people false hope. The man laughed heartily. The mole on his lip was hidden by wrinkles. But do you intend to just stand by and watch? You should reclaim your immunity. He grinned. Grand Duke's daughter. Callus's voice broke through the vision. Charlize snapped back to reality. She made an excuse. I suddenly felt dizzy. It seems I should follow your advice. I'll get some proper rest today. Young Lady Liantan. Rest well. Callus closed the door for her before leaving. He's appeared again. Charlize had seen this man more than once. Although the man has no name, she's certain. He's the same bastard from the future she saw the first time. The one who loudly mocked my father's death. After proving Chase's identity, I need to immediately find out who the Empress's henchman is. Unknowingly, a week passed. The day Charlize and the Emperor agreed upon had arrived. Everyone at the table had their own ulterior motives, their own thoughts. Some even whispered, "What is the Grand Duke's daughter thinking?" A week's time couldn't change anything. However, given that Charlize was the Grand Duke's daughter and notoriously arrogant and brazen, the others didn't dare say anything. After everything was prepared, the Emperor spoke. Grand Duke Liantan's daughter and Baron Pino, come forward. Young Baron, present the sacred relic. The Grand Duke's daughter can then begin the verification. Grand Duke Liantan, even though he trusted his daughter, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. What if Chase really wasn't a prince? What would happen to his daughter? Charlize stood and said, "Before we begin the verification, there are a few things I need to confirm. If I successfully prove the prince's identity, and the magical tool used to discern royal blood has indeed functioned correctly, then I absolutely cannot overlook Baron Pino's accusation that I am a traitor." Baron Pino, realizing something was amiss, felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly explained, "I'd only brought the sacred relic that only royalty can touch." Charlize pressed him, "Is it true that only royalty can touch that sacred relic?" Pino replied, "Of course. Didn't everyone hear it during the hunting season?" In that case, if I were to place my hand on this box, the same thing should happen, right? The unsuspecting Baron Pino nearly choked. What do you mean? Charlize walked towards the sacred relic. The moment her hand touched it, Baron Pino instinctively threw himself to the ground, shouting, "Everyone, take cover!" However, nothing happened. The entire room fell silent. Charlize calmly stated, "I'm perfectly fine." Baron Pino, not expecting this outcome, was momentarily stunned. He quickly recovered and awkwardly explained to everyone, "It seems it's because Liantan.is, a family that has existed since the founding of the kingdom. They have thin royal blood." "Is that really so?" Charlize questioned, while reaching her right hand into the pocket of her skirt. Then, she placed her left hand on the sacred relic once more. This time, the relic crackled and sizzled. "Oh my!" Baron Pino gasped in surprise. The others present were also astonished. Charlize opened her right hand to reveal its contents. "Baron, this is indeed a sacred relic. However, its purpose is not what you believe. This simply reacts to divine power." Several days prior, after reuniting with Chase, Charlize had placed the divine beast in the temple to absorb energy, hoping it would regain its lost divine power. If the relic's purpose was to identify divine power, she only needed to bring an object imbued with divine power to prove it. However, such objects only existed within the temple and the royal family. So, she searched around outside the temple. "The only one I can trust now is the divine beast. Even if it's faint, as long as it can gather divine power." She crouched by the lake and called out, "Divine beast, are you there? I need your divine power." But only silence answered her. She continued speaking to the water surface. "Actually, there are people framing His Highness the Prince, saying he's an imposter. That's why I need an object with divine power. But I can't find anything like that." By now, ripples had appeared on the lake's surface. Charlize pressed her advantage, quickly pulling out a handkerchief. She pretended to wipe away tears, sobbing helplessly. "If this continues, I really don't know how to help His Highness." Hearing Charlize's choked sobs and helpless voice, a black mist suddenly erupted from the water surface. From within emerged a somewhat adorable, egg-sized divine beast. With an indignant expression, it roared, "Those scoundrels! Take me to them at once. How dare they doubt the royalty I've authenticated?" Charlize showed the emperor the true ability of the sacred relic. It's used to identify divine power, and this object reacts to the divine beast's divine power. Everyone murmured amongst themselves, "Did she just say divine power? Surely she doesn't mean His Highness the Prince is born with divine power." They found it hard to believe. In a way, hasn't the royal family's divine power been sealed for ages? What's going on? To avoid any misunderstanding, I must tell you something. After confirming, I discovered that His Highness the Prince possessed an object containing divine power during the hunting season. Do you all remember? Previously, Your Highness, didn't you fall into the temple lake? The divine power from the lake seems to have permeated the luminous stone pendant you were wearing that day. Master Pino is being impudent, saying this is preposterous. Charlize retorted, "Why is it preposterous? Because some places are so sacred that divine beasts reside there. Isn't that just a legend?" The Empress, unable to let her long-laid plans fall apart, asked Charlize if there was a way to prove the stone contained divine power. Unfortunately, that's impossible. The stone's divine power dissipated with the explosion that day. However, I was fortunate. As a precaution, I brought a stone from the lake beforehand. It contains divine power. This should quell their suspicions for now. It's Shace's divine power, isn't it? If Master Ronatus still doesn't believe it, he can try it with the divine beast himself. Master Ronatus actually snatched the divine beast, wanting to test it himself. The divine beast sensed that he was the audacious one who dared to bully its master. It wanted to teach him a lesson. Charlize gave a thumbs up behind her back, approving of the divine beast's actions. Ronatus warned His Majesty not to be fooled by such sweet talk. This is utterly absurd. Wanting to verify his own claim, he placed his hand on the stone and faced the consequences. Bang! The same thing that happened during the hunt occurred. A huge explosion erupted. Master Pino was knocked to the ground by the powerful impact. Charlize watched with a mischievous glint in her eyes as the divine beast did its work. She couldn't resist taunting, just holding it, and he fainted. He truly lacks endurance. She walked forward and demanded of Master Ronatus, "You should apologize to Her Majesty the Empress." His Majesty the Emperor, all the nobles present, and to me. Charlize looked at the Emperor with a gaze that was less a request and more a command. The room buzzed with noise. The Empress, seated, clenched her fists. She hadn't expected Charlize to thwart her meticulously crafted plan. Everyone swarmed around, believing that the Grand Duke Leonton needed to immediately begin researching the temple's ark. Charlize thought, although everything I said was a lie, thankfully, the matter was resolved peacefully. With the situation settled, the divine beast announced it needed to return to the temple, and that priest bribed by the Empress will undoubtedly face punishment. She needed to see Chase quickly and tell him the good news. But just as she was about to step into the carriage, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled. The Grand Duke, noticing something was amiss, rushed over and caught Charlize just as she collapsed. In her hazy state, Charlize reached out, unsure who it was. She wanted to confirm, but lost consciousness. A strange scene unfolded before her eyes that I met you first. I loved you before that woman. Although unconscious, Charlize instinctively knew what these scenes represented. This was from the original story, when Callus and Elian announced their engagement. The woman clung to the man's arm, begging him to love her. The man, having endured this for a long time, had reached his limit. This made Charlize even more distraught. If that's the case, then why did you endure it from the beginning? Charlize trembled. As the man reached out to comfort her, she rejected him. She hated that he had made up his mind. The man said nothing more, turning to leave. The story ended there. The next second, she opened her eyes as if it had all been a dream. Chase was beside her, looking at her with concern. This is too much. Chase, I just fainted momentarily. After hearing Chase's explanation, she realized she had been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days! And Callus had been caring for her during that time. Wait, Callus took care of me? Then who changed my clothes? Chase, seeing Charlize's pale face, hurried to call his uncle. Before Charlize could explain, he dashed out. Charlize's head still throbbed. Why did I have to have that dream? And now I'm inexplicably upset. What was that scene I saw in my dream? Was it really a dream? Or was it a part of the original story I'd forgotten? Urged by Chase, Callus arrived quickly. He said, frankly, Lady Charlize, I was so worried. Can you go inside now? Charlize, hearing his gentle voice, quickly invited him in. This is your residence, after all. You can come and go as you please. While waiting for Callus to enter, she suddenly grew curious. In the original story, Callus was completely unwilling to talk to her. But how did Charlize fall in love with him? She had only read about Charlize's deep love for the Grand Duke in the book. That affection endlessly spiraled downwards, almost suffocating. Feelings are like that. Experiencing them once affect a person entirely. Even in the same situation, love will always rekindle. It will never be easily erased. However, only remember these things. No remnants of those feelings remain in my heart. There's no need to overthink it. This is actually better. This way I won't get confused. That self-destructive ending of losing oneself only needs to exist in the original story. Callus was very concerned about Charlize's condition. Charlize stated that she had recovered and was ready to return to the Duke's mansion. She asked Callus to help prepare the carriage. Charlize looked up and their eyes met. A series of explosions rang out. A huge fire erupted at the Duke's mansion. Duke Leonton cried out, heartbroken, Salsa, Salsa, Daddy can't lose you like this. Beliac Leonton was filled with regret. He thought, if only I'd asked the Grand Duke to give her another half a month. In this premonition, he would die. Charlize hesitated. Charlize had often been alone since childhood. Shortly after she was born, her mother was given only 10 days to live by the doctors. 6 years later, she lost her only mother. Her nanny believed it was all Charlize's fault. If it weren't for your birth, Madame wouldn't have died so pointlessly. Charlize's nanny had been the Duchess's maid. However, she didn't know how to hide her grief. The nanny's sadness quickly turned to anger, and that anger constantly consumed Charlize. Madame knew it would shorten her lifespan, but she insisted on giving birth to you, Mississippi. If His Grace had been by Madame's side, he would have definitely told her to get rid of the child. They were that deeply in love. If His Grace hadn't gone to war, you would never have been born. The Duke learned of the nanny's abuse of Charlize very late. But even in front of the Duke, the nanny argued resentfully, should that child be happy? Madame died only 6 years after giving birth to Mississippi. You can't blame her death on illness. If she hadn't given birth to Miss, she would have lived a long life. She even believed that Duke Leonton also hated Charlize, which was why he turned a blind eye. However, Duke Leonton had never thought that way. He would never blame Charlize. Charlize, eavesdropping on their conversation, thought her father was lying. How could he not hate her? After all, she was someone incapable of receiving true love. Charlize hated many things in the world. The thing she hated most was herself. The second was lies. So she deliberately bossed people around to see how long they could hide their true feelings. And also, to mock them as hypocrites the moment their lies were exposed. See? You all hate me, as I thought. Charlize lived like this for 13 years. It was also in that year that she met Callus. While attending a banquet, she watched a group of hypocrites chatting and laughing. They desperately tried to talk to her. It seemed that they didn't care that she was a neglected daughter of a duke. They were only interested in her status. IT would be better if I didn't have to come to places like this. No matter where she was, Charlize was the subject of discussion. That Duke Leonton's daughter, don't you find her disgusting? She always acts so haughty just because she's the Duke's daughter. Even if she is the Duke's daughter, isn't it because she killed her own mother that her father neglects her? When she gets older, she'll understand her situation and behave herself. The one who should understand their situation is you. You're so foolish you can't even tell if the Duke is truly neglecting his daughter. But I advise you to learn what you should and shouldn't say. When she gets older, you might suffer the consequences. The person's lips twitched, forcing a laugh to hide their embarrassment. They agreed with Callus. The Grand Duke is right. I was too hasty. Excusing themselves with urgent business, they scurried away. After they left, Charlize emerged from behind a tree. Charlize was surprised. The Duke's daughter. Why was Callus here? He'd slapped her right off the bat. You don't understand me at all. I don't understand how you can say that. Do you feel any better now? Not at all. Not even a little. Then you can hit me again. In that case, please hit the other cheek. Charlize couldn't understand. Why was he offering himself up to be hit? Were you scheming? I don't know. I think I'm just worried about you. Worried? Charlize hadn't heard that word in a long time. Unbelievable. A lowborn, young Grand Duke feigning worry in front of the Duke's daughter? She shoved Callus away forcefully. There was no way this was a coincidence. He must have some political motive. Yet, those words lingered in Charlize's mind. She couldn't shake them off. She replayed the comforting words over and over. And because of those words, she remembered him. As she remembered, her gaze was drawn to him unconsciously. And as her gaze lingered, those moments accumulated little by little. Perhaps because of this, Charlize desperately wanted Callus. And it was all because of those unclear feelings, whether obsession or love, that plagued her. She didn't know what the outcome of those feelings would be. In the original story, I met that end. That's why I decided not to fall for Callus. But why did I die again? What was that explosion? Lady Charlize, you look pale. Would you like to rest a little longer? I'm Fine. I just feel like I've woken up from a long dream. Could you please prepare a carriage for me to return to the Duke's mansion? I'll have it prepared. Be careful on your way. Soon, at the Leonton Duke's mansion, Duke Leonton, finally seeing his beloved daughter, was dramatically overjoyed. He held Charlize's head, turning it this way and that, anxiously asking, "Are you feeling better? Is anything wrong? You seem to have gotten paler lately. I went to see His Majesty the Emperor that day and was shocked to hear you'd collapsed. My precious daughter, I thought I was going mad. I wanted to officially lift your confinement, but I had to wait for His Highness the Grand Duke to send you back. I couldn't go to him myself." Charlize hadn't realized her father loved her so much. Why didn't he understand? Charlize realized this paternal love when she was enveloped by the shadow of death. Back then, her father had used his immunity privilege for her. He gently stroked her forehead. "You don't have to go through those terrible things. Charlize, you don't have to worry now." And then, Charlize took out the poison she had originally planned to use on Elian, but had failed. Without diluting it, she swallowed the poison directly. Was it because the emotion Charlize felt that day was guilt? The important thing is, I don't want to die meaninglessly anymore. This is the first time since I was born that I've had a real family. I want to feel this warmth a little longer. So, think carefully. Who hates me so much that they want to do this to me? The assassin caused an explosion at the Leonton Duke's mansion. It doesn't seem like the Emperor or Empress is doing. Eric probably doesn't have that kind of power either. Who could it be? It seems the most likely culprit is the person I saw in the future. I need information about that person. I need to start by looking for a man with a mole on his lip. Soon, Noah came in. This book is called the Dictionary of Noble People. It records the titles, names, and even gossip about all the nobles in the empire. I'll start my search with the nobility. No need to look at the Grand Dukes and Dukes. Let's check the Marquises and Margraves. Nothing. Next are the Counts. Ah, I found him. This person is likely Schelling Fernan, the Count of Fernan. The Fernan Count family and the Ronatus family have been socially connected for a long time. Their alliance was due to political factors. The Ronatus Marquis family is a loyal imperial faction, and the head of the Fernan family was one of the emperor's like-minded followers. However, when the current emperor ascended the throne, the two families' stances diverged because Marquis Ronatus couldn't easily accept the current emperor who lacked legitimacy. I didn't expect Count Fernan, who was once a close friend, to be that person's subordinate. And at this very moment, when Marquis Ronatus has fallen, it's too much of coincidence. I need to confirm this myself. I'll go to the Ronatus Marquis' house to see what's going on. Noah arrived just in time to help prepare the carriage. Noah was about to speak, but hesitated, unsure how to say it. Just now, Miss Ravit Ronatus came to the mansion for a visit. 3 hours ago, at the Empress's palace, Her Majesty invited Ravit for a visit. During their conversation, the Empress questioned, "Why didn't you tell His Majesty about the truth of the holy relic? You could have told His Majesty. Who gave you that holy relic? I don't think I should interfere without reason. So, it's all right to report to His Majesty after all." Well, that's something you should judge for yourself. I'm only responsible for helping you once you've made your decision. A gentle smile and a soft tone. What I saw wasn't everything. She was implying that I should guess her intentions. Obediently listening. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I should have been wary of her from the very beginning. You still remember our previous agreement, right? If you're willing to lend me a hand, I'll ensure the safety of Ronatus. Of course I remember. Your Majesty, what should I do for you? The Empress was satisfied with Ravit's response. She tilted her head, right? How about becoming friends with the Duke Leonton's daughter? The young lady seems quite busy. I haven't been able to figure out what she's been planning lately. It seems like helping her wouldn't be a bad idea. Does she want me to be a spy by Charlize's side? The Duke's daughter proved the power of the holy relic. It seems this angered Her Majesty. It appears the information was leaked from my brother's side. But my brother is already suspected by the Duke's daughter because of the hunting incident. That Ronatus boy is truly unsatisfactory. Then go apologize to the Duke's daughter first. Say that everything was your brother's fault. You're smart. You should understand what I mean. In this situation, I have no choice but to obey. I can't oppose Her Majesty without a plan. But someday, I will have to make a decision. Now, with my father absent, if I don't want to be used by others in this power struggle, I have to think carefully. The first priority is to understand Her Majesty's true intentions. Her Majesty wants to get rid of His Highness the Crown Prince, doesn't she? Ever since the Crown Prince appeared, the Emperor's faction has gradually begun to divide. The Emperor's faction, loyal to the Emperor and the Empire, will also have to make a choice someday. Consider this Ronatus' early encounter with that day, foolishly being caught up in Her Majesty's schemes. Once is enough. I'll pretend to obey Her Majesty's orders for now. I'll appease the Duke's daughter. I didn't expect to see you here again. Charlize, the Duke's daughter, immediately stood up that I apologize for my sudden visit. Thank you for making time for me. Don't mention it. What brings you here? I'm here because of my brother's short-sightedness. He offended you greatly. I sincerely apologize for him. This isn't something you should apologize for. Please raise your head. Since it's a Ronatus family matter, I can't shirk my responsibility. My brother definitely didn't mean to harm you. If that's the case, why are you apologizing for your brother? That's because I, Ravit, am soon to be the head of the Ronatus family. To prevent any stain on our family name, I came to apologize. Your apology isn't just lip service, is it? If you want compensation, we'll pay it immediately. Please, name your price. That's not necessary, Lady Charlize. What I want isn't compensation, it's something else. Charlize's lips curved into a subtle smile. What I want is you. Come closer. She then immediately sat back down, leaving Ravit stunned. It's understandable that he's flustered. It was too sudden, even from my perspective. But I can't just stand by and watch someone else be used, can I? Ravit panicked. Why me? You want to have me? I'm not refusing, but in the original story, Empress Catherine only had one confidant, Marquis Theodore Barnachel. Despite being a villain, he only had one confidant. The reason is simple. Because aside from Barnachel, everyone else in the Empress's eyes was merely a tool to be used. For the Empress, who had already won over Charlize, Ravit was nothing but a useless pawn. Ravit, known as the Golden Lily Lady, would inevitably become an obstacle for Charlize. In the end, the Empress would eliminate Ravit. She would find a way to murder the Ronatus Marquis and then blame it on Rabbit. It really sucks being a character in a book, knowing that others will meet a tragic end, but not being able to ignore it. Charlize said, putting down her coffee. For the next month, don't meet anyone except me. Whenever I look for you, you must meet me. Rabbit was perplexed by what this meant. Charlize reassured him, saying she wouldn't make any difficult requests. All right, Lady Charlize, I can only agree to the lady's request for now. After their conversation, Rabbit left in his carriage. Great, now I have a reason to visit the Marquis's mansion. In that case, I'll go tomorrow. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he thought. The next day, before Charlize had even woken up, she heard sobbing. Lady Charlize, please don't die. What was going on? Simply put, the situation was like this. Ilian and Rosetta, having heard the news that she had fainted 2 days prior, rushed to Duke Leonton's mansion and cried their eyes out. Charlize was exasperated. It's not like I have a terminal illness. She even tried to show off her muscles. See, I'm strong. Everyone has those little muscles. Your scars just make us think that you're really too thin, aren't you? Charlize sheepishly lowered her arm, pretending to adjust her clothes. Ilian and Rosetta were in agreement. It must be because of Master Pino. You're too stressed. That's why you fainted. I'll never forgive Master Pino. That's right. I'll make him suffer. The two were furious, making Charlize flustered. Although it was Eric who delivered the holy relic, ultimately, it was that guy who hurt Chas. Seeing Chas's scarred face, Charlize's anger flared. What needs to be done? I can fund it. Several people gritted their teeth. I'll make Master Pino suffer for the rest of his life. I'll make him so ashamed he'll never be able to hold his head up again. They chatted like this for a long time. Before they knew it, it was dinner time. What's the occasion? The food is much more extravagant than usual. It turned out Duke Leonton, having heard his friends were visiting, had specially prepared it. When did my daughter grow up so much? She's already made friends. How wonderful. Duke Leonton led his daughter to her seat, encouraging her to have a good time with her friends. As Leonton beamed, Charlize thought, are we really friends? I wouldn't say I'm friends with Ilian. We just spent a lot of time together because of the book. Rosetta, she probably still hates me. She's only here because Ilian asked her, right? Ilian and Rosetta are best friends in the original story. They're close now too. I almost acted presumptuously with Rosetta. I shouldn't assume we're friends. Let's eat. This is delicious, right? You're too thin. You need to eat more. I can't get ahead of myself. Okay, I understand. Charlize ate dinner with them and even had 3 desserts. During afternoon tea, she had intended to keep her distance, but they ended up chatting for a long time. I've taken up so much of Ilian and Rosetta's time. They must be uncomfortable. Sorry, did we chat for too long? Oh my, it's already dark outside. It really is. I wanted to stay a bit longer, Lady Charlize, but we should take our leave. If you don't mind, you could stay the night. What? Oh, I blurted that out. Don't feel obligated if it's uncomfortable. Why would it be uncomfortable? I've always wanted to do this. Me too. Staying up all night chatting with friends is a dream of mine. That night, lying in bed, they talked for a long time. It was the happiest night Charlize had had in a while. The next day, back at the Ronatus mansion, Ilian and Rosetta have so much energy. Is it because they're young? We talked all night, and they still look so lively when they left. Rabbit entered, exchanging polite pleasantries. The moment he walked in, Charlize noticed a wound on Rabbit's face. Rabbit brought some of his favorite tea to share with Charlize. She immediately recognized the fragrant aroma, even with the ice. But who would want to hurt Rabbit? If Rabbit had kept his promise and hadn't seen anyone for a month, then the only person who could have hurt him was the Ronatus Marquis, Erich Honatus, or rather, the one actually in charge of the Ronatus family. The Marquis is in a coma. It's hard to say about Eric's other actions, but he would absolutely never lay a hand on Rabbit. In the original story, after Rabbit's execution, the Ronatus Marquis quickly fell into ruin. This was only natural. The Ronatus family committed regicide. With the Empress also working against them behind the scenes, the decline of their house was inevitable. But even so, Eric did everything he could to save the family. Even though he could have received a fortune by selling the title, he never gave up. Sadly, not long after, his short life ended during the project. Eric wouldn't harm Rabbit. Though he's not very reliable, he cherishes his family and their name. At that moment, the butler came to report that young Master Ronatus had just arrived at the mansion. He walked with a slight limp as he came before Charlize. He apologized for his late arrival, explaining he had been out. Charlize, noticing his strange gait, stared at him, wondering if he had received proper treatment. Wanting to express her concern for young Master Ronatus, she voiced her worries with a slight smile. Despite her concern, he misunderstood her intentions, thinking Charlize was also looking down on his family. He then threatened to hit her shins with a stick. Young Master Ronatus flew into a rage. That's how it happened. He's a young master of a noble family, too. He's so unreasonable. Charlize thought, isn't he being too sensitive? I just wanted to see if he was injured. It's not like that. As he said, he's the young master of a noble family. Why would he think someone asking him to roll up his leg means they want to hit his shins? I just wanted to see his leg. Does the young master have to be so angry? I think he's being overly sensitive. It's like how you're trying to hide the wound on your lip with makeup. I cannot disclose that information. A heavy silence filled the drawing room. Since Ravit wouldn't talk, and she couldn't force him, Charlize decided to take her leave. The matter concluded. She felt it was fortunate she had come in person. The situation seemed worse than she'd imagined. The person actually in charge of the Ronatus family seems to be abusing both Ravit and Eric. Could they be a spy planted by Count Fernan? Upon leaving the Ronatus Marquis, Charlize immediately instructed Noah to investigate. Investigate the person in charge of the Ronatus Marquis and Count Fernan. I need to know what clues I've overlooked. Meanwhile, Chas was admiring the flowers in the garden. For the first time, the Grand Duchess found Chas this adorable. Chas found the flowers truly beautiful. Seeing how much Chas liked them, the Grand Duchess wanted to pick the flowers and give them to Chas. However, Chas believed the flowers would prefer to stay in the ground. Besides, Chas wanted to admire the flowers with Charlize. They had made plans. They meet every 3 days. At first, Chas was worried Charlize would find it bothersome, but Charlize assured Chas it wasn't a burden at all. Chas was happy to have met today, would be happy tomorrow remembering the meeting, and happy the day after knowing they would meet again soon. So many unbelievable things have happened since meeting Charlize. A warm home, a loving family. It's been so long. Hearing that Duke Leonton would arrive soon, the Grand Duchess took Chas to greet him in advance. At the same time, in the drawing room, Charlize mentioned her recent visit to the Ronatus Marquis. Although she didn't fully understand the situation, it didn't look good. Someone might have seized power while the Marquis was incapacitated. She'd heard that Lady Ronatus frequently met with the Empress alone. Charlize explained that Lady Ronatus likely made a deal with the Empress for the Marquis' safety. After all, there was no one within the Marquis to help her. She had also investigated the person who gave the sacred object to young Master Pino. It was young Master Ronatus. Fortunately, the Ronatus siblings seemed unaware of the object's purpose. As expected, it's the Empress's usual tactic. If someone naively accepts the Empress's kindness without a shred of doubt, they'll soon find themselves trapped. So, the priest visiting the Marquis today, was that also the Empress's order? She wondered if the priest had actually treated the Marquis. The Empress wouldn't heal the Marquis. That way, she can keep Ravit under her thumb. But what if the priest wasn't sent by the Empress? Perhaps Count Fernan has some connection to the priest. Charlize and Liz were speculating about the possible outcomes when they turned around and discovered His Highness, the Grand Duke, staring at them. For a moment, while looking at the lanterns, another image flashed through Charlize's mind. His Highness, the Grand Duke, was conversing with someone else. Charlize finally learned the truth. The Duke's daughter had been unconscious for a month. Duke Leonton, desperate to awaken his daughter, had spared no expense. But no one could awaken the Duke's daughter. Charlize and Liz felt powerless. If this continued, Charlize truly feared she would face the same fate of falling into a coma. What a terrifying, tragic ending. Was there no way to prevent this? Charlize and Liz suddenly remembered. In the future they had glimpsed, her father had said, I should have asked the Grand Duke to protect that child for another half a month. What would her father think? It meant there was no other way except to stay at the Grand Duke's residence. But how could she do that? What reason could she give to stay at the Grand Duke's residence and not leave? Noticing Charlize and Liz glancing at him, the Grand Duke was puzzled. Finally, a thought occurred to him. Perhaps the Empress's proposal was a good solution, that they should get engaged. Charlize and Liz found this a bit unrealistic. Charlize slapped her own face a few times, trying to wake herself up. Clearly, the Grand Duke was startled by Charlize and Liz's inexplicable behavior. Charlize tried to act as if nothing had happened, reminding herself inwardly to stay alert. The next day, Charlize and Liz received a letter. The Marquis had been attacked while inspecting his territory. The Ronatus family, because most of their extended family had died, and Eric Ronatus was already an adult and didn't require a guardian and had no close relatives, it wouldn't be difficult for outside forces to interfere with the Marquisate. Therefore, the butler, Lan Wun, held considerable power. He was currently the de facto ruler of the Ronatus Marquisate. Furthermore, according to investigations, Lan Wun's backer was Count Fernan Lavit. Ronatus had once attempted to dismiss the butler, but the Marquis's condition suddenly worsened, and the attempt ultimately failed. After that, he hadn't dared to try again. After reading the letter, Charlize and Liz confirmed their suspicions. Lavit had indeed discovered who the spy in their household was. To save the Marquis, Ronatus's life, Lavit could then find out who the butler's backer was. Count Fernan would also take action. Charlize only needed to keep an eye on Count Fernan's movements and uncover the person's true identity. Arriving at the Ronatus Marquisate once again, Lavit thoughtfully prepared flower tea. If she wanted to awaken the Marquis, she had to figure out how the Count had put him into a coma. Intending to ask if she could tour the Marquisate, Charlize inadvertently spoke her thoughts aloud. It seemed meeting the Marquis wouldn't be easy. The Marquis died like this in the original story, without any clues about this matter emerging. It wasn't a poison that caused death, but one that induced a coma. Someone must be regularly administering this poison to the Marquis, either orally or through inhalation, and in an extremely secretive manner. Lavit suggested, "How about we take a stroll in the garden today?" This was precisely what Charlize and Liz had in mind. After the walk, she would ask him to show her around the Marquisate. As they strolled, Lavit explained, "The garden is managed by a gardener, so you can enjoy different flowers each season." Charlize and Liz were pondering the right moment to make their request. Suddenly, they spotted a peculiar flower growing in the distance. Seeing Charlize and Liz's interest, Lavit said, "Beautiful, isn't it? It's a flower called toppler. They're also planted at the temple. This flower is also known as the wings of God." Lavit reached out to touch the flower, but Charlize and Liz stopped him in time. Lavit was confused by the Duke's daughter's reaction. "Yes, there's something wrong with the flower." There was a great deal wrong with the flower. Charlize could never forget its name, toppler. This was the ingredient used to create the deadly poison that Charlize and Liz had used to kill Ilian in the original story. Toppler wasn't a flower easily obtained. It was primarily cultivated in temples. Taking toppler flowers out of the temple without permission resulted in a hefty fine. It was an extremely precious flower. Not many people knew that toppler could produce a deadly poison. Marquis Ronatus was in a coma, and toppler flowers were found in the Marquisate. Was this merely a coincidence? This might be related to the Marquis's condition. Charlize's grip tightened, her expression growing more serious. Even if her question was rude, she needed Lavit to answer honestly. "How far are you willing to go to save your father?" Lavit paused. "Hearing you ask that makes me wonder if I should be completely honest with you, because I want to save my father more than anyone." "That's not how you should answer." Shark's grip tightened on his clasped hands. "That if you were truly resolved, you should have said, 'To save my father, I am willing to abandon my alliance with the Empress.' So you knew all along. I know you have no other choice now. Then I also have a question for you. Does my father's condition have anything to do with you?" Charlize sighed softly. "I'm not the culprit. I know it's suspicious that I suddenly approached you, but I can tell you clearly, this matter has nothing to do with me. Because at that time, I was busy pursuing His Highness the Grand Duke. This is something everyone in the country knows." Charlize felt a twinge of bitterness. He should believe her after she explained it like this. She casually plucked a flower. Since she had answered his question, she could continue the previous topic. The Duke's daughter was so sincere, Lavit absolutely believed her. The two returned to the Marquisate, but the butler still followed closely behind. To make things easier, she said directly that the Duke's daughter needed a good rest and that he didn't need to follow her from here on. Before Charlize left, she ordered that no one was allowed on the third floor. To prevent the butler from finding another excuse, Charlize said, "If I need anything, I'll ask Knight Noah. You don't need to worry." It was a statement phrased as a request, but delivered as a command. The three watched intently as the butler left, finally relaxing. He's finally gone. "My father has been lying in the master bedroom since he collapsed." Lavit took out the key and led Charlize to the room. Upon entering, the room was indeed empty. Lavit explained, "I was worried there might be something in here that wasn't good for my father's health, so I started putting things away one by one. Before I knew it, it became like this." The two went to the Marquis's side. Even though the Marquis was unconscious, Lavit still chatted with his father from time to time. He introduced Charlize to his father. "This is Lady Charlize, the Duke of Leonton's daughter. She came here specifically to visit you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Marquis Ronatus. Even though the Marquis was unconscious, Charlize still maintained proper etiquette. However, even though Marquis Ronatus had been unconscious for so long, his expression looked unusually peaceful. No symptoms were visible from the outside. This also matched the symptoms of topilar poisoning. But topilar is a potent poison. The culprit must have diluted it before administering it, and it's impossible that it was only administered once. Are there any clues? Charlize made a surprising discovery. Was the tip of Marquis Ronatus's hair always bluish? Lavitt shook his head. My father, like my brother Eric, originally had dark hair. The doctor said his hair color became lighter because the antidote was too strong. This statement meant that the doctor had diluted the topilar poison and disguised it as an antidote for the Marquis. So it didn't matter that Lavitt had emptied the bedroom. From the butler's perspective, he would probably be grateful. After all, if the antidote were poured into a vase, the deception would be exposed. Charlize took out a flower she had prepared beforehand from her left hand. Have Lavitt put this flower into the antidote. Then you will know the truth. Lavitt looked at his father on the sickbed and decided to try it. The Duke's daughter wanted him to put this flower into the antidote. This looks like an ordinary flower. Does it have some special effect? Otherwise, this is just the antidote the doctor prescribed for my father. The next second, the flower dissolved. The realization that the antidote was actually poison left Lavitt so shocked he could barely breathe. His body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. He hadn't expected that even his father's attending physician had been bought off. He had to pour out this poison quickly. He raised the bottle, but helplessly lowered it. If they discovered he had poured it out, things would be irreversible. No one can know that I've discovered their scheme. I have to drink the poison myself to prevent my father from being further poisoned. As soon as he finished drinking, Lavitt collapsed to the floor. His throat burned. Was it because of the poison or because he was desperately suppressing the urge to vomit? I wasn't careful. Too much has been taken from me, so now I must take it all back. A few days later, Charlize received a letter from Lavitt. Unexpectedly, the method to counteract the topilar poison was simpler than she had imagined. Simply placing a withered topilar flower with its tip turned brown next to the poisoned person was enough. Lavitt followed the instructions, and it seemed to have worked. Duke Ronatus awoke, and a purge within the family was about to begin. Lavitt also specifically thanked Charlize and Liz. The Ronatus family would definitely repay this kindness. Charlize and Liz were also happy. If Duke Ronatus started the purge, Count Fayunin would definitely be caught. Before that, I just need to protect my life. It seems we can only ask His Highness the Grand Duke for help. Originally, in order to escape the death ending of the original story, I wanted to avoid getting involved with him. But no matter how I think about it, this is the only way. Under the gaze of the crowd, kneel and propose to His Highness. Since I'm going to die anyway, I can only find a way to live a little longer. Ask His Highness to get engaged to him. A week before Charlize proposed to Liz, Count Fayunin, upon hearing the news of Marquis Ronatus's awakening, dropped everything and rushed over immediately. He was stopped by Lavitt. Young Master Ronatus explained, "My father's current condition requires extra care and isn't suitable for visitors yet. Father is recuperating and you'll be able to see him soon." Count Fayunin couldn't say anything more. Instead, he was very concerned about who the culprit was. "Have you caught the culprit?" Young Master Ronatus spoke hesitantly. Lavitt scowled. "I really don't understand why you're so curious about these things. This is our family's private matter. When the time is right, my father will announce it personally." Lavitt's words angered Count Fayunin, but he couldn't say anything. However, the Ronatus family's butler dared to reprimand Charlize, siding with Count Fayunin, demanding she show respect to the Count. "You know father is awake, yet you dare to order me around?" Without another word, Charlize told him to prepare the carriage and send Count Fayunin away. "Since the Count has made a special trip, we must respectfully see him off. Safe travels, Count." Count Fayunin grabbed the butler's collar. "What have you done? How could you stand by and watch things turn out like this?" "I'm sorry, older brother. I didn't expect the Marquis's condition to suddenly improve. Now that the plan has failed, the Lord definitely won't forgive us. We've always been in charge of these dirty deeds, and that's how we've stayed in his favor. At this rate, the Fayunin family will soon fall. Would it all go wrong? I heard they put a poison in the antidote that makes it impossible for someone to wake up. I also heard that the Grand Duchess's daughter has been visiting the Ronatus family quite often recently. I don't know if this information will be useful to you. If the Grand Duchess's daughter is helping the Ronatus family, that's a different story. Lavit Ronatus has been kept in the dark for so many years. How could this matter be suddenly resolved? It just so happens the Grand Duchess's daughter is close to the prince. If I do this, I can definitely redeem myself. The news of Marquis Ronatus's awakening quickly spread throughout the capital. The Marquis began an internal purge. The nobles who had previously looked down on the Ronatus family, thinking they would decline, all turned pale and hurried to visit the Marquis's residence. Count Fayunin was one of them, although the Marquis refused to see anyone. Listening to Noah's report, Charlize and Liz were very happy. At the same time, Charlize's carriage arrived. The two were delighted to see each other again and immediately embraced. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, but it felt like a long time. Dylan, standing beside them, looked a little forlorn. Charlize had even brought a gift for Charlize and Liz, a potted flower. The flowers we admired together last time were so beautiful. I planted them in a pot to give to you. Just water it a little and wait patiently, and it will bloom into the beautiful flowers we saw last time. Charlize and Liz were deeply touched. Charlize had actually planted this pot with her own small hands. Did you hurt yourself? Were you scared of the earthworms? I'll cherish it and won't forget to water it. The two were absorbed in their sweet exchange, forgetting the two forlorn figures beside them. It wasn't until Dylan cleared his throat that they noticed the two who had been completely ignored. Both were a little embarrassed. One felt they had greeted them too late. The other worried if this was too much trouble for Charlize. Charlize didn't think so at all. Charlize was incredibly cute, and she had been looking forward to seeing her. As they were about to go inside, Charlize invited Dylan to join them. In the instant their eyes met, Charlize's gaze began to foresee the next event. After the incident with the prince, even the Marquis Ronatus's matter had been ruined by him. It seemed that girl was definitely working for Calix. That guy is nothing but a lowly dancer's son. When the previous emperor passed away, he should have been buried along with him. Then let's kill Charlize first, give him a warning. He seemed to be in distress, fiddling with his crooked lip with his finger. I don't have time right now, but the prince's birthday is coming soon. It wouldn't be bad to scare him a little. Charlize's hands clenched. Charlize, I finally know their plan. Charlize's birthday is a month away. They plan to attack me first to divert the Grand Duke's attention. And then, when everyone is distracted, they'll attack Charlize. Since Marquis Ronatus has awakened, they'll definitely launch a fiercer attack. That's why Father wants me to stay at the Grand Duchy. Because the Grand Duchy is the strongest fortress second only to the Imperial Palace. Those guys seem to mistakenly think I'm the Grand Duke's aide. Is there a way to use this? A way to protect my life and also protect Sasha by her side? An idea involuntarily popped into my head, getting engaged to the Grand Duke. But I immediately rejected that idea. I don't want to get that close to the Grand Duke. If things go on like this, what if I meet the same tragic end as in the original story? But in the original story, didn't I drink the poison myself? Now, I'm not jealous of Alian, and I don't have any poison. Could something happen? I just need to stay alert. Sasha looked at Charlize with a puzzled expression, her eyebrows furrowed. Whenever my uncle frowns, he says he has a headache. Sasha grabbed Charlize's clothes, naively thinking she also had a headache like her uncle. Charlize and Liz's hearts melted. My head doesn't hurt at all without Sasha. If I could receive Sasha's concern, I'd gladly have a headache 100 times. But I can't let Sasha worry. I should restrain myself a bit. Soon after, Charlize and Liz, hearing that Sasha liked puppet shows, the little warrior and the brave princess meticulously prepared one. Sasha absolutely loved the little warrior and the brave princess. It was her favorite fairy tale. Sasha really liked the friendship between the dragon, the princess, and the little warrior. She especially loved the scene where the brave princess went to find the little warrior. She said that princess was a lot like me. I originally planned to have my divine beast pretend to be a puppet for Sasha to hug, but things didn't go as planned. No matter how much I called, the divine beast wouldn't appear. Sasha noticed the puppet costume to the side. Whose is this costume? There are only the two of us here. Charlize and Liz grinned mischievously. This costume has another owner. Charlize will play the princess, Sasha, the little warrior, and Dylan will play the dragon. Dylan was confused at what's going on, but if he didn't wear it, could they ask the Grand Duke to? Dylan was also helpless. Grand Duchess's daughter, what are you doing? Charlize and Liz gestured. Sasha is putting on a puppet show. You need to cooperate seriously. Sasha looked at them and then launched an attack on Dylan, who was playing the dragon. Seeing the dragon motionless, Charlize and Liz quickly reminded him to act. Dylan quickly understood. All right. Little warrior, please get on my back. Brave warrior, I'm going to fly up to the sky. Caw. Dylan sighed softly. Even if he was reluctant, he had to cooperate with this little ancestor. Charlize and Liz were also happy on the side. I knew it. Sasha would like it. Children this age should be jumping around like this. I'll play with her later too. The two were completely oblivious to Dylan's feelings, thoroughly enjoying themselves. In this story, the dragon, who had lived for a long time, had a wish. He hoped his precious friend, the princess, would be reborn in this world again. The dragon thought, if you are reborn, I will find you no matter what. I will save you and make you smile. In my limited life, I will cherish every day spent with you. So, the dragon kissed the forehead of the sleeping princess, blessing her next life that don't be afraid. We are only parting temporarily. I will be better to you next time. During the search for the little warrior, the brave princess never gave up. With her wounded hands, she carefully lifted the injured little warrior and embraced him tearfully. At that moment, the princess, radiant as the morning sun, smiled brightly. As Calix read, Sasha began to doze off. Sasha rubbed her eyes and asked Calix to continue the story tomorrow. Calix gently agreed and then kissed Sasha's forehead softly. Calix thoughtfully pulled the blanket over Sasha. Their relationship seemed to have grown closer. The Grand Duke had just come out of his room and ran into Dylan. He asked if Sasha was asleep. Sasha, is this tired? She must have had a lot of fun playing with the Grand Duchess's daughter. Calix didn't know what game they were playing, but felt that Dylan's role was important. However, Sasha refused to tell him what game they played. Dylan almost spat out blood. He said frankly, it's better if you don't know. Calix even said, Dylan, you and the Grand Duchess's daughter, Charlize, have become quite close. This startled Dylan. It was a complete farce. Remembering Charlize's mocking expression from earlier, he firmly stated that he would absolutely never become close to Charlize. 2 days have passed since Charlize met with Liz and Sasha. There's still no sign of the Divine Beast. Has the Divine Beast ever been gone for this long? I need to have Sasha make a contract with the Divine Beast Emperor soon. I also need to come up with a plan before those guys make their move. Charlize was so lost in thought that she didn't hear Elian calling her several times. Finally, Rosetta's loud voice snapped Charlize out of her daze. She only then realized they had been talking, but she was too preoccupied to know what about. I was talking about a novel. There's this romance novel that's super popular with the noble ladies lately. I wonder how interesting it is. Charlize was also curious about Rosetta's mysterious tone. The next second, Rosetta pulled out the book she had prepared. Let me introduce you to this much-talked-about best-selling novel. Now, I Will Tame the Duke. Compared to Elian and Rosetta's excitement, Charlize thought the title was a bit much, but she still listened as Rosetta continued. The protagonist of this novel is Lily, the only daughter of a marquis. To save her family from ruin, Lily decides to enter into a contract marriage with the Duke of the North, a family enemy. However, as they begin their married life, their gazes towards each other unknowingly become passionate. As Rosetta continued, her body unconsciously turned elsewhere. Charlize couldn't figure out who she was talking to. I solemnly vow to fulfill my duties as the Duchess during the contract period. This made Charlize think, couldn't her problem of having to live in the Grand Duke's residence be solved this way as well? Charlize put down the book and asked Rosetta, the contract marriage you mentioned, is it like signing a regular business contract after listing the conditions? Generally speaking, yes. But this is a romance novel, you know. The conditions of the contract influence the love story between the two. Just by adding certain conditions, the main characters are guaranteed to start falling head over heels in love. Charlize nodded in agreement that I won't add such useless conditions. At that moment, Charlize was certain. A contract marriage was the only way she could avoid a tragic ending and legally be engaged to the Grand Duke. Having made up her mind, Charlize hurried to her father's study. Duke Leonton was still concerned about Charlize and her friend's afternoon tea. He wanted her to rest, saying he would fulfill all her wishes. The moment she said, I want to get engaged, Duke Leonton thought he misheard. Even the butler, who had just passed by, was shocked and turned back. Charlize reiterated, I want to be engaged to His Highness, the Grand Duke. I hope Father will agree to the engagement. Unable to process the news, the Duke collapsed. It took a considerable amount of time, with an ice pack on his head for him to calm down. Father, I know you're all right now. All that stomach medicine you just took wasn't for nothing. You're much better now. The first thing Duke Leonton did upon regaining consciousness was to grip Charlize's hand, wanting to know if something had happened. You said before you didn't want to have anything to do with His Highness the Grand Duke. You didn't need to lie. I thought you were being truthful, but now you suddenly say you want to be engaged to him. Charlize was a bit worried about his reaction. His Highness and I have been seeing each other frequently lately, so I've changed my mind. I've always been crazy about His Highness, haven't I? But you're not usually so fickle. Charlize was at a loss. Was it because they were women, or was he genuinely worried about her? The Duke occasionally showed a deep paternal love, as if he had never been separated from his daughter. Charlize squeezed her father's hand back. Actually, there's something I want to investigate, and there's something I need to accomplish after that, so I must be engaged to him. You must have your reasons, but promise me, no matter what, you won't let yourself get hurt. Charlize was deeply moved. Her father actually cared so much about her. Before, she had drunk poison to save her father. This time, she would definitely find a way for them both to survive. The day of reckoning arrived. The setting was the most luxurious and renowned restaurant in the imperial capital, Alpevis, a high-class restaurant forbidden to commoners. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the source of all gossip in high society. There was no better place to ignite a scandal of the century. The Duke's daughter proposed to the Grand Duke here, "Marry me in 50 years. Will you be engaged to me on that condition?" She also secretly told the Grand Duke, "This is just a contract engagement. Don't worry. It seems you're serious." May I ask why 50 years? Because I have to follow the rules of romance novels. She couldn't tell him the real reason. She made up an excuse. After all, she couldn't let him think she was tricking him into marrying her. Does Duke Leonton know about this? Charlize confirmed that she had already discussed it with her father. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Calix remarked, "He could have just used a wish coupon. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking, but this isn't bad either." His Highness the Grand Duke, placing an engagement ring on Charlize's finger. "Please get along well from now on. Lady Leonton is wonderful. I succeeded. I'm actually engaged to him. I'm so glad I made that absurd condition. Getting married 50 years from now is practically impossible. The engagement will be broken off long before then. Breaking the rules of romance novels. We're engaged in front of everyone. Tomorrow, the news should spread throughout the entire empire. Everyone will say that Lady Leonton, she finally captured His Highness's heart. This way, those people won't dare make any rash moves for a while. During this time, I just need to stay safe within the Grand Duke's residence." Before I could finish my thought, His Highness interrupted me. Charlize turned her head. Calix, after thinking for so long, finally looked at me. Calix's gaze was so gentle that Charlize felt a little dazed, so he could make that kind of smile. Meanwhile, with Lavit and the Empress, Lavit said, "I have Lady Leonton's assistance. What do you wish for me to do by her side?" After hearing Lavit's words, the Empress gave a faint smile. This happened after she heard the news of Lady Leonton's recent engagement to His Highness. This afternoon, Lavit told me he was going to see the Empress. So this scene is probably happening right now, or will happen soon. This is the first time I've seen such a near-future vision. The Empress knowing about our engagement so quickly means she must have people following us. Calix said, "It seems she wants the news to spread, so I didn't do anything about it. That person over there must be the one sent by the Empress. You doing this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Your Highness. We're engaged now. It's a bit strange to still address each other formally." The Grand Duke held Charlize's hand. "If you want this grand scandal to become even more widespread." "All right," Charlize agreed shyly. "Then I'll call you Calix from now on." The next day, the butler brought some letters specifically addressed to Charlize. "These are gifts from Lady Melusa. She specifically instructed you to drink them all." Not wanting to disregard Lady Melusa's kindness, Charlize picked up the bottles and gulped them down. How cooperative, Mississippi. The butler was naturally pleased. A letter from Rosetta informed Charlize that the news of her engagement to the Grand Duke had spread throughout the capital. Rosetta complained about not being told beforehand, saying she could have offered a more romantic setting. There was another letter Charlize hadn't expected, an invitation she never thought she'd receive. This letter was from the Royal Orphanage, a place visited by generations of Count Can's grandchildren. The letter stated that the meat Charlize had sent earlier was greatly enjoyed by the children, and the orphanage wanted to invite her for a meal as a token of their gratitude. Charlize was a little worried the children might be afraid of her. As she entered, the children, with their bright eyes, stared intently at Charlize. Their gazes were so intense. It was the first time Charlize had received this much attention. Are they waiting for me to start eating? She wondered. One particularly enthusiastic girl ran straight towards Charlize, making her heart pound. Fortunately, the teacher caught the little girl just in time. The room was quite noisy because of the children. Charlize hadn't expected them to be so energetic. Thankfully, they all looked healthy. The orphanage teacher explained, the children have been incredibly excited since this morning. They didn't even stay in bed today, all so they could greet you. Thank you for coming, Lady Leonton. You even sent a chef. This will definitely be an unforgettable memory for the children. Of course, it was a wonderful memory for Charlize as well. A large table of delicious food was laid out, and the children ate happily, cleaning their plates. After finishing, they all thanked Lady Leonton in unison for the meal. Charlize was deeply touched. These children were just too adorable. However, she tried to control her expression. The children, thinking she wasn't pleased with their thanks, were about to thank her again. The teacher, thinking Charlize was forcing herself, heard one boy, Rodenmai, say, I really want to thank Lady Leonton. He came before Charlize and bowed deeply. Lady Leonton, thank you for the meal today. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful memory. Please come again. Charlize turned with a blank expression, and the teacher thought something was wrong. Charlize asked the boy his name and age. She thought Rodenmai was quite articulate and the right age. The Leonton Trading Company happened to be looking for someone to handle accounting. I suppose you'd like to work at the Leonton Trading Company? After everyone left, Charlize sat alone in a corner, replaying the events. What had just happened? The moment I made eye contact with Rodenmai the child, I saw it. The future the chief priest spoke of. It's true. This is all the will of the Almighty. Rodenmai scoffed at these words. There is no true God in this world. Even if a God truly exists, I will never follow them, because a God cruelly took his sister away. Charlize couldn't quite understand why. The conditions for seeing glimpses of the future had always been similar. Most occurred during the daytime before sunset, though there were exceptions. It only happened once a day. On the days the future changed, she couldn't see anything. The only one who could allow her to see the future was Calix. Yet, things had suddenly taken an unexpected turn. All because of this child, a boy who hadn't appeared in the original story. How could he be with that person? What connection did these two have with the future? Charlize couldn't figure it out at the moment. It doesn't matter. As long as I meet with Rodenmai frequently, I'm bound to discover something. It would have been helpful if the divine beast were around. She hadn't seen it in a long time, and as she was thinking about it, poof, it appeared right before her eyes. The sudden surprise startled Charlize. Charlize scooped up the divine beast. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. She squeezed the divine beast until it whimpered, her eyes still fixed on it. It finally stammered, How did I seem to have a slight problem? Downstairs, Sasha dropped her favorite novel in shock. Livian was telling Sasha about the Duke of Leonton's daughter personally proposing to the Grand Duke and his joyful acceptance. Sasha was overjoyed that seems my premonition was right after all. Uncle and Lady Charlize like each other. If Uncle and Lady Charlize get married, I'll be able to see Lady Charlize more often, right? When will you two have the wedding? When can I call Lady Charlize Auntie? And will I have cousins then? Sasha was so excited that she bombarded Livian with questions, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. News of the Duke of Leonton's daughter capturing the Grand Duke's heart was spreading like wildfire. Thanks to your help, I bought myself some time. Those people shouldn't dare approach us rashly anytime soon. Charlize spoke without thinking, not realizing the Grand Duke didn't know about those people. She was referring to Sasha's ardent admirer and those who had their eyes on Leonton. Calix guessed she meant the Empress. Charlize admitted she wasn't sure. It could be the Empress's accomplice or someone else entirely. She then drew the curtains. Now that she was engaged to the Grand Duke, Charlize decided to tell him her secret. She went to Calix and told him she could occasionally see glimpses of the future. Hiding her precognitive abilities from him had always felt natural. If the Duke of Leonton's daughter, who was stalking the Grand Duke, had claimed she could see the future just by looking at him, he probably would have thought she was lying for attention. She'd be lucky if she wasn't thrown out. Worse, she might even be suspected of colluding with the Empress and placed under surveillance. But the situation was different now. She was facing death sooner than in the original story. She didn't know if it was the Empress's subordinate or some other villain who was targeting Sasha. On top of that, the divine beast had said it was having problems. Ever since the last incident with the sacred relic, it had been difficult to gather divine power. Not only was it difficult to stay by her side, but sometimes even approaching the Grand Duke was a struggle. The divine beast had asked her to protect its master while it stayed by the lake. Protecting Sasha. Even the divine beast couldn't do it. Charlize found it hard to believe she could, and she had a bad feeling about it all. The Duke of Liantan regretted his decision, crying out that he should have entrusted her to the Grand Duke for another half a month. It was as if everything was pushing her towards the Grand Duke. She hoped she was overthinking things and agreed to protect Sasha. She needed a reason to stay at the Grand Duke's residence. A direct approach would be most effective in this situation. Of course, she would need to embellish the truth a bit. Calix was curious. How do you see the future? I can see the future whenever I make physical contact with someone, but I can't specify the time frame. It's not like I can see it anytime. You must have a lot of questions. Ask me anything. I'll tell you everything. Calix unexpectedly said thank you to Charlize. Lady Charlize, you knew that saying this could arouse suspicion, but you still told me because you were worried about Sasha. Charlize was incredulous. Although you're right, I've kept it from you until now. Calix smiled. That's right. This kind of thing can't be told to just anyone. Charlize was still suspicious. Could he really be an angel? He's not even angry, but it's amazing. You and I have met so many times, and I didn't notice several times, huh? How should she answer this? It was so embarrassing. She could only say, I'm just quick on my feet. Charlize coughed a couple of times to quickly move past the awkward topic. Anyway, because of this, I was hoping to stay at the Grand Duke's residence for a while. If I'm near you, the chances of seeing the future will increase. Protecting Sasha will also become easier. If you want to refuse, Your Grace, that's fine too. Let's do it then, Charlize. Charlize was a little surprised that the Grand Duke agreed so easily. Calix added, Charlize, you seem easily startled today. Charlize, a little embarrassed, explained because, Your Grace, your reaction was so unexpected. I'm willing to do anything to protect Sasha. Moreover, this concerns Eloyd's oracle, information that can't be obtained otherwise. Naturally, I have no reason to refuse your help. I'm just worried you'll overexert yourself using your ability. It's all right. Maybe my ability isn't perfect yet, but I don't find it strenuous at all. And in my situation, I couldn't refuse to help anyway. Can you see the future now? Calix stood up, wanted to try. The two held hands, their eyes meeting. Charlize saw an image, blonde hair, green eyes, a face devoid of expression. He gazed affectionately at a woman with narrow eyes. Charlize, you look beautiful. Anyone can see you the star of the show today. What's going on? Is it my birthday? Charlize felt awkward telling the Grand Duke she'd seen this scene. And since it didn't seem important, she said, I didn't see anything this time. A few days later, Charlize went to a dessert shop. Wrap everything up from here to there. Under the shopkeeper's dubious gaze, she insisted, don't miss a single one. Wrap it all up. Starting today, I'm becoming family with His Highness the Grand Duke. With a mischievous grin and a threatening tone, she added, please take extra care with the wrapping. Understand, Charlize did this on purpose, hoping those present would spread the news. Returning to the Liantan Duchy, she told her father she would be staying at the Grand Duke's residence. Although it took some time to persuade him, he eventually relented, shaking his head helplessly. The sight of her like this frightened those around them, who quickly excused themselves. Charlize asked Noah about the investigation into Count Fernan. Noah quietly reported, Marquis Ronatus has discovered the collusion between the butler and Count Fernan. He was furious when he learned the butler had been rough with the Marquis's children. Charlize was satisfied that he's finally shown his hand. We should be able to find the mastermind soon. She instructed Noah, while I'm at the Grand Duke's residence, keep an eye on Count Fernan. Report to me immediately if he makes any suspicious moves. Noah was uneasy. He wanted to accompany Charlize. Even if Eloyd is well disposed towards you, it's still dangerous to stay at the Grand Duke's residence without any maids or knights. At least let me disguise myself as an attendant. Charlize understood Noah's concern, but you were once the Empress's subordinate. The Grand Duke will recognize you. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings or get you into trouble. Besides, don't you enjoy training with the Liantan Knights? You've finally become close to them. Wouldn't it be sad to become distant again? Noah was touched that, M.Y. lady, you're truly a good person. Charlize, startled, quickly denied it. How could that be? I'm not a good person. But in Noah's heart, Charlize was a good person. She always had been. Charlize patted Noah sympathetically. It seems you really don't know how to judge character. Everything was ready. The procession set off. Charlize, Leonton was finally going to stay at the Eloyd Grand Duke's residence. The Grand Duke's butler arranged Charlize's room and placed all her luggage inside. Considering Charlize might be more comfortable in familiar surroundings, he arranged for her to stay in the room she had used before. The Grand Duke had also given specific instructions. It required special care from us. The butler was also relieved. His master finally came to his senses. After all, it's an engagement. His Highness the Grand Duke should want to give you the best of everything. Well, that's certainly blunt. Charlize couldn't voice her inner thoughts. Theirs was a marriage of convenience. She could only agree. The butler also arranged for a maid. This maid has worked in the Grand Duke's residence for a long time. She should be of great help. The maid, named Liz, expressed her pleasure at being able to serve the Duke's daughter. Charlize turned her head, her expression blank, as if she were about to devour Liz. This frightened Liz, who was as diligent as a little squirrel and is standing frozen in place. The butler, having given all his instructions, excused himself. He told Charlize to inform him if she needed anything else, then closed the door with a bang. Now only Liz and Charlize remained in the room. Liz nervously asked if she should prepare a bath to help Charlize relax. She offered to unpack the luggage while Charlize rested, adding that it didn't need to be done immediately. Charlize, however, prioritized the sweets she had bought. "Where is His Highness right now?" Charlize laid out all the packaged sweets in front of Sasha. Sasha was overjoyed. Her mouth agape. She asked in disbelief, "Are these really all for me?" "Of course, Sasha." Charlize replied that I bought them thinking of you. Although the Grand Duke's residence has skilled pastry chefs, the sweets outside have a different charm. This is from the most famous dessert shop in the capital. It should be good. Charlize took a spoonful and fed it to Sasha, getting some cake on the corners of her mouth, but it really does taste good. Sasha declared happily that it was the best cake she had ever eaten. Charlize gently wiped the cake from the corners of Sasha's mouth. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. Wanting to share, she thoughtfully offered some to Calix as well. Calix hesitated. Charlize thought he didn't like sweets and that she, as his fiancée, had been inconsiderate. "I'll remember next time and won't repeat the mistake. If there are any other foods you don't eat, tell me now and I'll eat them." Calix finished. "Charlize, I'll eat anything you prepare, no matter what it is." Charlize stiffened, wondering what he meant. Calix mouthed the words contract marriage. Charlize then understood. He was putting on an act to avoid rumors of discord. The unsuspecting Sasha was touched. Uncle is so romantic. However, he wasn't very good at acting, even coming across as a bit too smooth-talking. Charlize and Liz decided they would have to properly coach him someday. After finishing the sweets, Sasha showed off to Liz the macaron she had just eaten, saying it was incredibly sweet. Charlize and Calix also chatted. Calix asked, "Do you not regret leaving the Duke's estate? After the contract ends, this might cause you trouble." Charlize sighed and joked, "I suppose I'll just have to consider it retribution. After all, I was the one who relentlessly pursued your highness." As she spoke, she felt Calix's intense gaze fixed on her. "Your Highness, you seem to say that every time." "It's not just me. All the nobles in the empire think so, Your Highness. Don't you also find it uncomfortable being around me?" Calix looked surprised. "When did I ever say that? You've misunderstood. I've never felt uncomfortable around you." "That's surprising. I heard that when you returned to your territory, you didn't seem relieved, but rather unhappy." Charlize was puzzled. He didn't find me bothersome, but in the original story, I was a stalker. It was as if she had forgotten her past memories. "By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Could we postpone our engagement ceremony?" Calix stopped, understanding that Charlize was trying to prevent the future she had seen, but for some reason, he felt a strange pang in his chest. "Ours is a contract marriage. Our priority is Sasha's safety. So be it." Calix felt like he had been cast aside. Charlize and Liz looked panicked. Who would dare cast His Highness aside? "If anyone dares to treat you like that, bring them to me. You'd stand up for me?" "Of course. I'm your fiancé." Charlize sighed. "All right, fine. I'll go along with your whim." She had been about to call him Your Highness, but remembering his earlier request to call him Calix, she quickly changed her address. Even if it's a contract marriage, we still have to honor the agreement. The next day, Sasha and Liz woke up feeling a bit dazed. What happened? Charlize kept thinking. Calix seemed to be smiling more often than before. It felt like she was dreaming. To stay awake, she pinched herself hard. Now that she had officially moved into the Grand Duchy, there was a mountain of work to do, starting with the matters of the Leonton Merchant Guild. But after seeing the adorable Sasha, work could wait. Sasha was the best. Charlize cheerfully asked Sasha if she slept well last night. Sasha was happy because Charlize had read her a fairy tale, so she slept soundly. Sasha said she wanted to play with Charlize again today. Then let's go to the Leonton Merchant Guild together today, Charlize suggested. Upon arriving at the guild, Charlize thought Calix would cause trouble again. But it was Dong Lishu, the vice president of the Merchant Guild, who greeted them. He first paid respects to the prince, then informed Charlize of his name, Cesare. He also taught Sasha some royal etiquette. Good thing he's called Cesare. Charlize thought he might say something like "My Lord Cesare." After finishing, Dong Lishu quietly asked Charlize if that greeting was correct. The vice president was startled by Charlize directly addressing the prince by his name. How can my lady be so disrespectful to the prince? Sasha, however, said that Cesare was more comfortable with it. Since the prince himself didn't mind, Dong Lishu couldn't say anything. He then inquired about the reason for Charlize's visit. "I'm here to see the child I asked you to look after last time, Rodanthe. Since Rodanthe was placed here by you, my lady, I initially thought he would spend his days idly, collecting his salary. Unexpectedly, he's a very diligent worker and quite intelligent." Sasha was puzzled and wanted to know who Rodanthe was. "Rodanthe is a boy I met at the orphanage before. He's 14 years old this year. It seems he's arrived. Please wait a moment, Lady Sasha." Rodanthe was very polite, greeting the Duke's daughter immediately upon arrival. The two chatted as if they were longtime friends. This made Sasha a little jealous. She wondered why Charlize had come to see Rodanthe. Although Charlize was always gentle, she seemed even more so today. Sasha thought with a panicked expression, has Lady Charlize already made a new friend? As the two chatted amicably, Charlize said to Rodanthe, "Don't hesitate to speak up if anyone is giving you a hard time in the guild. You have my backing. Cesare will take care of everything." Cesare, sitting nearby, thought, "Why am I getting dragged into this?" Rodanthe was grateful for Charlize's words. "Everyone has been very kind to me," he said, "and I've learned a lot because of it." Charlize stood up, trying to see something in Rodanthe's eyes. But this time, she couldn't see the future. She sat back down. Charlize thought, "So, I can't see the future just by looking at someone? Maybe I need to be closer." Then, after a series of feigned movements, she smoothly sat down next to Rodanthe. Rodanthe was puzzled by the sudden change in seating. Charlize explained, "I just thought you looked familiar. I want to get a closer look at your eyes and eyebrows and your curly hair." Being stared at so intensely, Rodanthe felt a little scared, thinking she had discovered something. But she discovered nothing. Charlize made the excuse that she must have remembered wrong. She still couldn't see any glimpses of the future. She began to wonder if the orphanage incident was just a coincidence. Did seeing the future through Rodanthe require something else? Perhaps other conditions were necessary. The important thing was, since that man personally sought out Rodanthe, it meant he was an important person. So, even if it takes more time, I need to make Rodanthe mine. But that child is so guarded. What should I do? She asked Rodanthe. Besides earning money, what do you want to do most in the Merchant Guild? Charlize planned to make a breakthrough from here. Rodanthe said he wanted to find someone, but he didn't want to elaborate. He didn't tell Charlize who he was looking for, believing she had already helped him secure a job in the guild, and he didn't want to trouble her further. He said he could handle it himself. Charlize sighed. As expected of the next chief divine priest. It seems he has no intention of asking for my help, since there's no way to get closer to him now. I'll head back. If you need anything later, contact the Elwoodin Grand Duchy. I'll always be ready to help. I'll come back again soon. Please take care of that child. Don't worry, Lady Charlize. Take care of yourself. Sasha and Liz's carriage had already started moving forward. Sasha kept looking back. Liz noticed Sasha's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Unable to articulate her vague feeling, Sasha shook her head. "Nothing. It's just that he looks a little like someone I know." The next day, Sasha was listless at the Grand Duchy. She sat weakly on the rocking horse, sighing every now and then. Everyone noticed Sasha's unusual behavior and assumed she'd had a nightmare. The butler wondered if it was because of yesterday's outing. Charlize said to Liz, "Like I said before, I took her to the Leonton Merchant Guild for official business. Then I had tea with the child I brought from the orphanage. That's all." "The child you brought from the orphanage?" Dylan reacted rather strongly from the side. "It's because of that," the Duke's daughter, Lip, explained. "Since moving into the Elwoodin Grand Duchy, Lady Sasha hasn't played with any friends her age. She used to be able to go to the temple, but after falling into the lake last time, she can't even go there anymore. How depressing that must be. Moreover, Lady Sasha is still growing up. It's precisely the time when she needs friends her own age. That's what I think." Listening to Lip's insightful analysis, Charlize considered whether to ask Duke Byun to let Sasha play with Lucas, the boy who pushed Sasha into the water before. Bringing that little girl, Angela, we met before, might be good too. She's the girl Sasha helped when she was living on the streets. Although there will be a lot of complicated procedures to deal with, if it makes Sasha happy, I'll discuss it with His Highness personally. Today is the day Calix and I agreed to meet about the future. Charlize was determined to succeed today, even though yesterday was a failure. She also planned to discuss finding Sasha some friends her age with him. Charlize arrived at Calix's bedroom and knocked several times, but there was no response. Confused by the lack of an answer, she leaned closer to the door to try and hear if anyone was inside. The next second, the door opened. Charlize, losing her balance, fell against Calix. Calix stammered, "Sorry, I was just about to open the door for you. Are you all right?" Charlize looked up. "I'm fine, Calix. I just lost my footing for a moment." Seeing Calix for the first time that day, she felt a little dazed. Does this man usually wear a monocle? Before she could finish her thought, their eyes met, and Charlize fainted into Calix's arms. Shrouded in darkness, she had another new dream. Calix questioned Charlize, "Did you really buy poison?" Charlize thought he was worried she would poison his lover, which was why he came to question her. Calix confessed frankly, "Yes. I was so worried that I came running. So please, don't use that poison. The more you say that, the more I want to use it." This was despite Calix explaining that he wasn't doing this for Ilian. It was for her. However, Charlize no longer believed him. She didn't need him to tell her how little regard he had for her. "You think I'm a fool? You think I'll just smash the bottle because you say a few words about being worried about me? How hypocritical. You're a terrible liar." Charlize woke up again. This dream also wasn't in the original story. The visions I had when I fainted last time were like this too. They're called dreams, but they're too vivid, like I'm peeking into someone's memories. Why do I keep having these dreams? Both times, they were different from the original. I suddenly feel confused. Why am I having these dreams? How am I seeing these things? Since it's happened twice, there must be something in common. But what bothers me most is something else. So please don't use that poison. His warning at that time, the way he looked, it felt like he knew more about the topo flower than Charlize in the original story. I only know that topo flower is an ingredient for making poison. Originally, Charlize wanted to use it to poison Ilian. Could Calix also know about the topo flower? Although I really want to ask him now, suddenly bringing up topo flower would be strange, wouldn't it? I'll deal with Viscount Fanon first and pretend to find out about it by chance. Just as she'd formulated her strategy, Calix knocked on the door. His sudden visit flustered Charlize, as her room was currently a mess. After tidying up for a while, she finally opened the door and let Calix in. He said, "Actually, I didn't know you were awake. Sasha insisted on staying by your side. I just left for a moment to soothe her. I should have waited a bit longer." As he spoke, Charlize noticed the towel and water beside her. "Did you take care of me again this time?" "It's okay. You must have been startled when I suddenly fainted." "More than startled. I was worried. This is the second time you've fainted. Has this happened often before?" Calix suddenly turned his head to look at Charlize. Charlize felt a little awkward. "Although it doesn't show, I'm very healthy. It would be best to get a checkup. Lip is probably at the Grand Duke Leonton's estate by now. It's better to have your family's physician personally diagnose you. They should also confirm if you're taking any medication regularly." Charlize wasn't sure whether to thank him. Charlize felt a headache coming on. She could already imagine her father's expression upon hearing the news. Nobles must be treated by their own family physician. Non-heir, noble children are often used as pawns by their families. Their greatest use is to marry other nobles, forging alliances between families. Therefore, the health status of noble children is a major secret. If Leonton's physician came here, the Grand Duchy would definitely attract gossip. There are too many eyes and ears here. I should personally return to the estate. Calix suddenly leaned closer. "You're right. It would be best if you returned to the Duke's estate today." Charlize thought the same. As she looked up, their eyes met again. The vision of the future unfolded once more. I squeezed his shoulder tightly with my seemingly frail hand. Even if the Grand Duchess Leonton kills a noble, she won't escape punishment. I don't care. Count Funin immediately understood that mere words couldn't persuade this reckless Grand Duchess. Charlize didn't see what happened next. Calix interrupted the vision. Charlize made an excuse. "I should tell Sasha before I go back." Then she quietly changed the subject. "Shall we continue what we were doing? Your health is the priority now. You should rest, Charlize. Charlize, however, felt she had rested enough. Calix suddenly gazed at her with deep affection. I wish you would think more about yourself. The atmosphere between them intensified again. Back at the Liantan estate, Charlize had just arrived home when she heard a loud cry. Charlize was used to her father's reaction. He was just like Sasha. He tearfully asked Charlize where she felt unwell. Charlize had to comfort him first. Father, please don't cry. I'm perfectly fine. Grand Duke Liantan suddenly snapped out of it. Right, this isn't the time to cry. He turned serious. Quickly called a physician. Run every test possible. Charlize thought her father was overreacting a bit. Nevertheless, the examination began. Her pulse seemed a little faster than before. Her running speed seemed a little slower than before. Miss, you seem to have lost weight recently. The shine of your hair has also diminished. Oh my goodness, there seems to be a small hangnail next to your fingernail. Miss Charlize, what should we do? Others might think something is seriously wrong with my health. Soon, after all the tests were done, the physician came in with a report. I'm sorry to say this. Everyone was already tense, and the physician paused, leaving them holding their breath. The test results show no abnormalities. Not only did Grand Duke Liantan not believe the results, but the physician was also puzzled and wanted to run the tests again. Charlize didn't want to go through that again and quickly called for a stop. I might have to go through this every time I faint. It's better to come up with a plausible excuse. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Grand Duke Liantan was about to say something when Charlize, standing up, put a hand over his mouth. She addressed the physician. I didn't want to say this, but there's something in common with every time I've fainted. I faint only after seeing His Highness, the Crown Prince. So I think Charlize took her father's hand seriously. I think I'm in love with His Highness the Crown Prince again. It was getting late. I decided to stay the night at the estate. It's definitely not because I find it troublesome to go back to the Grand Duchy, but because I felt a little bad seeing my father's pale face. But I need to find a reason for my fainting spell soon. The Lantern Divine Beast appeared before her. Charlize was startled. Divine Beast, what are you doing here? I tried to find Sasha this morning, but failed again. I felt something was wrong, so I followed your scent here. It's all because of that cursed Holy Grail. Charlize was surprised. Are you saying the Holy Relic was activated at the Grand Duchy today? Yes. Is there a problem? The first time I fainted was the day the Holy Relic was activated in front of the Emperor. And yesterday, when I fainted, the Holy Relic was activated as well. It's too much of a coincidence. But you're not in your stone form this time, because I've gotten a little stronger, although it's still far from my original power. Anyway, I'll leave Sasha in your care until I regain my strength. Are you leaving already? I have to return to the lake before my power disappears. See you next time. Take care until then, or something, as if anything would happen to me. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. I turned around and stood up. I've felt this sensation before. This is the killing intent radiating from a watchful assassin. My name is Lycan. I'm the exclusive maid of Duke Liantan's daughter. Although everyone has probably forgotten who I am, I always follow Charlize. Today, I accompanied the lady to spend the night at Duke Liantan's estate. This is my first time leaving the Grand Duke's estate. I'm a little nervous, but for Lady Charlize to rest well, I intend to do my best as her maid. Because I'm a professional maid, I slept in the room next to hers. As I was falling asleep, I thought that maybe Lady Charlize wasn't as cold as I thought. From His Grace to the servants, everyone cherishes her deeply. I need to gain her trust quickly too. Just as I was thinking this, click, the door opened. Who is it? I screamed in fright. I waited for a while, but no one was there. Did I hear wrong? Well, it's late, so no one would come into my room, right? I'm probably just overly sensitive in this unfamiliar place. The next second, Lady Charlize suddenly appeared on the bed. My heart pounded. Talk about giving someone a fright. Charlize, with a nonchalant expression, said, just pretend I'm not here and go to sleep. What are you standing around for? Get in bed. Lady Charlize, your room is next door. To be sleeping in the same bed as Lady Charlize. Shouldn't I get out of bed? Lycan couldn't relax, even as he tried to sleep. Charlize was thinking that the assassin must have been following her from the Grand Duke's estate. There were plenty of opportunities to attack on the way here, yet the assassin chose to act at the Duke's estate, where security is tightest. This means the incident had to happen here. Hearing the click of the door, Charlize told Lycan to close his eyes and pretend to be asleep. She hid under the covers. The assassin came to the bedside, drew a sharp sword, and stepped forward, ready to strike. Blame the Grand Duke who sent you to Liantan. With that, the assassin swung the sword down. Charlize emerged from the covers and blocked the attack. Clang! The sword fell from the assassin's grasp. The assassin hadn't expected Charlize to be there. Charlize grabbed the assassin by the collar. It's not like you're the only ones who can think. She knocked the assassin out with a single punch. You didn't even have a sense to not mess with my house. It took Lycan a while to process that Lady Charlize had saved his life. A while later, Noah casually entered, using the excuse of having heard a commotion. Charlize had instructed Noah beforehand to wait outside and enter naturally after the incident. Noah's first act was to feign ignorance of what had happened. His acting was getting better and better. Charlize instructed him, "Lock this man in the dungeon. Don't let him escape. We'll discuss the details later." Noah efficiently dragged the assassin to the dungeon. Once everything was settled, Charlize comforted the frightened Lycan and invited him to sleep in her room. After the fright, Lycan saw Charlize as a hero and became instantly smitten. Charlize, however, found his obedience strange. "Is he really that scared of me?" From Charlize's perspective, Lycan must have been terrified after being attacked. "If it were me, I'd be too scared to sleep here either." Lycan was completely captivated by Charlize. Even her holding his hand felt incredibly warm. In the dungeon, the bound assassin was questioned. Charlize wanted to know their plan. If a maid from a Grand Duke's estate were killed at the Leonton estate, it would create a rift between the two families. Consequently, they would be less focused on protecting the imperial prince. Judging by his expression, he had no intention of revealing the mastermind. Charlize handed him a note that "Go back and tell whoever sent you this. House Leonton will pursue this matter to the end." She then ordered Noah, "Take him out and let him go." The assassin gritted his teeth. "Lady Leonton, I will make you regret your arrogance someday." Nothing happened in the days following the assassin's release. I had told my father that I'd capture the assassin, but he escaped. Father couldn't say much, only that he would catch the assassin and that I shouldn't worry. Before returning to the Grand Duke's estate, I gave Lycan several days off and some vacation pay, hoping he would keep the incident a secret. After that, I spent time with Sasha. We read books together, played Jenga, and strolled through the courtyard. I was completely absorbed in playing with her. Later, I noticed a letter on the chair. After Sasha fell asleep at 9 o'clock, we held a secret meeting. "It seems like I need to take care of some serious business today." The atmosphere in Calix's office was somewhat subdued. There's only a month left until that day. Is everyone prepared? Charlize and Liz were bewildered. What day were they talking about? After Calix nodded, Livian spoke up. "That day is Lady Sasha's annual birthday. We plan to celebrate grandly. Therefore, everyone should have thought about what gifts to give her, right? I'm going to give her banquet gloves decorated with sapphires. I'm going to give her a sapphire brooch. I'm going to give her a doll with a sapphire." Everyone share their ideas. It's a bit terrifying, honestly, but it's good that we discussed it together beforehand. Otherwise, it would seem like Sasha is a sapphire collector. Livian proudly added that sapphires suit Sasha best because her eyes are like sapphires. Calix sighed in exasperation. "We should discuss these things in advance from now on. Everyone, think again about what gifts to give Sasha. Report back at the next meeting." As everyone left, they continued to discuss what to get Sasha. Only Charlize and Liz stayed behind. Calix assumed Charlize had something to say. Charlize seemed hesitant to speak. After a while, she stammered, "We haven't tried to see the future recently, have we?" Calix explained, "After all, your health is the most important. You need to be healthy for Sasha to be happy." Charlize felt a bit awkward. She was already healthy. "We can't put this off any longer. Even for Sasha's sake, I have to see the future. So quickly, take my hand, Calix." It was late at night. I couldn't see the future through Calix. But there was one future fragment I hadn't told him yet. I seemed to be trying to kill Count Funin. Calix took it seriously and asked if it was necessary to kill him. Charlize thought Calix was a bit cute sometimes and explained with a smile, "Maybe I was just threatening him." "There's one more thing. When I returned to Grand Duke Leonton's estate, an assassin came after me." Calix seemed to stop breathing, afraid to think what would happen if something happened to Charlize. He was a little angry. "Why are you only telling me such an important thing now?" Not expecting such a strong reaction from Calix, Charlize explained, "I was waiting for the right time, and I've already sown the seeds. Come and reap them with me." The next day, we went to the capital's bustling district to buy Sasha a birthday present. Although our real purpose was to lure out the assassin sent by Count Funin, we needed an excuse to go out to avoid suspicion. I let the assassin who failed to kill me go. He must be furious now. I need to lure him out quickly. We were supposed to be picking out a gift for Sasha, but Calix casually led Charlize to a dress shop. Charlize was puzzled and approached Calix. In a voice only they could hear, she asked, "Aren't we supposed to be buying Sasha a gift? And we still have to catch the assassin?" Calix put his arm around Charlize's shoulder, looking affectionate. He wanted Charlize to buy a dress first. "We haven't had a proper date since I proposed." The shop assistants gossiped amongst themselves that, "Oh my God, they're on a date. It seems the rumors are true. His Highness really is in love with the Duke's daughter." Hearing the distant chatter, Charlize understood. It seemed he intended to take this opportunity to solidify the rumors of our engagement. "I need to play along then." Charlize wasn't good at this sort of thing and acted a bit stiffly. She even winked at Calix, as if asking for praise for her acting. The Grand Duke was delighted. She was his fiancée. After all, he could only spoil her. The shop owner said, "It's our honor to present our dresses to the Duke's daughter. We've prepared only high-quality dresses, meticulously crafted by our most skilled tailors. First, allow me to introduce a dress that allows for ease of movement. This is this season's new arrival. It accentuates a woman's neckline." The shop owner kept glancing at Charlize's expression as he introduced the dresses. "How about this dress for a special occasion like today's date? These dresses are sure to create wonderful memories for the two of you." Before he could finish, Calix noticed Charlize frowning. He thought she wasn't satisfied. At his words, the shop owner froze. "So this dress doesn't suit the Duke's daughter's taste. It's my fault for not being fully prepared. I'll bring out more dresses right away." The shop owner looked puzzled. "I didn't say I wasn't satisfied. Was my expression too serious?" I quickly reassured the shop owner, who seemed to be doubting herself. "There's no need for that. I heard this is the best dress shop in the Empire." Indeed, from the design to the quality of the dresses, everything is perfect. This moved the shop owner deeply. She didn't expect the noble Grand Duchess to be so understanding. Charlize got up to try on some dresses, but froze. There were so many to try on. Calix nodded in agreement. "You have to try on many to find the right one." Then, two shop assistants each took an arm and led Charlize off to the fitting room. Charlize desperately tried to signal Calix for help, but he just laughed cheerfully. Every time Charlize came out in a new dress, she was met with a chorus of, "Your Grace, you look stunning. It suits you perfectly." And this dress has finally found its owner. After trying on 8 dresses, Charlize was exhausted, but still managed to smile and say, "It's so wonderful to hear you say that." Calix seemed pleased, "But you could try this one on as well." Charlize almost collapsed. "Another one? Come on, Your Grace, just one more. You can do it." Charlize felt dizzy as she put on the dress. The shop owner, however, was delighted. "It's a bit difficult to get into, but it looks absolutely beautiful once it's on." At first, Calix just seemed impressed, but then he stood up, captivated, gently took Charlize's hand, and kissed it. "You look breathtaking, Your Grace." The shop assistants were envious. "His Highness is so romantic. What a perfect couple." So he was putting on a show. That startled me. I almost misunderstood again. As they left the shop, Calix remarked, "You look stunning in that dress. It's a shame to take it off. I can't exactly fight an assassin in a new gown. I'll lure him out, have a night stand by until I give the signal." They parted ways. Hidden in the shadows, the assassin watched them. He followed Charlize into an alley, thinking the Grand Duchess foolish for venturing into such a place alone. "You were lucky to escape with your life last time. There'll be no such luck today, Grand Duchess. Prépare-toi." He drew his sword, intending to kill her. In the next instant, Charlize grabbed his wrist. "Oh, you really think you can kill someone like that?" Clang! The sword clattered to the ground. "Damn it! How can the Leonton Grand Duchess be so strong?" Charlize picked up the fallen sword. "Since things have come to this, I can't just let you go." With a single swing, the assassin fell. "I'll give your regards to your employer." Only then did Calix approach. He praised Charlize. "You struck a vital point with one blow. I had no idea you were so skilled with a sword." Everyone has their secrets, don't they? But we should still be careful. We don't want strange rumors spreading on our first date. Charlize looked at the blood on her dress, expecting a reprimand. But Calix gently draped his coat over her. "I'm so glad you're all right." Charlize's heart pounded. Why did he always seem so worried about her? It was strange. Meanwhile, Count Funin was talking with a mysterious figure. He'd sent another assassin and demanded success this time. He'd overlooked the previous failure. But this time there could be no mistakes. Otherwise, you know what will happen. The next day, Count Funin waited anxiously at home. If this attempt failed too, he was finished. A frantic knocking came at the door. accompanied by urgent shouts. Master, Master, an emergency. The noise further agitated Count Funin. Quiet. What is it? I've told you countless times not to disturb me unless it's important. Before he could open the door, it burst open with a crash. What's the meaning of this? Charlize stepped in. I hear you sent assassins after me. How disappointing. What terrible wrong have I committed to offend you so? Did you receive the note I sent? I wonder if it reached you. Even when exposed, Count Funin refused to admit anything, playing deaf and dumb. The Count's butler entered with tea. As he passed by Count Funin, they exchanged a knowing glance. Count Funin personally introduced it. This tea, airlifted from the south, was specially prepared for the Grand Duchess, poured to the brim, and presented to Charlize. He added, saying that Charlize would surely like it. Charlize immediately recognized the tea was poisoned. The poison wasn't on the cup, but on the tea leaves themselves. Funin himself was trembling. The cup likely didn't contain a lethal dose, or he had an antidote. Charlize said, "Excuse me, but before drinking tea in the Leonton household, we have a custom. Could you please taste it first?" She gestured towards the nearby butler. Count Funin had no choice but to agree. Very well. It's not a problem. The butler picked up Charlize's teacup and drank it down in one gulp. Now, are you satisfied that there's nothing wrong with the tea? Then please try it. If not now, then wait a little longer. Time ticked by, and Count Funin grew increasingly nervous. The butler who drank the tea began to cough. Finally, he collapsed. That he's not dead. Is it a poison that causes unconsciousness? Count Funin explained frantically, "It's not like that. This is a misunderstanding." Is it really a misunderstanding? I'll investigate this thoroughly starting now. That man was evasive to the very end, claiming he knew nothing. When I asked him who was behind it, he froze up like a malfunctioning machine. Even his eyes changed. Something doesn't feel right. Did that man tamper with him somehow? But how? Calix suddenly appeared from the corner. Did you give Count Funin a good dressing down? Your Highness, what are you doing here? Wait, you knew all along. Of course. You've been waiting for daybreak since yesterday, looking like you wanted to confront him immediately. But why do you seem so listless? Because I found nothing. I only managed to get this from the Count's estate. Count Funin suddenly offered me tea. It seemed to be poisoned. I had his butler drink it first, and he collapsed 3 hours later. Although it still needs thorough investigation, this poison seems to be the same one used on Marquis Ronatus. This poison, while lethal, requires regular injections. It's quite troublesome. The advantage is that it can be timed to take effect at a specific time. After hearing Calix's explanation, Charlize felt something was ODD. As far as I know, Topalar poison is incredibly lethal. Drinking it results in immediate death. Even diluted, it should produce the desired effect. Could this be a new, modified version from the Empress? If Count Funin obtained the poison from the Empress, then she might be involved. If we can trace the source of this poison, we can identify who's targeting me. Do you have any suspects in mind? The Grand Duke admitted he had a few, but they were just speculations. In that case, I think we should use Count Funin to spread the news. Let everyone know that he tried to assassinate me. This will make him the center of attention. We need to act quickly before they silence him. The Grand Duke finally understood. So that's why you went to the Count's estate so early this morning. I'll follow your lead. Let me know if you need anything. He's so impressive. No wonder Charlize was so devoted to him in the original story. Feeling herself becoming captivated, Charlize slapped her cheeks to stay alert. Flushing, she avoided Calix's gaze and said with a serious expression, "I just had a strange thought. I'll go back and rest now." She turned and hurried away. But strange. I looked Calix in the eyes today, but I didn't see the future. A few days later, the day arrived for her visit to the Empress. Charlize and Sasha prepared to go. Sasha, clutching the doll Charlize had given her, smiled brightly. The weather was beautiful. It would be nice to go out with Sasha. But if I don't visit the Empress soon, it'll arouse suspicion. I didn't know then that I would hear shocking news from the Empress today. The Empress told her she was recently pregnant and asked Charlize to keep it a secret for a while. A short while ago, in the Empress's palace, the Empress greeted them warmly. "Grand Duchess and my dear nephew, it's been a while. How are you, my dear nephew? Your birthday is coming up. I wanted to ask if there's anything you'd like. I also want to give you an engagement gift, Grand Duchess." Charlize didn't dare accept a gift from the Empress, unsure what harmful things it might contain. She politely declined the Empress's offer. During their conversation, the Empress finally revealed her purpose. She knew about Charlize's recent troubles. Charlize froze. "She definitely called me here because of Count Funin. Is she trying to test whether I know who the mastermind is?" To avoid being discovered by the Empress, Charlize pretended to say, "I felt much more at ease after hearing that the culprit was imprisoned in the royal dungeon. Thanks to that, I can stay at the Grand Duchy a bit longer. That's good. It seems that no matter how good a gift I give Sasha for her birthday this year, it can only be second best, because the best gift is that the Grand Duchess will soon become Sasha's family." Hearing that Charlize would soon become family, Sasha beamed. The Empress continued, "But you should also like the second gift," stroking her belly. "After all, the birth of a new family member is a joyous occasion, isn't it?" Charlize looked at the Empress, afraid to consider her suspicions. The Empress stated frankly, "You're right. I recently became pregnant. This is a child I've been longing for and finally conceived." Charlize bowed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The Empress said to Sasha, "Although he's not your biological brother, I'll have to ask you to take good care of him." The innocent Sasha replied, "No problem. I'm relieved to hear you say that, because there aren't many playmates of the same age in the royal family. I was worried the child would be lonely. This must be what it feels like to be a mother. I'm only telling you this for now. Can you keep it a secret for a while?" Charlize felt uneasy. What scheme is this Empress plotting now? Once back at the Grand Duchy, Charlize and the Grand Duke prepared to predict the future again and informed Calix of the Empress's pregnancy. Perhaps because of this, I saw the Empress's future, although there wasn't any important information. Calix nodded and asked, "The Empress is skilled in using drugs, isn't she?" Charlize and Leash were surprised. "Unexpectedly, you know more about the Empress than I thought." Calix said, "Because there was information I wanted to know, I started investigating everything about her. Later, even things I didn't want to know would come to my ears. Keep this a secret." He then turned to Charlize, flashing his charming smile. Charlize turned away, practically unable to stand it. "Why is this man always smiling at me? What's in it for me if I keep your secret?" Calix, not realizing Charlize was joking, felt a bit bitter. "We're so close. Do we really need to be so calculating? I feel like I'm the only one using wishes as favors." Charlize turned back to retort, bumping directly into Calix. Her gloves fell off, seeing Charlize's displeasure. He then said he was just joking and picked up her gloves. "If there's anything you want, you can tell me anytime." The next day, Charlize and Leash went to see Rodanthe again. Charlize greeted Rodanthe while sipping coffee. He didn't say a word, just stared straight at Rodanthe. "He suddenly came to find me, but he's not saying anything. What's going on? Is he waiting for me to initiate the conversation? I have a secret I don't want anyone to know. I possess divine power, and using this power, I illegally produce and sell holy water. Since I was young, I didn't even know who my mother was. I only knew I was the Marquis's illegitimate child. Because I had blonde hair and was a boy, I was brought into the territory. The mistress of the castle thought I resembled the Lord. When I was young, she took me in as her son. Every day, she kept me locked in a cage. Living in the castle was more painful than living on the streets. One day, I couldn't stand this hellish castle anymore and ran away. However, I met my sister there. After that, we often met and chatted in the courtyard. That's when I learned that getting admitted to the academy as the top student would exempt me from tuition fees. I dreamed of escaping this castle with my sister. However, just a month before the academy entrance exam, my sister disappeared. The mistress of the castle, my nominal mother, threw me one of my sister's shoes and told me my sister would never return. I started spending money everywhere searching for clues about my sister. The costs were too high, and the clues were too few. It was difficult. I want to find my missing sister, but I need money to buy information. Just as I was pondering how someone so young could earn a lot of money, I accidentally discovered I possessed divine power. Having traveled all over, I often heard about the Grand Duchess of Leonton, but those things had nothing to do with me. After all, such a prestigious family couldn't possibly have anything to do with an orphan like me. However, fate is just that coincidental. The Grand Duchess of Leonton actually arranged for me to work at the Leonton Chamber of Commerce. The Grand Duchess of Leonton doesn't help people casually. Could it be that she discovered my illegal holy water production? I must have slipped up somewhere. But it's strange. He hasn't confronted me about it since then. Is he waiting for concrete evidence? Should I bring it up myself? Just then, Charlize said, "You seem to be doing well. I'll be going then. By the way, it's best to be careful these days. Don't do anything dangerous. Be careful." Rodanthe became alert. Could this be a veiled warning, telling him not to act rashly? Charlize walked out of the Chamber of Commerce, feeling relieved that I finally see a future in Rodanthe as well. It seems Rodanthe's cycle is just a bit longer than Calix's. but I've always found it strange. All of this as if someone is intentionally letting me see the future for a specific purpose. Why am I seeing this future? She wondered if it was simply for her to save Rodanthe, or if it was teaching her how to gain his trust. In any case, I should save Rodanthe first. As expected, something happened when Rodanthe sold the holy water again. Rodanthe was confined in a narrow space. I regret agreeing so readily. He thought back to how much effort he'd put into avoiding those slave traders for the sake of his gamble. Was he too hasty? He was so focused on finding his sister before the illegal holy water sales were discovered that he overlooked the person who struck him from behind. The result of his haste was ultimately trouble. Rodanthe looked up. The carriage ride was smooth. It felt like they were on a well-maintained road. He must still be within the capital. The next moment, the carriage braked sharply. No, it can't have arrived so quickly, can it? He had to find a way to escape. Rodanthe started pulling at the fastened wooden planks. He had to escape before they were discovered. Rodanthe prayed, "Please, please, God, please help me just this once. This small wish of mine shouldn't be too greedy. I just want to live a normal life with my sister in a safe home." Before he could open the planks, light flooded the carriage. But it wasn't the bad guys. It was the Duke Leonton's daughter, Charlize. She extended a hand to Rodanthe. "Didn't I tell you to be careful these days?" Rodanthe was puzzled. How did she know he was in trouble? Charlize explained, "While you're working at the Leonton Chamber of Commerce, I'm your guardian." Reassured, Rodanthe stepped down from the carriage, taking Charlize's hand. Charlize felt like she had almost lost Rodanthe. I specifically warned him to be careful, but he went and sold illegal holy water even more brazenly. What if I hadn't seen the future? What's even more infuriating is how audacious those slave traders are. Rodanthe was grateful to Charlize for saving him. Charlize teased, "Which are you apologizing for? For me saving you, arranging your work at the Chamber of Commerce, or for knowing about your illegal activities but not pursuing them?" Rodanthe's guess was correct. Charlize had known about the holy water sales all along, but hearing her say it out loud was still surprising. "Since you know you should be thanking me, tell me the reason you keep breaking the law. The more grateful you are, the more detailed you should be." Rodanthe was a little scared, but he hesitantly began to speak. "I have a younger sister. She went missing when I was young. To commission the Information Guild to find her, I need a lot of money. The only way I can earn money is by selling illegal holy water. So, once you find your sister, you won't do it anymore." Charlize was a little exasperated, but resigned. "To prevent you from breaking the law again, I'll have to keep you by my side under supervision for the time being. It shouldn't take too long because the Leonton Knights will find your sister soon. Those knights better find her quickly, or they're in trouble. Everyone who angers me should be punished. So until then, you'll stay put at the Duke's estate." Rodanthe was incredibly grateful to Charlize, not only for saving him, but also for helping him find his sister. After sending Rodanthe back to the Duke's estate, Charlize still had a secret meeting waiting for her. Calix had decided to celebrate Sasha's birthday over 2 days. The actual birthday would be spent with the family at the Duke's estate, and the following day, a public birthday banquet would be held. Then came the most important discussion: what gifts everyone would give Sasha. Calix spoke first. "I planned to give Sasha a custom-made fairy tale book. The others thought this was a good idea. Sasha would surely love it." Charlize, listening in, suddenly realized she had forgotten to prepare a birthday gift for Sasha. Everyone shared their ideas. A new doll, banquet gloves? Charlize suddenly realized this was the same as last time, just without the sapphire. "But with dealing with Count Funin and Rodanthe, I haven't had any time to think about a gift." Charlize felt a wave of panic. Was it too late to prepare something now? But I still have to grit my teeth. I absolutely must get Sasha a gift she'll adore. Even if I have to mobilize everyone, I won't hesitate. The next day, since Charlize didn't have many friends, she only invited a few. However, everyone assumed Charlize had only invited them. It had been a while since they'd attended such a small gathering. Charlize thought that even with a small group, they should be able to help. She expressed her gratitude for their attendance. Then, she explained the reason for inviting them, to discuss what birthday gift to get Sasha. Everyone was surprised. "A gift for the Imperial Prince? I wonder if I can be of any help," one said, and then asked Charlize what she had been planning to give. Charlize, surprisingly, had been intending to give a huge sapphire. This shocked them all. They hadn't expected the Duke's daughter to have such poor taste, but they couldn't say it directly. They could only subtly hint that the gift was too extravagant. "His Highness probably won't like it," they suggested. "How about asking His Highness what he wants?" When I was little, I loved music boxes. So every birthday, I looked forward to receiving one as a gift. If I didn't receive the gift I wanted, I would be very sad. That's why I think it's best to ask him directly if there's anything he wants. Everyone applauded in agreement, thinking Ilian's suggestion was a good idea. They brainstormed ways for Charlize to subtly fish for information. And you must have had gifts you wanted when you were little, right? Charlize didn't know how to answer their question. She simply said she didn't remember much from her childhood. Following their advice, Charlize went to Sasha's room. Sasha was playing alone. Seeing Charlize, he happily ran over. Charlize asked Sasha, "Is there anything you want?" To avoid suspicion, she quickly explained that she just wanted to know his preferences. She also casually mentioned that her favorite gifts were gems. It's not entirely because they're expensive that I like them. So Sasha, what do you like? Sasha thought seriously, nervously fidgeting with his hands, that I've never received a gift. I think I'd be happy with anything. Because gifts contain the giver's feelings? Charlize hugged Sasha. Even your thoughts are so endearing. Gifts contain the giver's feelings. Such a mature thought. Charlize felt a pang of sympathy for Sasha, further strengthening her resolve to give him the gift he wanted most, even if she had to learn about it through future visions. Just then, Calix arrived to meet Charlize. Their appointed time had come. Speak of the devil. Sasha, play by yourself for a bit, she said. I'll be back after I talk to His Highness. Sasha stood there alone, thinking of his best friend and how much he wanted to see his lost friend again, as Charlize and Calix walked away, preparing to glimpse the future once more. After all this time spent together, Charlize had a feeling that I think I've gotten used to holding Calix's hand. When I first remembered the original story, I never would have imagined a day like this would come. An image began to appear before her eyes. He was badly injured, calling out Calix's name with a trembling voice. Calix had deliberately leaked the information that he was searching for a certain holy relic. This led to this outcome. Charlize felt a wave of dizziness. So these guys were still after Sasha. Although Count Funan's plan had failed, it was expected that the future would change. It was like she had seen something she shouldn't have. Seeing that something was wrong with Charlize, Calix quickly asked her what was the matter. Charlize hesitated for a moment before saying, I saw you injured, Your Highness. It looked like you deliberately leaked information about a holy relic. Calix looked pleased. It seemed his plan had worked. Sasha's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? We need to be fully prepared, just in case. Calix took out a small box. This holy relic allows two wearers to exchange fates when their lives are in danger. It seems I'll need to use this. I don't want Sasha to see this happen on his birthday. I need to give this to him as soon as possible. Charlize finally understood. This was something that would happen soon. That place, it felt crowded. Could it be an attack at Sasha's birthday banquet? But the Imperial Palace is heavily guarded. It shouldn't be possible to just barge in. Calix looked thoughtful to know what kind of attack was Sasha under. Charlize thought black magic is a dark art that requires a price to activate. Because magic is based on the caster's magical power. As long as the caster is alive, the effects will continue. But black magic is one-time use. The caster leaves no trace, making them difficult to track. If the caster uses black magic, they wouldn't need to enter the banquet hall to launch an attack. Calix must have known this, which is why he was looking for this magical artifact. Come to think of it, something fell off about when young Master Bane was sick. Although he said that music box was a gift from Count Bowden, he couldn't remember receiving it. Let's double check on the day of the birthday banquet. Young Master Bane seems to be doing better. Your Highness, please be careful. Calix wasn't worried at all. He even thought it sounded like a death threat. Charlize, momentarily annoyed, said, I'm not joking. You must be careful. Calix, touched by Charlize's concern, said, Thank you, Charlize. I'll be careful. That night, Charlize thought for a long time. She communicated remotely with Noah. They still believed black magic might be used. It's certainly a possibility. But if that's the case, the Queen is unlikely to be the mastermind. The Queen despises black magic. She believes it's unworthy of being called magic, just mere incantations at best. Charlize thought it made sense. I haven't seen the Queen use black magic in the original story either, although she should have some understanding of it. Noah also reported something else, that we've identified Rodanthi's sister's clothing and appearance. Finding her should only be a matter of time. Really, Charlize had been wondering what Rodanthi's sister looked like. Sasha stood at the door, holding a book, and cautiously asked, Lady Charlize, may I come in? Charlize quickly ended the call and let Sasha in. Sasha looked so adorable in her pajamas. Charlize didn't mind the interruption at all. Sasha, hugging a book, said, I want to read this book with you. The Little Warrior and the Brave Princess. Sasha seemed to really like this book. I don't know if I can read it as entertainingly as His Highness, but I'll try my best. Sasha quickly responded, Don't say that, Lady Charlize. I'm happy you're willing to read to me. Sasha was so well-behaved and sweet. Charlize thought, how could anyone want to harm such a kind child? Whoever dares to hurt Sasha, I won't be lenient. Sasha sat quietly beside Charlize, listening to her tell the story. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was Sasha's birthday. The entire Grand Duchy was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Everyone was busy preparing for Sasha's birthday. Libin had even prepared balloons, but he was a little worried Sasha might not like them. They stood at the doorway, quietly waiting for Sasha to arrive to surprise him. The moment Sasha entered, everyone shouted, Happy birthday, Sasha. Sasha, touched and flustered, said, I didn't prepare anything. Charlize gently comforted him. It's okay, Sasha. The birthday person doesn't need to prepare anything. Master Sasha, this is a birthday cake specially made by the head chef. We'll sing you happy birthday, and then you can blow out the candles. Sasha was deeply moved. Everyone was celebrating his birthday. After the song, Sasha made a wish and blew out the candles. It was time for presents, but then they heard soft sobs. Sasha was saying, Thank you all so much. Everyone was surprised. Although he seemed mature, he was still a child. Charlize went to Sasha's side and gently comforted him. Don't cry, Sasha. I want you to be happy. Of course, everyone felt the same. Calix hugged Sasha, who was a little embarrassed. He felt he'd been crying for too long and whispered in Calix's ear, I said I'd be a good older brother. Big brothers shouldn't cry. What should I do? Calix chuckled and said, Then I'll keep it secret. I'll tell the servants not to mention it either. Reassured, Sasha's face broke into a bright smile. It was time for gift giving. Everyone wanted to present their gift, that you'll be overjoyed when you receive my gift, one said. Charlize wasn't backing down, that you'll faint from shock when you get mine. Everyone opened their gifts and placed them in front of Sasha. He was thrilled. Calix proudly presented his gift, a fairy tale written especially for Sasha by the author of The Little Warrior and the Brave Princess. Libin also presented a carefully chosen sapphire and asked, Master Sasha, which gift do you like the most? Sasha, mindful of everyone's feelings, said he liked them all. If I have to choose, I'll say my second favorite first. It's May the Lovely Prince Always Be Happy. This was a blow to Calix. His carefully chosen gift was only second best. Charlize was even more disheartened. Her gift was only third. Fourth place are these gloves, Sasha said, finding them a perfect fit. Next came the announcement of the first and fifth place gifts. However, Charlize and Calix said in unison, Let's not continue. It's better not to announce them. Sasha thought they were becoming more and more alike. They say married couples start to resemble each other. Is it because of this? The night before Sasha's birthday, both were filled with anticipation for the next day's party. After putting Sasha to bed, Charlize carefully left the room. Just as she stepped out, she ran into His Highness Calix, who was waiting. She hadn't wanted to interrupt their time together, knowing how precious it was. Charlize felt a little helpless, but didn't say much. They both noticed the snow falling outside. It was something Charlize would normally enjoy, but Liantan territory didn't have a winter. And I've been living in the territory for the past 6 months, Calix said, gazing affectionately at Charlize. Thank you, Lady Charlize. Thanks to you, Sasha can have a happy birthday. I want to celebrate his birthday every year from now on, making up for all the past years. His affectionate gaze made Charlize think, this man is dangerous. At this rate, I might actually fall for him. Yet, even now, we are walking step by step towards destruction. It's as if I'm being warned not to have such foolish hopes. Sasha's birthday, the day of the ball, arrived. The venue was decorated both lavishly and warmly, in accordance with the prince's preferences. Then, Charlize, Sasha, and Calix appeared together. The noble children all came to greet Sasha, eager to become his friend. Charlize, in particular, became the center of attention. That arrogant and domineering Lady Charlize of Liantan has finally gotten her wish. Since it was Sasha's day, Charlize refrained from reacting. She couldn't let these people ruin the birthday party. Calix spoke on behalf of the group. Thank you all for gathering here to celebrate Sasha's birthday. I hope everyone enjoys this banquet. The temple emissary will also offer blessings to His Highness in celebration of his birthday. His Majesty the Emperor has also sent many gifts to celebrate His Highness's birthday. Calix was a little surprised. So my brother cares about Sasha's birthday too. He expressed his gratitude nonetheless. Watching all this from afar, Charlize swirled her wine glass. If I were to check everything here, it would take quite a while. Now that we've received gifts, if any of the guests present have prepared a gift for Sasha, please present it now. Urged by their parents, the noble children shyly came forward with their gifts. The room became noisy as the children lined up to present their gifts. An adorable little girl presented her gift to Sasha. Lucas Bine also offered his heartfelt birthday wishes to Sasha. Sasha was delighted to receive the gifts. He said to Lucas, "Thank you, young Master Bine." Bine felt a pang of guilt. His Highness is so kind to me. I actually slandered him as an impostor before. A few months ago, he had listened to the instigations of others. Because of his timid nature, he thought that only by teaching Sasha a lesson would his father entrust him with the Bine family territory, a crucial northern stronghold. That was why he had led others to bully Sasha. Bine realized his mistake and bowed his head in sincere apology. "Thank you, Your Highness, and I'm very sorry." Charlize, watching from the side, was relieved. As expected, children reconcile quickly. Lucas's mother approached Charlize. "Lady Charlize, thank you. I heard that it was because you spoke up for him that Lucas was spared." Charlize was surprised that she knew. She had only summoned him to check for traces of black magic. Lucas's mother expressed her gratitude for Charlize's help. The Bine family will never forget a kindness. Whenever you need the Bine family's help, please don't hesitate to ask. Since she had put it that way, Charlize agreed. She would definitely ask for their help if the opportunity arose. She also hadn't found any traces of black magic on Lucas. As they were deep in conversation, Duke Leonton arrived. He enthusiastically greeted Duchess Bine. However, Duchess Bine seemed reluctant to engage with him. To avoid any awkwardness, Charlize excused herself and quickly pulled Duke Leonton away. Charlize, concerned about Rodanthi's sister, asked, "Have you still not found Rodanthi's sister?" Duke Leonton replied, "I thought I'd find her in about 2 days, but it seems she's not in the capital. It might take a little longer." Charlize wanted to know the child's characteristics, as she hadn't heard earlier due to Sasha's interruption. Duke Leonton described, "She has light gray hair and black eyes. She's 9 years old this year, but she's small for her age, so she looks younger." This description brought Angela to Charlize's mind. She was about to tell Noah that she knew who the child was. Noah was surprised by this. Duke Leonton looked proud. Suddenly, Charlize felt a chilling presence, a sense of unease. She looked around nervously. "Just in case, Father, you should return to the banquet hall. There's something I need to attend to. Now I know. If anything happens, remember to have Noah tell me." "Noah, it seems I guessed right." Noah was also surprised. What does this mean? Could it be black magic? The next second, Charlize felt unwell. As expected, they're trying to attack Sasha through Calix. Charlize took off her glove, revealing the ring that should have been on Calix's finger. "Last night, I was asking the divine beast if it could nullify the black magic. It could, but doing so would completely erase any trace of the black magic being cast. If the traces disappear, there's no way to find the person who cast it." The divine beast was a little worried. "Are you planning on doing something dangerous?" Forced to lie to the divine beast to allay its concerns, Charlize reassured it before it left. Charlize opened the box. As she suspected, Calix hadn't given the ring to Sasha. He was wearing it himself. Calix deliberately leaked the news that he was searching for the holy relic and intentionally wore the ring everywhere, letting everyone know he'd found it. He did all this to make the assassins target him, not Sasha. That's why in the future I saw Calix was in that state. "I'm sorry to do this to His Highness, but I don't want to see him get hurt." Therefore, Charlize put the ring on her own finger. "I have a feeling I absolutely have to protect Sasha and His Highness this time." Blood trickled from the corner of Charlize's mouth. Her body swayed as she walked forward. It was a good thing she'd prepared beforehand. Every few steps, she collapsed into Noah's arms, appearing gravely injured. Seeing Charlize bleeding profusely, Noah frantically wanted to return to the banquet to get the Grand Duke's help. He couldn't bear to lose her. Charlize, using all her strength, gripped Noah's sleeve and said, "No, we can't do that. It might ruin Sasha's first birthday party. She needs to be happy today." The next moment, Calix, who had come looking for Charlize, stopped in his tracks. "Charlize Ronan Leonton, what happened to you?" Charlize coughed twice, her vision blurring. Finally, she lost consciousness. Noah kept calling out, but to no avail. Calix knelt down and picked Charlize up. Noah watched them leave. Clenching his fists, he hurried after them. Charlize lay weakly in bed, bleeding heavily. Lip wanted to call a divine priest for healing. Calix shook his head in refusal that we can't call a divine priest. There might be the Empress's people among them. First, see if there's any way to obtain holy water discreetly. Meanwhile, Lip reported on the situation at the banquet. Everything is proceeding as normal. No one has noticed anything amiss. It's nearing the end now. The guests are about to leave. Also, we followed the trail, but found no trace of the Black Mage. No one left the banquet hall either. However, we can use the holy relic to track them in reverse. We'll find the culprit. Calix's face was grim. She must be in a lot of pain. Why would she do something so reckless? Lip explained, it's probably because she was worried about you, Your Highness. Even if she doesn't love you, given your relationship, it's natural for her to be concerned. Calix didn't quite understand. The Grand Duke's daughter clearly doesn't love me. Why is she so worried about me? The more power and influence someone has, the more promiscuous they become. After all, the greater the power, the more women one can possess, right? This led to much gossip. No matter what, they should know their limits. Fortunately, there are only 3 heirs to the throne. One of them is the child of a dancer. One day, the emperor noticed the dancer. Unfortunately, the dancer became pregnant with the emperor's child. However, after the dancer moved into the detached palace where the imperial consorts resided, she never saw the emperor again. Despite this, her personality remained lively and cheerful. Calix, there are so many interesting things in this vast world. I wish I could show you them all someday. However, the child understood. Although her mother loved her dearly, she also loved her freedom. Calix, I love you. Mother truly loves you. You must never forget that. In reality, Calix woke up after his mother left. If you're going to leave, it would have been better to say you didn't love me. Even so, Calix prayed for his mother's happiness. However, her escape plan ended in tragedy. Not a single knight remembered the imperial consort who had been cast aside. She was simply treated as an intruder. And when the emperor saw the intruder, he only said, "Not bad looking." The emperor clicked his tongue in a sigh. The imperial city returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. Until 3 years ago, the emperor passed away from cardiopulmonary arrest. Because of his outstanding abilities, the first prince, who had been wary of the previous emperor, was sent to the battlefield at the age of 15. He only just returned. For the first prince, I'm just a stumbling block. It seems I'm about to lose my life, just like Mother. I didn't expect the first prince to gently pat me. I was even embraced. I felt sorry for all of this. Calix was confused about why he suddenly apologized. Such a strange person. Soon after, my older brother became the new emperor. However, after the previous empress left, my older brother's health began to deteriorate. In the end, he left behind a will insisting on protecting that child, and then passed away. Therefore, even offering my life is nothing. My older brother's blue hair is deeply etched in my memory. Perhaps because of this, I often strolled through the blue rose garden before then. It was there that I first met Charlize and Liz. And so began our connection. From then on, I encountered the Grand Duchess more and more frequently. Once, twice, thrice. After meeting several times, I realized that the Grand Duchess's gaze always lingered on me. At some point, for the Grand Duchess, who could easily obtain anything, I became the one thing she couldn't have. The Grand Duchess started doing excessive things, intending to attract my attention. I know she's throwing a tantrum again. Actually, just like others said, I just need to coldly reject her. However, strangely, I can't bring myself to do that to her. But I also can't reciprocate her feelings. It would be better if you said you hated me, that you found me terrifying. Then I would never appear before you again. Grand Duchess, I'm worried about you. Such simple words, yet I've never spoken them. Until now, I have so much I want to tell you. I even thought about having you sign a contract, promising never to do such dangerous things again. But you wouldn't listen to anyone, would you, Charlize and Liz? I wish you truly loved me. Leonton Merchant Guild. Lip rushed here to find Rodanth. I'd like everyone else to leave for a moment. I have something I want to discuss with Rodanth privately. Please speak, Grand Duchess. What happened? Miss Charlize and Liz are seriously injured. It appears to be a black magic attack. We don't know who the attacker is yet. We must act discreetly. But if we seek holy water at a time like this, the news will surely spread throughout the empire. Rodanth, the Grand Duchess needs your help. You're the only one who can save the Grand Duchess, Rodanth. Rodanth gritted his teeth. Take me to the Grand Duchess immediately. Elwydon's great achievement. Someone from the Leonton Grand Duke's family is here. Noah respectfully bowed to Calix. It was too rushed this morning. I didn't have time to greet you. My name is Noah, Your Highness. I've heard of you, Your Highness. I heard before that the Empress took in a commoner who hasn't been officially recognized. You were also present when the Grand Duchess collapsed, weren't you? Is this simply a coincidence? Noah's heart skipped a beat. I understand Your Highness's suspicion, but this matter has nothing to do with me. From the day the Grand Duchess took me in, I swore to serve her faithfully. So please, allow me to treat the Grand Duchess. Calix was also at a loss. How can you treat the Grand Duchess without holy water? Noah explained. A while ago, the Grand Duchess saved a child. This child can use divine power. Rodin said, although I haven't saved anyone with divine power, I'll do my best to try. Rodin was very nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, he reached out his hand to begin the healing process. The entire room was filled with a brilliant light. Silently, Rodin prayed, please, please let this work. After it was over, Calix hurriedly inquired about the situation. That is Charlize and Liz all right? Rodin replied, we still need to continue observing, but it's clear that Charlize and Liz's hands are already showing some reaction. Rodantha's divine power is having an effect. Under Rodantha's treatment, Charlize and Liz finally woke up. Calix anxiously asked, are you dizzy? Are you breathing all right? Tell me if anything hurts. If necessary, we can do the treatment again. Wait, Calix, calm down. I'm really okay. Calix finally realized he was overreacting. After calming down, he gently kissed Charlize's hair. That I fully support you, Charlize. Do whatever you want. I'll be by your side, protecting you. Charlize's face flushed red at Calix's unexpected action. Noah, watching them from afar, clenched his fists, feeling a pang of jealousy. Elsewhere, the person using black magic was in disbelief that what's going on? Why is the prince still alive? It seems that arrogant Ilya did something. To protect the prince from the attack, he wore the ring himself. But it's strange. If that's the case, the Grand Duchess should have been the one affected by the black magic. Since she's fine, someone else must have also worn a ring. But there haven't been any doctors or priests seen entering the Grand Duke's estate. They must have obtained illegal holy water. Go find those merchants who sell it. Report any possible leads to me. Don't forget, if anything goes wrong with this, he will not forgive you. After the Huron left, still uneasy, he decided to handle the matter personally. A few days later at the Grand Duke's estate, Charlize stretched, feeling almost fully recovered. Even though I'm better, they're still constantly watching me. Charlize sighed, a little exasperated. You all keep staring at me like I should be pretending to be sick. Calix said seriously, Charlize, of course we're worried. You're a patient. Sasha raised her hand in agreement. You don't take your health seriously enough. If I were a doctor, I'd make you undergo more treatment and stay in bed. Charlize sighed softly. That I understand. I'll pretend to be sick and rest, all right? Sasha, Liz, do you think we're annoying? Charlize, startled, didn't know how to explain and quickly ushered them out. Both of you go out. I'll start resting now. Exhaling deeply, she finally had some peace. With the quiet surrounding her, the dream from the previous night became vivid. While unconscious, she had dreamed again. In the dream, Calix said, I never wanted you to get hurt. Promise me you won't do this again, Charlize. Please. Of all things, she had to see that in her dream. He looked more worried than anyone else. Although it was impossible. It's so strange. Why do I keep having these dreams? They're different from reality, yet so vivid. She realized the common denominator in these instances was the holy relic. The day she fainted, the day she met Calix with the monocle, and this recent attack, all the same. She lost consciousness after coming into contact with the activated holy relic. And then I dream. Charlize suddenly had a breakthrough. So, if I receive divine power and see Calix, I'll see scenes that weren't in the original story. Since new facts have emerged, let's deal with the to-do list. Find the communicator and contact Noah. Charlize felt a little concerned. Did a lot happen while I was unconscious? He looked so worn out. She expressed her gratitude to Noah. Thank you. I'm glad you brought Rodanthe. Thanks to him, I was able to overcome the danger. But Noah, I think I've met Rodanthe's sister. I hope we can find Rodanthe's sister and reunite them soon. For hours had passed since Rodanthe left for the orphanage. The purpose of this visit to the orphanage was to tell Rodanthe that Charlize had met his sister. Rodanthe was skeptical. Noah explained that Charlize had visited the orphanage several times to provide support and must have met her then. Rodanth clenched his fist that if my sister is still at the orphanage in the suburbs, does that mean the Information Guild didn't search properly? It's not certain yet. Don't get your hopes up. Let's get ready to go. Finally arriving at the orphanage, although it might not be her, a sweet, young voice called out from the distance. Brother Rodanth. Rodanth froze. Their stepmother had named her Angela, meaning angel, hoping he'd die young. But I was so scared she actually became an angel. I was afraid that during all the years we were separated, Angela was no longer alive. Both of them burst into tears. I'm sorry, Angela. I should have found you sooner. Just saying you miss me too is enough, brother. Because we didn't do anything wrong, did we? Brother and sister were finally reunited. The next day, Rodanth and Charlize visited Sharyu to treat his injuries. Sharyu was grateful for Rodanth's efforts, and Rodanth felt the same gratitude. Even though it might seem like the Grand Duchess was the one offering help, he now understood something. He had met countless informants over the past 2 years, but never found any clues about his sister. It turned out that even with money, a commoner orphan couldn't access any information. I used to think that because I had nothing, it didn't matter if others looked down on me. But that's wrong. Someone like me, with nothing, should strive even harder. No wonder he becomes villainous in the future. He's looked down upon, and losing his sister would surely break him. Charlize quickly comforted him. How can you say you have nothing? You have me. I'll be your guardian. You're intelligent. After graduating from the academy, many places will want to hire you. Then you'll no longer be a commoner, nor an orphan. If anyone bullies you, come to me. Sharyu thought, I really don't want to see anyone around me turn villainous. The Grand Duchess is truly a kind person. Sharyu wondered if he was experiencing hearing problems. Someone actually called him kind? He'd need to see a doctor soon for a checkup. After preventing Rodanth's descent into villainy, it was time for her meeting with Calix to see the future. Calix smiled, wondering what future scenes they would witness today. He hoped to learn about the black magic's origins. They quickly entered the foreseen scene. A soldier hurriedly reported, Commander, I found traces of black magic. But the vision abruptly ended there, right at the crucial moment. Seeing Sharyu tear up, Calix quickly asked what was wrong. Sharyu felt frustrated. I didn't see a clear future scene. It felt like the connection was cut off. I didn't see the truly important information. Forget it. How's the investigation of the incident going? The investigation isn't going as well as expected. We haven't found any traces of black magic residue within the banquet hall. Their target this time was Sasha as well. It's likely one of the factions opposing Sasha's inheritance of the throne. I heard Duke Renix is still bedridden due to health issues. With the current regime unchanged, there are 3 factions that could benefit. The Emperor's faction, the nobles and merchants, and the temple. It's too early to draw conclusions, but we need to investigate. Calix handed a document to Sharyu. Originally, the relationship between the royal family and the temple was harmonious. They jointly maintained the empire's safety. However, since the current pope fell into a coma, the temple has rapidly become corrupt. The current emperor, due to his questionable legitimacy, can't control the temple. I've discovered that someone is deliberately delaying the selection of a new pope. Charlize worried. Could the pope have been poisoned by the toplar flower as well? Calix wasn't sure. We need to investigate further. But we're running out of time. If those people are responsible for the pope's coma, I need to expedite Sasha's contract with the Divine Beast. If Sasha becomes the Divine Beast contractor, how about the Divine Beast? Calix didn't understand what Sharyu meant. Actually, when Sasha fell into the lake, she came into contact with the Divine Beast. Because Sasha is afraid of the Divine Beast, it came to me, saying it wants to become closer to her. The Divine Beast has a strong fondness for Sasha. So as long as the contract conditions are met, the Divine Beast can protect her. Weren't there several emperors in the early days of the Empire who were contractors of the Divine Beast? Calix could see that Sharyu wanted Sasha to meet the contract conditions. But what are the conditions? Honestly, I don't know. Wait a moment, I'll ask. Oh, most handsome, most dashing Divine Beast, admired not only by Sasha, but also deeply respected by me, if you can hear my voice. He didn't finish his sentence. The Divine Beast suddenly appeared. Charlize introduced them. This is Sasha's uncle, Grand Duke Aruden. Grand Duke, this is the Divine Beast. The Divine Beast was dissatisfied with Charlize's brief introduction. Why is my introduction so short? Char, you had no choice but to reintroduce him. This is the adorable, handsome, admirable, and omnipotent Divine Beast. Calix thought, so the Divine Beast is so cute. It looks like Sasha's lizard doll. This angered the Divine Beast, who yelled, that's because I haven't revealed my true form yet. However, Calix couldn't hear the Divine Beast's voice. No matter how much it shouted, it was useless. Calix had to ask Charyu for help. Ask about the contract conditions. Of course, no problem. Divine Beast, do you remember the contract conditions? The Earth contract conditions. The Divine Beast pondered for a long time. The Divine Beast looked embarrassed. Well, this was so long ago. I don't really remember. Charyu was dumbfounded. How could it forget such an important thing? The Divine Beast stared at Charyu for a moment and said, so you have divine power. Since when? It looks like it's already fragmented. Charyu didn't understand what this meant. This needs more observation. I'll come find you again soon. Don't tell anyone yet. With that, the Divine Beast vanished instantly, leaving Charlize and Calix standing there, stunned. Well, I think the Divine Beast hasn't forgotten. It just doesn't remember because it was so long ago. We'll have to think of another way. Calix comforted Charlize. I can inquire about the Earth contract conditions. That's good. Charyu was still pondering the Divine Beast's words. What did it mean? The next day, Calix, having already researched a lot of material to find the Earth contract conditions, happened to run into Charyu, who had come looking for him. As promised, I found records about the Earth contract conditions. Charyu was surprised. You found them in just one day. Did you ask Lippian to look for you? Calix smiled. Lippian is on vacation. I'll look myself. Charyu recalled Lippian's haggard appearance. He had been working a lot recently. You let him go on vacation? I suppose you could call it that. Lippian is currently undergoing Sasha therapy to heal his mind and body. He says being alone with Sasha is like receiving Sasha therapy because he gains inspiration from her. Being with Sasha, it makes me feel so relaxed. It's like I'm receiving therapy. Anyway, let me explain the contract conditions. The Earth contract requires 3 conditions. 2 of them can only be fulfilled by a direct descendant of the royal family. The contractor must possess a certain level of divine power and prove their direct royal lineage with their blood. As for the last condition, the wording is open to interpretation. It will take a little more time to understand its true meaning. Suddenly, Charyu slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. The day the divine descends, that refers to when Sasha is in danger, right? In the original story, Sasha awakened as the Divine Beast contractor after experiencing a life-or-death crisis. Perhaps the divine left this message to tell me that fate cannot be changed, but I don't intend to obediently follow the divine's plan. With a powerful aura, Charyu threw open the door and went to find Eric. Long time no see. I have something urgent to tell you. Are you free? You'll make time. Go to the social clubs and gather gossip and rumors. Things like current events that have happened recently. I want you to collect this information as soon as possible and deliver it to the Ariana mansion. Eric was reluctant. I'm not your errand boy. Why are you asking me? What did you say? Charyu exuded an overwhelming, undeniable pressure. Eric immediately changed his tune. Please give me 3 days. I won't be helping you out like this again. At the same time, Calix had been staring at Lippian for a while. Lippian, feeling unnerved, didn't dare move. Finally, he stammered. Is there something you want to say to me? Do you usually talk to Charyu? I gave him some information about the Divine Beast, and he actually asked me if you were the one who researched it. And the Sasha therapy, that's also something you two have in common. I'm starting to think Charyu might have feelings for you. What a dreadful thing to say. Your Highness, you're being terribly unfair. No wonder you've been looking down on me lately and staring at me so intensely, like some lovesick adolescent. Could it be, are you jealous? Calix, his thoughts exposed, flushed crimson. He quickly covered his face, pretending nothing had happened. Lippian, surprised to see such an expression on his lord's face, sighed. Anyway, I have absolutely no interest in the Duke, Ariana's daughter. You needn't worry. She is definitely not my type. My life is precious, you know. Today's snacks are sweet potato cocoa and milk pudding. Eric specially prepared Sasha's favorite treats. Eric, who went on vacation a while ago, is back. I thought after what happened, he'd be too scared to ever return. It seems Eric is a very responsible maid, and quite sentimental, too. Sharyu recalled the scene of Eric clinging to him and crying. After making up my mind, I must be nicer to Eric. I can't let her get hurt. After the last incident, Eric has become even more infatuated with Charlize. Everything Charlize does is perfect in her eyes. Charlize thoughtfully asks if Sasha likes the snacks and carefully wipes the crumbs from Sasha's mouth. Taking advantage of the sunny yet cool weather, perfect for running and jumping around, Charlize planned to take Sasha out to play. Sasha, however, refused, saying she wanted to study. Charlize was disappointed. What kind of books would a child read? Sasha retorted loudly, "I'm not a child. I'm going to be a big sister soon." A big sister? Could this be because of what the Empress said? But Sasha, being a big sister comes with a lot of responsibilities. Sasha said she wasn't afraid of difficulties. Lippian said, "When the baby is born, I'll be their cousin. So I definitely want to be a good big sister." Charlize believes Sasha would definitely be a good big sister. However, I'm still worried that the Empress is up to something. Then Sasha said something surprising again. "Lady Charlize, when are you getting married?" "You mean the engagement with the premise of getting married in 50 years? This stumped Charlize. After thinking for a while, she said, "Probably in 50 years. 50 years shocked Sasha. In 50 years, I won't be a big sister. I'll be a grandma." Seeing Sasha walk away with heavy steps, Charlize was confused. She was so excited just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly become so dejected? But before leaving, Sasha politely thanked Charlize. She said she had a lot of fun. Sasha turned around and closed the door without looking back. Charlize felt a little hurt. Does she really like studying that much? She actually left me behind. An incredulous Charlize hurriedly found Lippian, looking mysterious. This isn't something to discuss here. Let's talk privately. Lippian's face was full of questions. Lippian, afraid of being targeted by Calyx again, instinctively wanted to refuse, "I have nothing to say to you." But Charlize dragged him away by force. Once in a secluded spot, Lippian anxiously asked what happened. He kept looking around. "Don't let His Highness the Grand Duke see us." Charlize spoke rapidly. "Sasha seems to be looking forward to the Empress having the baby. She said she wants to be a good big sister. She's been studying like crazy lately." Lippian couldn't figure out if Charlize was worried about the former or the latter. Charlize exclaimed, "Is that even a question? Of course, I'm worried about both. Sasha is only 8 years old, and who knows what the Empress will do." Charlize was talking so much that Lippian interrupted her directly. "I have something to say about this. First of all, Lady Sasha did ask me about a cousin, but she wasn't referring to the Empress's baby." Charlize didn't believe it. "Not the Empress's? Could it be my baby?" She received an affirmative answer from Lippian. "She asked me when she would have a cousin. I said after you get married. No wonder she asked me when I'm getting married. And I told her it would be in 50 years. Charlize herself felt that the answer was a bit ridiculous. Lippian thought it was too insincere. Getting married in 50 years? If His Highness the Grand Duke finds out, he'll be jealous. By then, he'll probably be long gone. A few days later, it had just snowed heavily, and now it had stopped. The Emperor, with nothing to do, decided to hold a hunting competition. It just so happened that Charlize had to attend. That Emperor is so annoying. In the future I saw this morning worries me. I'm not asking you to die. Don't repay your debt to me this way. I saw someone dying. From the way it sounded, it seemed to be Lodani. You should already know that he used black magic to attack me. Ilyu will probably use her holy powers to heal me then. He might investigate the illegal holy water on the market and trace it back to Lodani. To avoid what happened in the original story, it's better not to let Sasha participate. Just in case, I'll also investigate Lodani's family. Speaking of which, what was the family name Noah told me before? What was it? I can't remember. On the day of the hunt, a girl named Ponedatitis enthusiastically greeted Charlize. Charlize was happy inside, but remained expressionless on the surface. That's strange. Why is she acting so familiar with me right away? "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marcianus to Titus." Marcianus to Titus was not at all reserved. "Why are you addressing me so formally?" "It's fate that we met. You can call me Peony. Does that mean we might become closer in the future?" Charlize wondered. Unsure of what this person wanted, she could only make an excuse. Unexpectedly, Marcianus to Titus said, "You really have a straightforward personality. Then I can also address you by your first name, Charlize. Is that okay?" Charlize hesitated. It just so happened that Rosetta came looking for Charlize. She enthusiastically linked arms with Charlize and greeted the Marchioness. Seeing Rosetta's arrival, the Marchioness excused herself. Rosetta quietly said to Charlize, "I have a bad feeling about this." Marchioness Titus is notoriously unsociable. She only interacts with a few select ladies. Why would she suddenly participate in the hunting season? Charlize hadn't thought much of it. Maybe she just suddenly felt like socializing. Is that so? But wasn't she acting familiar with you just now? She even wanted to call you by your first name. Charlize teased, "So you're just bothered by that?" The two left, chatting and laughing. Titus watched them from behind, a dark aura emanating from her. Soon, the hunting season began. Below, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "I heard His Majesty the Emperor won't be participating in the hunt. He'll be staying in his tent with Her Majesty the Empress today. I heard His Majesty will be announcing good news soon." Sitting amongst them, Charlize understood. It seemed the Empress would soon be announcing her pregnancy. It'll probably be announced on St. Pearl Day. After all, the royal family's biggest weakness right now is divine power. Duke Leonton, quietly observing them, felt a pang of sadness. Does she love him that much? Even if she does, it's been so long since she's seen her father, and she hasn't even glanced at me. But I can't interfere with my daughter's feelings. The thought made him even sadder. Charlize, unaware of her father's distress, wanted to join the hunt with them. "Father, you're the Empire's most outstanding knight. Isn't this a great opportunity to witness your strength?" Duke Leonton was touched. He hadn't expected his daughter to think that way. But it was just an excuse Charlize had come up with. She wanted to enter the forest to investigate further. Duke Leonton fell for it completely. "Charlize, you're welcome to join. As your father, I'll protect you. Just don't leave my side." During the hunt, all their senses became sharper. "This is Leonton's best horse. You can ride it." The group mounted their horses and set off. Calix was a little worried that "I know your skill with the sword, but hunting is a different matter." "Calix, you don't have to worry. The Empire's best knight is protecting me, and even though my stamina isn't the best." The next second, with a clang, Charlize struck her prey faster than both Duke Leonton and Calix. Charlize was quite confident in her marksmanship and horsemanship. This shocked Calix that I thought I knew her well enough. I didn't expect there to be a side to her I hadn't seen. I need to work harder to understand her. "Perhaps, Your Highness, you'll perform even better than me." "Wait, Your Highness, you have something on your lip." Charlize reached out to wipe Calix's mouth. "What should I do?" "The person who named you is me. A mere name can be changed. Even so, it won't change your true name." The moment they touched, Charlize saw images of Lodani. It was strange. Why would she suddenly see Lodani? Was something about to happen? Calix's heart raced at Charlize's intimate gesture. He reached out and took her hand. "This is a public place. I'm a little shy." The two were engrossed in each other, while Duke Leonton, watching from the side, was on the verge of a breakdown. Charlize suddenly realized that this was inappropriate. Her face flushed and her hand froze midair. To ease the awkwardness, she said, "It seems I was mistaken. Then let's set off again. If we want to catch bigger game, we'll have to go deeper into the forest." Rumble. The forest had already begun to move. A boar charged toward Charlize. At the same time, with Lodani, Ancilla rushed over. Lodante's hair was a mess, looking like he had just woken up. Ancilla told him, "I had a strange dream. I dreamt of that woman." "You dreamt of that woman?" Lodani didn't react immediately. Then he suddenly snapped awake. "Me too. I dreamt of that woman too. It's strange. Why would I dream of her? I have a bad feeling. That woman always targets the people around me. Could it be the Grand Duchess? Could she be in danger?" Worried, Lodani rushed out, intending to check on Charlize. Ancilla didn't understand what her brother meant by his strong reaction. Before he could get out, Lodante ran straight into Noah. "Lodani, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lodante grabbed Noah's hand, desperate to know where Charlize was. "I had a nightmare. I have a bad feeling. I have to go find the Grand Duchess." "No, I must go. The Grand Duchess might be in danger." Back with Charlize, after the previous attack, everyone was protecting the Emperor, forming a defensive line. After confirming His Majesty's safety, immediately pursue and investigate. Absolutely do not let the culprit escape. Charlize thought this incident must be someone's deliberate act. That's why the nobles didn't dare to flee. Because if anyone is considered the mastermind, they will be immediately purged. Calix agreed with Charlize. Charlize's judgment is correct. It's fortunate we didn't delay. Return to the venue immediately. Li Ban is reporting the current situation. Although the cannons fired 3 times, there were no casualties. That bomb wasn't very powerful. It only created a lot of smoke. Calix thought that culprit might have done this to deliberately divert attention by gathering the nobles in one place. Either they intended to blow up the entire arena, or they were targeting a specific person. Duke Leonton couldn't find Charlize and was anxiously searching for her. Calix asked, "Where's the Duke's daughter?" "She was beside me when we left the forest, but I haven't seen her since returning to the venue." Duke Leonton felt uneasy, thinking that Charlize might have gotten lost in the forest and want to go look for her immediately. Calix stopped him that if you go to the forest, the Leonton family will be suspected. He turned and mounted his horse that I'll go look for her in the forest. Searching everywhere, Charlize. Charlize. Calix prayed silently. Please don't let anything happen. A rumbling sound, the sound of dripping blood. Calix felt even more afraid. A bad feeling washed over him. The Western Forest, not long ago, after hearing about the hunting competition, I kept recalling a scene. The scene of Charlize getting lost in the original story. The place Charlize discovered when she was lost back then. This black soil. Charlize finally found this place. Charlize was attacked by an assassin here and fatally wounded. That's how she awakened and formed a contract with the divine beast. Charlize crouched down and searched carefully. Although the original story didn't mention an explosion, as soon as I touched the soil, the place where I was injured on Charlize's birthday started to ache. It seems this is indeed related to black magic. I was still skeptical, but it's good that I came to confirm. Charlize scooped up a handful of soil and put in a container. After putting it away, she prepared to leave that if Father finds out I'm gone, he'll definitely make a fuss again. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when she faintly heard Lodante's voice. Turning to look for the source of the sound. Why would Lodante be here? It turned out Lodante and Noah had come out together to look for Charlize. Although we've come to the forest, the situation is chaotic right now. I actually think His Highness should go take shelter with the others. We'll return immediately after confirming His Highness's safety. There shouldn't be any problems that way. Lodante agreed with the knight. However, I still can't forget the dream I just had. It doesn't seem right for the hunting competition grounds to be filled with smoke like this. Charlize. Lodante heard a sound from the forest and thought it was the Duke's daughter. A familiar person appeared. Marchioness to Titus. They say a child who leaves home will suffer greatly. Your face has lost quite a bit of weight. Marchioness to Titus gradually approached Lodante. Please step back, Marchioness to Titus. Please explain why you stayed here and didn't go take shelter. Marchioness to Titus retorted, you should be the ones explaining. Traitors who escaped the Titus Marquisate and the abandoned pawn of the Empress. You don't look like people who would be invited to the hunting competition. Noah explained, due to an emergency, I came to find His Highness. Before he could finish speaking, Marchioness to Titus immobilized him. I apologize, but it's best you stay here, because I also have business with His Highness. Noah realized, so you're the one who caused the commotion in the forest. Noah raised his sword with all his might and said, I will absolutely not allow you to harm His Highness. Marchioness to Titus smirked that you're truly loyal. Have you never considered that you might be abandoned, just like before? Or would you like to switch your allegiance to me before being abandoned? The Titus family needs a knight like you. Noah didn't believe her that M.Y. Master wouldn't treat people as disposable tools. He took me in when I was abandoned. My master, only Charlize Leonton. Does that child hiding beside you think so too? We haven't expelled you from the family yet. Don't you want to become the Marquis of Titus? This constant reliance on handouts, this uncertainty of when it will end, living with you would be even more terrifying. Ha ha! As long as your name exists, you can't escape my control. Lodante was indignant. It was just a name. It could be changed. But Marchioness to Titus wasn't about to let him off the hook. Even if you do, it won't change your true name. Marchioness to Titus prepared to attack again. That I won't miss this time, she warned. Noah pulled Lodante behind him. Don't let them know about your ability. He urged, absolutely do not show yourself. The next moment, as if under a spell, Lodante walked straight towards Marchioness to Titus. What trick are you playing? Marchioness to Titus's eyes were filled with suspicion. Lodante would never listen to you. Lodante, you really... Under Marchioness to Titus's magic, Lodante walked towards her, completely out of control. Marchioness to Titus gathered lightning again that I said I wouldn't miss this time. She fired it at Lodante. Controlled by the black magic, Lodante made no attempt to dodge. At the very last moment, Charlize and Litz arrived, saving Lodani's life. Thank goodness I made it in time. Marchioness Titus was incredulous. The Duke Leonton's daughter had actually appeared here at this critical juncture. Charlize and Litz recalled what Marchioness Titus had said earlier. May I also call you by your name, daughter of the Duke? They finally understood that it seems she can control someone if she knows their name. That's why she wanted me to say my name. Take care of Lodani, Noah instructed Charlize and Litz. After he finished, Charlize and Litz stood up. Let the child go, Charlize demanded. Your target is me, isn't it, daughter of the Duke? Now's not the time to be so relaxed. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat black magic. As she spoke, Marchioness Titus attacked again. But then, her shoulder was injured. She collapsed in pain, bleeding profusely. Calix had arrived, just in time, shooting Titus in the shoulder. He asked Charlize and Litz with concern, Are you all right? Yes, thanks to you. Titus stood up with a roar of pain. Your Highness, what are you doing? The Titus family will hold you responsible. Calix looked at Titus with a cold expression. Did you think I really knew nothing? Haha. So it ends like this. But don't get too cocky. Because of this incident, the invisible hand will be watching you. The invisible hand? What's that? Before they could ask what the invisible hand was, Marchioness Titus coughed up blood. The next second, she collapsed. Whether it was due to practicing black magic or some other reason, her body quickly turned to dust and vanished completely. The three stared in disbelief. Black magic was incredibly powerful. By the time they returned, the commotion had mostly died down. The Emperor had already left the assembly under the protection of the Divine Knights. The entrance to the forest on the west side of the venue was being controlled by the Royal Knights. Duke Leonton, having heard the news, rushed over, incredibly worried about his daughter. Duke Leonton, his face tear-streaked, anxiously ordered his subordinates to prepare the carriage. Calix also approached. Thankfully, no one was hurt. He must have intended for the nobles to flee back to their tents from the beginning. Marchioness Titus controlling Lodani must have been a coincidence, because Noah and Lodani weren't on the attendance list. If that's the case, it's possible she was targeting me from the start. And the Empress's expression, she seemed genuinely unaware. She even looked a little frightened. I need to return to the Imperial Palace. I want to ask Lodani if he noticed anything unusual. Duke Leonton found Charlize talking with Lodani. Lodani, did Marchioness Titus exhibit any strange symptoms? Did she say anything odd before I arrived? Let me think. She said she had something to discuss with you. She also knew that Sir Noah was originally in the service of Her Majesty the Empress. She also said that as long as my name exists, I'll never escape her control. Charlize was puzzled. What does a name have to do with it? Lodani replied. Marchioness Titus also said that no matter how many times I change my name, my true name will never change. It's just a name. It can be changed. Even if you do, it won't change your true name. Charlize remembered that this was the same as what she had seen in her vision of the future. As I suspected, the condition for activating black magic is a name. Lodani, concerned about Charlize, quickly stood up, wanting to heal her injury. Charlize held out her hands. They were completely clean. Both of them were astonished. There was a wound just now. What happened? The wound is gone. Charlize remembered what the divine beast had said. You possess divine power. Could it have healed itself without me realizing? Did Rodan notice I have divine power? The two locked eyes. This time, Charlize and Litz foresaw another image. In the image, a man was crying over a child in bed. No, child, please don't leave me. When you were born, the Pope came to visit. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please, Your Holiness. Charlize was puzzled. Why did he suddenly mention His Holiness? At that moment, Duke Leonton was eavesdropping at the door. All the maids found it strange. It turned out Duke Leonton was curious about what Charlize was talking about and was listening in at the door. Bang! Duke Leonton was hit by the door as Charlize opened it, completely unaware of his presence. Father, what are you doing here? Duke Leonton had to make up an excuse. I was passing by and bumped into the door. Charlize was skeptical, but didn't press him. Instead, she changed locations with her father to ask him something. Charlize, what's on your mind with that serious face? Did something happen in the Westwoods? Father, when I was born, did His Holiness come to the Leonton estate? His Holiness came before you were born. Wait, how do you know about that? He turned his head, feigning ignorance. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. From Duke Leonton's unusual behavior, Charlize and Litz felt something was amiss. Father seems to be hiding something. I'll return to the Grand Duchy. I'll have to investigate the temple properly later. At the Grand Duchy of Elwydden, Charlize spoke with Calix. The royal family still doesn't seem to know that Marchioness Titus is a mage. Her body disappeared, making it difficult to prove she was responsible. On the contrary, we were the last ones to leave the West Woods, so we might be suspected. The Queen probably wants to believe we did it. Did you find anything when you returned to the palace? Charlize took out the soil she had collected from the West Woods and said, I was just about to talk to you about that. I found this in the woods before I saw Marchioness Titus. It seems to be the same black soil that appeared after Peony Titus died. The moment I touched this black soil, the place where I was injured by black magic at Sasha's birthday banquet started to ache. Also, the condition for Peony Titus to activate black magic seems to be calling the other person's name. The other person has to say their name themselves for him to control them. And Peony Titus, despite seeming arrogant, still agreed to the condition that he would die if he revealed the secret. Someone must be supplying him with the materials needed for black magic. That's what I think. But Calix wasn't concerned about that. You promised me you wouldn't get hurt. I was worried about you, Charlize and Litz. Faced with Calix's concern, Charlize's heart pounded. I can't just stare at Calix's face. What kind of expression am I making right now? She quickly moved a good distance away from Calix. You don't have to worry, Calix. You know I'm healthy, right? See, I don't have any wounds. Anyway, I'm sorry for making you worry. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. The next second, Calix grabbed Charlize's hand. We haven't seen the future yet. After today's incident, we need to be more prepared. Shall we try to see the future now? Charlize panicked. What do? I can't tell him I've already seen it today. I'll just have to make something up and say I can't see it today. Then, excuse me. Charlize, suppressing her fluttering heart, took Calix's hand. Charlize and Litz closed their eyes tightly. Please, time, go by faster. Calix noticed something was off. Why aren't you looking into my eyes? Sometimes when you look at me, your expression becomes blank. You're clearly looking at me, but I'm not in your eyes. Just like back in the woods today. Charlize's eyes snapped open. You knew. Of course I knew. My gaze always follows you. How can I not notice? Charlize was losing control. Now wasn't the time for romance. She quickly fled. Despite her confused feelings, she had to do what she had to do. As soon as Charlize and Litz returned to their room, they saw the Divine Beast. Divine Beast, what are you doing here? The Divine Beast frowned. I sensed an evil aura coming from the West Woods. I had to make sure my master was safe. The evil aura is getting stronger. I have a bad feeling. We need to make a contract with my master soon. Charlize and Litz said, I was just about to discuss that with you. I found the conditions for Sasha's contract. First, we've identified 3 conditions for the contract. Possessing a certain level of divine power. Proving direct royal lineage through blood. Finally, as the records mention, the prophecy states that control can be gained on the day the divine revelation descends. However, Sasha's divine power isn't mature enough. I don't think forcing a contract at the expense of this child's body is a good idea. Moreover, does the day the divine revelation descends mean we have to wait until the master is on the verge of death before forming the contract? He must awaken before death to truly form a contract with the divine beast. So, divine beast, could I form a contract with you? What? Didn't you want me to form a contract with the master? Besides, you're not a direct descendant of the royal family. You're not in mortal danger. And your divine power, your divine power has grown stronger to this extent. Well, maybe forming a contract really is possible. However, I can't protect 2 people at once. If you're in danger, I must protect you first, not my master. Knowing this, do you still think forming a contract with me is for my master's good? Yes, because until Sasha's divine power matures, I must protect him. I will do my best to protect him and keep him from danger. Even if it means sacrificing my life for him, I won't hesitate. The divine beast smiled. Judging by your expression, you seem to have made up your mind. Still, it's better not to sacrifice your life. Otherwise, someone will be very sad. After saying this, its whole body emitted a bright light, and it transformed into its true form. Charlize Lilianta, I will now make a contract with you. Charlize and Litz were enveloped in light. The divine beast took a step forward, and the contract was complete. We have now made a contract. You must keep your promise and protect Sasha. A few days later, the royal family investigated the incident at the hunting competition. But because crucial evidence the culprit's body disappeared, the royal family couldn't ascertain the truth. Calix and I couldn't tell the royal family that Marcianus Titus was a black magician. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading like wildfire throughout the aristocracy. Everyone was saying the incident was caused by black magic. The royal family worked hard to suppress the rumors, and with the help of the temple, public opinion gradually subsided. The responsibility for the failed investigation was attributed entirely to the incompetence of the Royal Knights Commander. The Royal Knights Commander. Charlize remembered, in the original story, he was the Empress's man. She didn't expect the Empress to abandon him so early. By this time, the carriage prepared for Charlize was ready. Although I wanted to start fighting the Black Magic Organization immediately after the Peony to Titus incident. Before that, I have to take care of various small matters. I'm going to visit Duke Bane's nemesis. At Duke Bane's residence, the tutor said to young Master Bane, "Do you know how the head of the family evaluates you? He says you only bury yourself in books and don't understand the ways of the world. He's become very dissatisfied with you recently." Did Mother really say that about me? Yes, he often says that to me as well. He probably hopes I'll correct your bad temper, young master. But I can't teach you everything every single time. At that moment, a servant came to report that Charlize had arrived at Duke Bane's residence. The tutor, to prevent young Master Bane from seeing her, was about to refuse her directly, saying the young master was unwell and not fit to receive guests. Even if he weren't unwell, I would ask her to leave. Being too close to someone of low quality is not beneficial for you. Please rest. You must recover quickly so you don't worry the head of the family. Bane was a little sad. He had hoped to ask the Duke's daughter about the Crown Prince. Bane covered himself with the blanket to stop himself from crying, because Mother didn't like it when he showed weakness. Just like the tutor said, he couldn't be so weak. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Unexpectedly, Charlize had come directly to young Master Bane's room. "Lucas, I heard you weren't feeling well." Lucas immediately got out of bed. Charlize gently touched Lucas's forehead. "Are you all right? They said you were unwell and didn't want to see me, but I came anyway." Lucas was deeply moved by Charlize's concern. His eyes filled with tears as he said, "I'm fine." Then he brought up the recent hunting competition. "That day, Lord Bane said these things to me. You spend all day studying. Duke Bane is worried about you. Also, he seems to hope you'll get along well with the Crown Prince." Lucas was surprised and asked with some doubt, "Really?" "Yes, to be precise. He said Lucas spends all day studying and he wondered if the Crown Prince might find him too boring." "Is Mother questioning my abilities?" "I heard that on the day of the hunting competition. Mother said I become very dissatisfied recently." "I heard that too. But that's because whenever you're upset about something, you keep it bottled up inside." He said he hopes everyone will take better care of you. He's worried that one day you won't be able to bear it and you'll suddenly explode. Lucas didn't believe it. "How is that possible?" "Lady Charlize, could you have misunderstood?" "Lucas, have you heard how much my father, Duke Leonton, adored me? But I had no idea when I was little. I thought my father hated me, because my nanny told me he hated me. That's why he went to the battlefield. That's because His Excellency, Duke Leonton, was the supreme commander at the time." "Yes, that's right," Charlize soothed Lucas. "However, if you blindly believe everything someone says, even if it's all lies, you'll lose the ability to see the truth. Anyone can talk the talk, so don't pay attention to what people say. Observe their actions. Do you think Duke Bane is truly dissatisfied with you?" Just then, Lucas's tutor arrived. "Greetings, Lady Charlize. I am the Bane family tutor, Helly's Byron." "Excuse me, but did you just enter the young master's room?" Charlize and Litz found it strange. Why would the tutor ask such a question? The young master is studying diligently to inherit the position of head of the Bane family. If you come and chat with him, he won't be able to concentrate on his studies. "So you're telling me not to come?" It may be rude to say this, but that's what I mean. Charlize was furious. "You think you're so clever manipulating the young master, and now you're trying to use the same trick on me?" Helly's Byron, exposed, was startled. Feigning ignorance of the lady's meaning, he said, "Lady Charlize, you seem to have misunderstood." At those words, Charlize froze, recalling what Lucas had said earlier. "I finally understand why Lucas said such arrogant things. So this is how you've been confusing the child." Charlize and Litz are no longer going to be polite to this so-called tutor. They cracked their knuckles. Bam! Charlize punched Helly's Byron. Feeling much better after venting her anger, Charlize thought, "I'm not falling for your tricks." Duke Bane, having heard about the incident, came to deal with it. He initially thought it was a conflict between the two, but now it seemed to be one-sided dissatisfaction. So he asked Charlize and Litz for an explanation. Lucas's tutor told me to try not to see Lucas. Helly's Byron put on a pitiful act. I was worried about the young master. I was worried that the young master chatting with Lady Charlize would distract him from his studies. Last time, the young master almost got hurt during a visit. Unaware of the truth, Duke Bane explained on behalf of the tutor, Lady Charlize, the tutor must have been worried about Lucas. That's why he said that. I apologize on his behalf. Since the Duke said so, Charlize and Litz couldn't say anything more. Lucas would be scared if he saw his tutor's injury. Go to the temple and use holy water. Before she could finish, Lucas, hearing the commotion, ran out. Seeing the injury on his tutor's face, he worriedly asked, "Teacher, how did your face get hurt?" Charlize and Litz didn't intend to hide it from Lucas. They told him the truth. "I hit him." Lucas didn't understand why. Helly's Byron pretended that he had angered Lady Charlize because of his own mistakes. "But, teacher, that's strange. Didn't you always tell me that dealing with someone like her is a waste of energy? Then why are you speaking up for Lady Charlize now?" Lucas clenched his fists, gathering his courage. Then he asked his mother, "Mother, would you worry if I were sick? More than if our family dog were sick?" Duke Bane scowled. "Lucas, what do you mean by that? Teacher said that even ordinary people worry when their dog is sick. So, Mother, your worrying about me is nothing special." Duke Bane's face darkened further. He turned to Helly's Byron. "What have you been telling this child?" Seeing the Duke's expression, Helly's Byron hurriedly explained, "That's not it, Your Grace. I don't know where the young master heard such things." Lucas explained, "I like teacher very much. I don't have any siblings. I thought I was lucky to have a teacher. For me, who has no friends, teacher is my friend." Duke Bane stood up. "You don't need to say anything more. Lucas, you don't have to defend him." Helly's Byron, "You will not get away with this." The situation had become unpredictable. Helly's Byron finally became afraid. Duke Bane immediately ordered a search of Helly's Byron's room. As the Duke suspected, cursed items were found in the tutor's room. Helly's Byron was imprisoned in the Bane family dungeon. "Thank you, Lady Charlize. Thanks to you, I was able to expose the traitor in the Bane family." "Don't mention it. I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to young Master Bane's courage. When you return, why not give a young master some praise and a reward?" "Of course. But I can't let my guard down yet. I haven't figured out where he got that cursed item." Helly's Byron smirked. "You'll never find out, because that person gave me enough power." Secretly, he began to prepare to cast black magic. At that moment, Charlize and Litz's wounds began to ache faintly. They realized something was wrong. This was the feeling they got when exposed to black magic. Could it be that this guy is a black magician? "You're nothing but trash." The contract Charlize made with the divine beast blocked the black magic. A long time passed, and the dungeon remained silent. Helly's Byron was in disbelief. How could this be? How could nothing have happened? Charlize and Litz breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by his expression, the black magic must have failed. I don't know how, but thank goodness. A few days later, to learn how to control divine power, Charlize and Litz went to the temple. What puzzled Charlize and Litz was that the guy was clearly about to cast black magic. But why did he suddenly stop? To confirm her suspicions, Charlize pressed the contract mark and summoned the divine beast. "Divine beast, did you block the black magic just now?" As expected of the divine beast, you noticed I was in danger. The divine beast rubbed its sleepy eyes. "I know, I was sleeping the whole time." "What?" "But the black magic was definitely blocked. It must be because of your power. Don't you have divine power? Don't summon me for something like this again." After saying that, it went back to sleep. Charlize was stunned. Did I unconsciously use divine power? And my divine power is already that strong? Strong enough to block black magic. If I can freely use divine power, black magic won't be able to touch me. So, I want to see someone who can use divine power. Just thinking about it made Charlize smile. It scared the driver in front of her. Rodanthe said, "Just use divine power directly. Isn't there a special method? I can use it directly as long as I'm determined to use divine power. Watch closely." Rodanthe personally demonstrated for Charlize and Litz. Under the influence of divine power, a glass of ordinary water turned into holy water. Although this holy water is illegal. "All right, I'll try it too. I'm going to use divine power to turn this glass of water into holy water." I don't know if it worked. I'll have to let Rodanthe try it. How is it? Is it any different from regular water? Rodanthe took a gulp. It just tastes like regular water. It should be safe to drink. Looking at the mostly full glass after Rodanthe took a large gulp, Charlize was speechless. How could she forget? Rodanthe is a genius who possessed the divine power of a chief priest at a young age. That's why I came here, the place most closely related to divine power. Charlize and Litz walked listlessly. I don't think anyone at the temple will teach me how to use divine power. Just then, she heard someone calling her. It was Lavit Ronanat, followed by Eric Ronanat. The Duke's daughter comes to the temple regularly to pray too. Are you free to come to Ronanat's house for tea? I haven't had a chance to thank you properly for last time. I'd like to treat you. Charlize and Litz nodded in agreement. Since you've invited me, I have no reason to refuse. At Ronanat's house, Eric and Charlize sat alone in the living room, feeling a bit awkward. Eric Ronanat desperately wanted Lavit to come over. This was too agonizing. Charlize was the first to break the silence. How have you been lately? Has anyone been bullying you? Eric quickly denied it. Of course not. Who would dare bully the Marquis' eldest son? That's good. I heard you've been going to the casino a lot lately. I thought someone was bullying you and extorting money from you. I'm also curious if you've finished everything I asked you to do since you're out having fun. Eric stood up. I go to the casino to gather information. Although it's a casino, it's also an entertainment center that people of all ages visit. Compared to social clubs that emphasize etiquette, news travels faster in casinos. Also, Duke Leonton frequents the casino. Duke Leonton? Isn't he sick? He seems to be much better. I saw him last time, and he looked to be in good condition. Is the Duke's daughter interested in the casino as well? Charlize thought for a moment. Something doesn't feel right. Am I late? Lady Charlize, I took a little while to pick out your favorite pastries. What were you talking about just now? We weren't talking about anything. Just about the anxiety caused by black magic in aristocratic society and political topics. Oh my brother actually talks about these things. Lavit had a look of disbelief. Eric was also exasperated by his sister's expression. What kind of reaction is that? Why wouldn't I care about these things? Anyway, I prepared some newly released tea. I hope you like it. Lavit always picks good tea. Charlize and Litz were still thinking about the previous topic. Duke Leonton, the Empress's strongest supporter, has suddenly started leaving his home to participate in outside activities. What is the Empress planning? It seems I'll have to find time to visit the casino soon. After Lavit's invitation ended, Charlize returned to the main residence. Your Highness, you seem startled. Listen, I'll be frequenting the casino recently. What will his reaction be? He probably won't tell me not to go, right? After all, he always tells me not to do anything dangerous. Charlize wanted to tell Calyx that there wouldn't be any danger this time. Unexpectedly, Calyx agreed that you're not stopping me this time. Since you've put it that way, there must be something you need to handle at the casino, Calyx thought. I even came up with a bunch of excuses. Wait, why do I feel disappointed? It's because of Duke Leonton, isn't it? I recently received some intel. Are you planning to investigate Duke Leonton at the casino? Yes, I heard that Duke Leonton has been frequenting the casino lately. He rarely showed his face until recently. It's quite suspicious that he's suddenly started engaging in outside activities. Calyx agreed with Charlize's words. Duke Leonton is the Empress's man. He's definitely someone we need to be suspicious of. However, Charlize, do you know who the actual owner of the casino is? It's Duke Leonton. So he's not just a frequent gambler, but the owner. That makes it even more likely he's plotting something there. Although I'm trying to act nonchalant, I still have to say this. Be careful, Charlize. With the Empress's pregnancy limiting her outings, Duke Leonton is likely handling things on her behalf. I think so too. That's why I'll be taking Evans and Noah to the casino with me to avoid any danger. Even if you get into danger, it's all right. I'll protect you, won't I? Calyx blushed, feeling honored, but I'll do my best not to cause your highness any trouble. I heard many people bring their families to Duke Leonton's casino. Is that true? Yes, as long as they don't bring children into the casino itself. A warm greeting. Greetings, Lady Charlize, daughter of Duke Leonton. Is this your first time at our casino? Would you like me to accompany you and show you around? No, I don't like to be accompanied by strangers. I have my knights with me. Don't worry. All right then. I hope you have a pleasant time. Evans, have you ever been to a place like this? No, this is my first time as well. There's so many people over there. Could Duke Leonton be sitting there? On their way, they saw it. Isn't it the game known for its high stakes? Evans, go exchange my money for chips. Do you intend to join the game? Since we're here, it's fine to play around. Go on, Hurry up and exchange the chips. Evans reluctantly went to exchange the money. That you've all won all my money. What am I supposed to do now? That's why you should have stopped while you were ahead. Charlize arrived at the gambling table. This round seems to be over. Can I sit here? The stakes at the other tables aren't as high as this one. The crowd instantly stirred. Isn't that Lady Charlize, daughter of Duke Leonton? The Duke's daughter has finally started gambling. A woman actually coming to a place like this by herself. Charlize was at a loss for words. She had clearly come with Evans, but it doesn't matter. My reputation is already in the gutter. It can't get any worse. Charlize had just sat down when she was mocked by the surrounding people. That I heard Lady Charlize, daughter of Duke Leonton, is quite daring. Seems to be true. No one here is going to play nice with you. Who said I was here to play nice? I'm serious about making a big bet. Let's begin immediately. Unexpectedly, Charlize's skills were formidable. She won several rounds in a row. I thought with such high stakes, they would be decent players. How boring. Let's go, Evans. It seems my past experience is coming in handy. Or maybe Charlize is just naturally talented at gambling. That's not important. Life is all about taking big risks. I've only played a few rounds, and I've already won this much. Evans was shocked. His master actually had this kind of skill. But aren't you afraid? What if you lose all your money? I will absolutely not lose. Didn't you see their faces, Evans? Their emotions were all written on them. But didn't you come to the casino for another reason? This reminded Charlize and Litz.O, right? I was so busy winning money, I almost forgot. I came here to find Duke Leonton. Charlize and Litz started looking around. Is Duke Leonton not here today? I'll be on high alert from now on. Unbeknownst to them, as they observed their surroundings, someone was also secretly watching them. Why is the shark, Charlize Ronan, here? Soon, news came from the Empress's chambers. It was Marquis Barnachel, whom she hadn't seen in a while. You're coming to see me at this hour. You must have received some important information. Yes, Charlize Ronan went to the casino today. She brought a knight as protection, played a few rounds and left. It just so happens my father frequents the casino as well. Is that so? It seems we can make good use of this. Meanwhile, having received no useful information, the shark returned to the Grand Mansion. Sasha was sweetly feeding her cookies. The two were very affectionate. Casually, Levon mentioned, Duke's daughter, I heard you've made a killing at the casino recently. This made Charlize choke. Young Sasha didn't understand what making a killing meant. Sasha, you don't need to know about these things. Right, Levon? All right, Levon hurriedly explained. It just means the Duke's daughter has been very busy recently. I have to smooth this over, or the Duke's daughter will eat me alive. Their reactions amused Calix. He took the opportunity to ask, how are things going with your task? Not very well, Charlize admitted. It's trickier than I thought. Although I've been to the casino for several days now, I haven't seen Duke Leonton. It's like he knows I'm looking for him. Sasha, Levon, could you leave us for a moment? I'd like to speak with Charlize alone. Alone. Sasha seemed to misunderstand again, pulling Levon's hand as they hurried out. Charlize thought Calix wanted to talk to her privately. About Duke Leonton. Calix walked over and sat beside her. We need to start investigating this. I'd like to help, but after thinking it over, there's only one way. Their eyes met, and they began to foresee the future. Excellent. I didn't expect the Duke's daughter to walk right into the trap. How are things with the Empress lately? The Empress has sent someone to watch me. Then you need to play along with the Empress. Don't let her become suspicious. He took a puff of his cigar. If you're abandoned by the Empress so quickly, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted? Marquis Barnachel. Seeing Charlize's expression change, Calix asked, did you see something bad? No, it's not that. This glimpse into the future revealed quite a bit of information. Although this is just my speculation, if I'm right, I've gained 3 new pieces of information. First, the person I often see in my visions of the future is opposed to the Empress. The first time I saw the future, that person was very concerned when they learned of my father's death. I always assumed they were on the same side as the Empress. However, in the future I just saw, they ordered someone to spy on the Empress. Did you see who they ordered? Yes, it was Theodore Barnachel, Marquis Barnachel. That's the second piece of information. Calix muttered to himself, isn't Marquis Barnachel the Empress's confidant? Theodore Barnachel. He's that person's spy planted by the Empress's side. A double agent, so to speak. And the third piece of information, although this is just a hunch, I feel like there's a secret space within the casino. I've been frequenting the casino these past few days, but I've never seen anyone smoking cigars inside. Anyone who tries is stopped by the staff. Yes, as far as I know, cigars are prohibited inside the casino. but that person was smoking a cigar. He was clearly inside the casino, and he said the Duke's daughter walked right into a trap. The only place I've been recently is the casino. I'll investigate whether there's a secret space within the casino. If there is, how do we get in? Thank you, Your Highness. Perhaps the reason I haven't seen Duke Leonton is because he's in that secret space. If all goes well, I can approach both Duke Leonton and that person at once. However, I may not tell you what I find. If it's a dangerous place, it's better if I go myself. Oh well, it can't be helped. If Calyx doesn't tell me, I'll just have to sneak in myself. The so-called secret space was quickly found. Charlize was somewhat relieved. Thankfully, she wouldn't need to sneak into the casino, because the casino's secret space wasn't as dangerous as Calyx had imagined. Charlize was skeptical. There's a secret space in here. The accompanying Noah was still worried. Miss, are you sure you want to go in alone? What if there's someone dangerous inside? No way. That's just a member's only room for the wealthy nobles. Charlize and Lit sighed. They turned to leave. If you keep grumbling, I won't take you. Noah nervously hurried after Charlize. No matter how many times Noah saw the interior decorations, she found them unbelievable. Charlize's arrival, as usual, caused a stir. Everyone was discussing how much money she planned to win this time. Charlize and Litz already knew that winning just 1 or 2 rounds wouldn't be enough to get invited to the secret space. It seemed they would have to win everyone else's money. Let's begin. Not long after, everyone around them left dejectedly. Only Charlize and Litz's table was piled high with winnings. Someone should be coming soon. As the Grand Duchess's daughter expected, an attendant soon arrived to invite Charlize and Litz. Whispering in Charlize's ear, the attendant said, "We've prepared a new venue that you might enjoy. Would you like me to escort you there?" Although she felt a little bad for Evans, Charlize decided to go. She stood up, that I was just getting bored. Perfect. Led by the attendant, they arrived at the new venue. To their surprise, everyone inside was wearing a mask. I asked this so everyone can gamble freely without knowing each other's identities. But it seems my identity can't be hidden. Everyone knows I'm the Grand Duchess Leonton's daughter at first glance. Being too recognizable wasn't always a good thing. Anyway, trying to find that person by their cigar seems impossible. Practically everyone here has a cigar. Charlize just had to pinch her nose and endure the unpleasant smell. Duke Renix has red eyes. I'll start by looking for him. Before she could find Duke Renix, a group of people invited Charlize to join their game. What are those guys up to? I was trying to keep a low profile. I wasn't planning on showing off my skills. It seems I'll have to make those guys lose their shirts today. The 2 men, unaware of their impending doom, were still provoking the Grand Duchess's daughter. Then a handsome man came to Charlize's defense. Are you trying to intimidate the newcomer? Despite the mask, Charlize recognized him. Brown hair, gentle eyes. Although these features were common, this man was Theodore Barnachel, the Empress's confidant. Theodore sat down and said, "This game looks interesting. Mind if I join?" Charlize recalled that in her memories, Theodore Barnachel only had one reason to become a villain: the tragedy of his family's death. Their carriage had stopped due to a broken wheel, and they were caught in an avalanche. The Marquis and Marchioness, along with Theodore's younger sister, died instantly. Although the investigation concluded it was an unfortunate accident, Theodore discovered that the incident wasn't caused by the avalanche. Someone had deliberately sabotaged the carriage wheel. But back then, he was just an academy student. No one would listen to him. That's when that woman approached Theodore. She feigned concern for him. The Marquis and Marchioness's accident was truly saddening. I heard you still haven't found the culprit. I believe I can help. Will you become my subordinate? Theodore was still suspicious of this woman, but at the time, he had no other options. That person was also waiting for his answer. Theodore had no choice but to agree to become her subordinate. I will pledge my allegiance to you, Your Majesty. But the Marquis had originally been loyal to the Empress. Why would he choose to betray her? Could it be that he could no longer obtain information from the Empress's side? Charlize stared intently at Theodore, trying to discern something from him. Theodore, however, joked, "Grand Duchess, you're staring at me so intensely, I can't concentrate on the game." Charlize scowled. Less talking, more card playing. At least thanks to Theodore approaching me first, things are going much more smoothly. If I seize this opportunity, I might actually be able to contact that person. I'll have to come here more often. There must be a clue here. Several days passed after that. If I win every time, no one will want to play cards with me. So I'll lose a round on purpose. Even letting someone win intentionally was infuriating. That woman's smug face was just too arrogant. Right now, Levon should be spending quality time with Sasha. Not only can't I see Sasha, but I've also lost a bunch of money. I'm so angry. I don't care about Marquis Barnachel. I want to see Sasha. Theodore appeared beside her. I knew you'd be here today. Lately, many people have been betting on whether you'd come to the casino. By the way, I bet that you would come today. So I made a killing. He wore a smug expression. This is infuriating. That guy is even more annoying today. By the way, your beginner's luck seems to be running out. I see you've lost quite a bit. Would you like to borrow some money? Hearing him offer to lend money, Charlize felt a flicker of gratitude, but then he immediately took it back. How surprising. He even said something about lending money to others without expecting anything in return. That seems a bit off. If Duke Leonton were to find out, he might think I led you astray and got you addicted to gambling. His grace would be terrifying. Charlize was fuming. He really is annoying. How about we play a game against each other? You could earn more chips. If you win, all these chips are yours. Such a good offer. You'll regret this. Playing against me? Aren't you a little too bold? Not at all. I'm proposing this after analyzing your win/loss rate. I'm quite confident when it comes to card games. Charlize hesitated. He suddenly wants to play a game with me. What is he planning? Should I accept? Seeing Charlize's hesitation, Theodore wondered if there was something holding the Duke's daughter back. After a brief moment of thought, Charlize agreed. All right, let's play a game. But since you're the one who suggested it, I'll decide the winner's reward. Is that all right? It seems you want something other than chips. Yes, that's right. Charlize didn't hesitate. The loser has to grant the winner one wish. After everything was over, Charlize returned to Noah. Noah noticed Charlize was in a good mood. You've been losing money every day and always seemed down. Did something good happen at the casino? I gained something better than money. In a gamble with Theodore. I won against Theodore. I didn't expect him to lose at poker. It's a good thing I intentionally lost those other games. I gained an unexpected harvest. Evans, unaware of what this something better than money was, thought Charlize had entered into some illegal slave contract and hurriedly advised her, "My lady, that's a serious crime." What a strange train of thought. It's not what you think. Well, maybe it's not wrong. Anyway, it's not what you think. No matter how reckless I am, I wouldn't commit a crime. Evans still seemed doubtful and asked again, "Really?" "I believe you, my lady. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone around me is so worried. Father, Evans, Noah, the divine beast Rodanthe, and Calyx. Thinking of Calyx made Charlize's heart flutter. To suppress these inappropriate thoughts, she slapped her own face. Am I crazy? Why do I keep thinking about Calyx lately? This action startled Evans, who quickly apologized. "My lady, I'm so sorry. I won't wrongly suspect you again. Evans told me to get out here. I wanted to walk back to the Elwoodin estate." Evans suddenly knelt before Charlize, clutching her tightly. "My lady, please reconsider. I'll worry myself to an early grave." Despite Evans's pleas, Charlize ultimately returned by carriage. "I'm so tired. I didn't even do anything. I should go to bed early today." Preoccupied with relaxing, Charlize didn't notice Calyx and bumped right into his arms. Goodness. Calyx caught Charlize's waist just in time. "Be careful, Charlize." Swan-like eyes. Charlize was captivated by Calyx again, lost in a daze for a moment before hurriedly stepping back. "Because I've been at the casino lately, it feels like we haven't seen each other in a while." "Yes, it does. How was your day? Did anything special happen at the casino?" He has no idea what I'm thinking, and yet he smiles so beautifully. I feel like I'm the only one flustered and shy. Charlize suddenly felt the urge to act childish and tease Calyx. "Oh, I met someone at the casino today." Charlize hadn't intended to tell him about meeting Theodore Barnachel this way, but the words slipped out against her better judgment. She didn't even know what consequences this sentence would bring. "That person is totally my deal type." Calyx's expression immediately darkened. "Who is this person, Charlize?" Charlize instantly realized her mistake. "I'm crazy. What ideal type?" She quickly corrected herself. "Well, not exactly ideal type. We just got along pretty well." Charlize wanted to cry. Great. Now, in this situation, how am I supposed to tell him that person is Theodore Barnachel? It's just that he's very different from what I imagined. So I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Calyx to press the issue further. Hearing you say that makes me even more curious. Just who is it that you admire so much? Oh no, this joke has gone too far. Charlize and Liz try to gloss over it. They explained there's really nothing special about him. This only piqued Calyx's curiosity further. Does Matt have any distinguishing features? I'm wondering if he has a huge scar on his face that made such an impression on you. Charlize and Liz turned their heads, not daring to look directly at Calyx. And oh, he has ordinary brown hair, and gentle eyes. That's about it. Ordinary brown hair and gentle eyes. Did you meet Theodore Barnachel at the casino? Was it him? Was that person Theodore Barnachel? What a coincidence. Charlize and Liz finally breathed a sigh of relief. Calix added, Charlize, Liz, is Marquis Barnachel really your ideal type? No way. Charlize and Liz quickly denied it. Then why do I feel like you're lying? Well, I'll explain it to you later. I made eye contact with him. I'm about to see a vision of the future. That's strange. This is a feeling I only get after touching a sacred object. Charlize faltered about to fall. Before losing consciousness, Charlize thought it was her fault that it's all my fault. Why did I lie to Calix? Now I'm being punished. In her sleep, Charlize heard Duke Leonton calling her. Charlize, my child. Child, wake up. Seeing Charlize wake up, Duke Leonton quickly embraced her. Charlize felt a little strange. I clearly remember fainting, but I'm in the Duke's room. Did Calix bring me back to Duke Leonton? Duke Leonton said, do you know how scared I was? You actually poisoned yourself. How could you do such a thing? What? I don't remember doing that. The doctor said that even if you wake up, there will still be some side effects from the poison. Don't push yourself too hard. Rest well, please, Charlize. Listen to your father this time. How could I? Was it a dream? Since poison was mentioned, it must be from the original story. Father, what's the date today? Duke Leonton thought Charlize was asking about her engagement to Calix. He explained, you were unconscious for a long time. The Grand Duke postponed the wedding. I was right. This is the time in the original story when Charlize poisoned herself after Grand Duke Calix announced the engagement. But in the original story, Charlize clearly died from the poison. Could it be that she didn't actually die? Is there more to the story? Or is it just because this is a dream that the plot is different? By the way, when is a good time to go to the temple? You said you had something to do at the temple before you fainted. The temple? Wait, father, how could I say such a thing? Before Charlize could finish her question, the dream began to fade. Charlize woke up again. It really was a dream. Although it was different from the original story, it felt too real to be just a dream. Was what I just saw the true content of the original story? Speaking of which, it's the temple again. What does Charlize want to do at the temple? Charlize stroked Calix's hair. And why did you postpone the wedding with Elian? Would it be narcissistic of me to think it's because of me? I guess it is. I really need to investigate the temple. Although I've made up my mind, the National Founding Tournament is in a few days. With these two girls clinging to me, I won't be able to go to the temple, let alone go home. I've always wanted to come shopping here with you. It's really popular among noble ladies these days to wear matching jewelry with their friends. What do you think of these hairpins? They're very nice, gorgeous, but not too flashy. What do you think, Lady Charlize? I think they're nice too. My opinion doesn't really matter anyway. Charlize wanted to warn them that getting too close to her lately might not be a good idea, but before she could say anything, the two ran off to look at the hairpins. Oh well, it should be fine, right? We bought them, Lady Charlize. They said they'll deliver them to our homes separately. Where should we go next? Charlize was dumbfounded. There's another destination. Of course. You're not thinking of going home, are you? Absolutely not today. Elian didn't notice someone passing behind him and accidentally bumped into a woman in red. He quickly apologized. The woman in red wasn't going to let it go. Angrily, she said, are you blind? There are people everywhere. Be careful. I'm so sorry. He didn't see you because he was talking to me. I apologize on his behalf. Seeing that it was Charlize and Liz, the woman in red scoffed, oh my, it's the Duke Leonton's daughter. Well, of course we must forgive her. She's so busy. Her companion chimed in, right? We probably don't even register in the Duke's daughter's eyes. We're less than gambling chips to her. Charlize and Liz were taken aback. The rumors about me have really spread. Let's just go. Charlize, Ellie and Rosetta said. Rosetta couldn't stand it. What you just said was too much. Miss Razolank and the Duke's daughter have already apologized to you too. Yet you're still using gossip and rumors to taunt the Duke's daughter. Honestly, dozens of people have seen the Duke's daughter at the casino. I think it's Miss Ickles who's misunderstanding the situation. The tension between the two groups escalated, the atmosphere growing increasingly uncontrolled. Charlize wanted to tell them to stop arguing, but Rosetta's words stunned her. Since when did visiting a casino become something to be condemned? You. Try saying the same thing to Duke Leontis. Though I doubt you dare. It's like you want to make enemies of two ducal houses at once. At these words, the woman in red panicked and made an excuse. Since you can't communicate, we'll be going now. The two of them quickly slipped away. I'm sorry, Rosetta. It's all my fault. Duke's daughter, You don't need to apologize. I hate seeing people spread unconfirmed rumors. Charlize felt a pang of guilt and wanted to say that it wasn't entirely a rumor. Rosetta encouraged Charlize, don't let people like that off the hook next time. Duke Leantis would be upset if he knew. Elian nodded in agreement. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for looking out for me. The two of them were touched that the Duke's daughter would thank them. Charlize used this opportunity to say, since this happened, let's end our shopping trip here. What are you talking about, Duke's daughter? We still need to pick out a dress. Rosetta slung an arm around Charlize's shoulder. The two of them dragged the reluctant Duke's daughter along to continue shopping. Charlize was truly on the verge of tears. Please, let me go home. The National Founding Ball soon arrived. The only thing that remained unchanged was that the Duke Leonton's daughter was still the center of attention. Everyone was gossiping that I heard His Majesty gave jewels to the Duke Leonton's daughter. It must be an apology for what happened at the hunting competition. Weren't the Duke's daughter and the Grand Duke the first to be investigated that day? Although they didn't find any clues in the end. No wonder there are so many auditors at the ball tonight. It seems they want to quickly find the Black Magician's mastermind. All right, stop talking. The Grand Duke is entering. With all eyes on him, Calix made a grand entrance with Charlize. Everyone's attention immediately shifted back to the Duke's daughter. The Grand Duke's companion is still the Duke Leonton's daughter. Those earrings must be the gift from His Majesty. They're so beautiful. Not everyone can pull off such extravagant earrings. While everyone admired the earrings, Charlize was suffering. They were so heavy that her head felt like it was being pulled down. Did the Emperor give me these to torture me? These aren't earrings, they're weapons. Charlize, why are you frowning? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Calix's sudden concern and proximity startled Charlize. She quickly turned away and said, no, it's nothing. Calix noticed Charlize seemed to be blushing, but didn't say anything. Just then, Duke Leantis came over to greet them. It's been a while, Grand Duke. Duke Leantis, it's good to see you looking so much better. I was worried because I hadn't seen you for a while. I apologize for worrying you. I'm much better now. Thanks to the good news from Her Majesty the Empress, this old man has regained his health. Hearing this, Charlize became even more certain of her suspicions that it's true then. The Duke's appearance at the casino was at the Empress's behest. Is it to prepare for the succession, or does she suddenly need his help now? The next moment, the Emperor and Empress entered, the Emperor carefully supporting the Empress as they walked. Standing on the platform, the Emperor addressed the crowd that I'm pleased to see you all here tonight. In addition to celebrating the National Founding Day, we have another joyous occasion to celebrate. The Empress is expecting a prince. Please join me in offering your heartfelt congratulations. He had finally announced it, the news of the Empress's pregnancy. The Emperor invited Calix to say a few words, to bless the Empire's little son for a safe birth. Since you were born safely under difficult circumstances, I can rest assured with your blessing. The Emperor's words had an ulterior motive. He was mocking Calix's birth mother, the unnamed concubine who gave birth to the prince without the aid of a midwife. Calix's expression hardened instantly, his face a mask despite the turmoil within. Charlize and Litz looked at Calix, intending to comfort him, but the Empress spoke first, addressing the Emperor. It's all right, Your Majesty. This ball wasn't held solely to celebrate my pregnancy. I hope everyone enjoys themselves on National Founding Day. The Emperor dropped the subject. Charlize and Litz felt Calix must be furious. Even the Empress seemed to be watching his reaction. They stepped forward to comfort Calix. Are you all right? The moment Calix turned, their eyes met. His crimson pupils blazing, he said, put the matter of the Duke's daughter aside for now. We need to confirm whether the Empress is truly pregnant. Red eyes. In the Empire, the most prominent example of red eyes was the Leantis dukedom, but they had no known relatives with red eyes. The only ones left were the Empress and the Duke himself. The Empress herself wouldn't be wary of her own pregnancy. Could Duke Leantis be the hidden mastermind? Charlize, what are you thinking? Did you see something important? This. Charlize grasped Calix's hand and whispered, I'm not certain yet. I'll tell you after the ball. There are too many years here. I agree, Charlize. It's best to focus on the ball for now. To those around them, their interaction seemed like a public display of affection. Some even strained to hear their conversation. The nobles whispered amongst themselves, "My goodness," showing affection at the ball. I've never seen His Highness like this before. Doesn't he seem shy? Overhearing the conversation, Charlize was speechless. I appreciate the misunderstanding, but how does he look shy? What did they see to think we're being affectionate? Calix smiled at Charlize. knowing exactly what she was thinking. There have been rumors lately that our relationship has cooled. This is a good opportunity to dispel them. Calix took Charlize's hand and placed his arm around her waist. He confessed, "I like you, Charlize." Without thinking, Charlize replied, "I like you too." Only after speaking did she realize what Calix had said and how she had responded. Oh my goodness. The crowd grew more excited, curious about their exchange. Duke Leantis, upon seeing the scene, fainted on the spot. After that, Charlize was busy dodging people. Duke Leantis, tearful, begged Charlize to say what she saw wasn't real. Rosetta patted her back conspiratorially. You've caused this kind of trouble again. When are you two getting engaged?" Mortified, Charlize fled. "It's not like that," she insisted as she ran. Finally reaching a quiet spot, she thought, "No one will come here, right?" Predictably, someone found her. "Lady Charlize, this is wonderful. You must invite me to your engagement." "Enough. Please, leave me alone." Charlize ran further, stopping to look around. "I'm going to rest in the lounge. No one will follow me there, right?" Simultaneously, her response to Calix surfaced in her mind. Ugh, why did I answer like that? Charlize arrived at her room. This should be empty. Just as she was about to enter, she saw through the crack Theodore Barnachel and a man in black. The man in black handed Theodore a bag. Use this to confirm whether the Empress is truly pregnant. Don't disappoint that person's expectations this time. How could I, Marquis? I'm at that person's command. The next day, Charlize received a letter and smiled. It seems Theodore Barnachel has kept his promise. After winning against Marquis Barnachel in cards a while ago, I secretly persuaded him to betray that person and join my side. This is the result. The letter tells me that person suspects the Empress isn't truly pregnant. I already knew this, but hearing it from him confirms it. I need to tell Calix about recruiting Marquis Barnachel and the fact that that person is Duke Leantis. Calix was surprised. Duke Leantis? He's actually against the Empress. Although Theodore Barnachel referred to him as that person, it seemed to be Duke Leantis. Amazing, Charlize. You actually brought Marquis Barnachel, your ideal type, to our side. Charlize froze. It seems he still minded what I said back then. Calix couldn't help but laugh. Charlize and Litz stared at him, dumbfounded. Sorry, Charlize and Litz. I know you were just speaking carelessly, though I don't know why you'd say that. Isn't it because you're too handsome? Anyway, Duke Leantis believes the Empress might be faking her pregnancy. Does he have proof? Or would the Empress's pregnancy cause him great harm? It's still unknown. Maybe it's both. But if Duke Leantis is the leader of the Empress's opposition, and if the person currently using black magic isn't the Empress or Duke Nalinix, it's highly likely he's the head of the Black Magic clan. The Black Magic clan likely wants the current emperor to maintain power for a long time. After all, they tried to harm Sasha and are now wary of the child in the Empress's womb. If that's the case, there's something I don't understand. Why would they target me? I have no connection to the royal family. Calix muttered to himself. Maybe it's because you're close to me. What? Charlize and Litz hadn't heard Calix's murmur, but it's nothing. It's precisely because we don't know why they targeted you that we need to be more careful. Because of the priests at the Founding Day Ball, they couldn't use black magic. They're definitely waiting for the next opportunity. Charlize and Litz nodded in agreement. If the royal family hold another event, we'll have to be careful. No one knows what they might do. At the same time, Duke Leantis arrived at the Imperial Palace. Duke Leantis, I've been expecting you. It's an honor to see you. Your Majesty, I brought a small gift. Please accept it. There's no need to be so formal between us. The Empress's pregnancy is the best gift for me. Please have a seat. I'm glad to see you've recovered. Any secrets to your quick recovery? It's all thanks to your Majesty's concern that I recovered so quickly. I'm glad you feel that way. Speaking of which, I wanted to discuss the matter I asked you about before. You mean holding a celebration for the Empress's pregnancy? I understand your concern for your daughter, Duke. However, you know the nobles aren't fond of gatherings lately. I've tried to lighten the mood, but they're all afraid of black magic. I requested priests for the Founding Day Ball, and the temple acted so self-important. Their attitude is truly problematic. Duke Leantis disagreed with the emperor, believing that times like these required utilizing the temple's power. This would show the public that the temple supported the royal family. They should take advantage of the Pope's absence to demonstrate the royal family's superiority over the temple. And finding excuses to hold several gatherings would be best. If several events pass without incident, the nobles' fear will dissipate. If the royal family backs down now, the nobles will become even more afraid of black magic. The emperor agreed with the duke that I knew you'd think similarly. I feel the same way. Since we agree, I'll schedule the celebration as soon as possible. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the empire. Thanks to your wisdom. Later that night, Charlize tossed and turned, thinking about the words, if the royal family hold another event, we'll have to be careful. No one knows what they might do. Charlize opened her eyes. I it because of those words? I feel so uneasy. A knock came at the door. Who is it this late hour? Sasha peeked in, clutching a doll. Lady Charlize, are you asleep? Charlize quickly sat up. No, I'm still awake. Couldn't you sleep? Charlize hugged Sasha. Little one should be asleep by now. Sasha refused to be called a little one. Did you have a bad dream? Are you scared to sleep alone? No, actually, I came because of Lady Charlize. We haven't seen each other in a while. So cute. I couldn't sleep either. I'm glad you came to see me, Sasha. Shall we read a storybook together? It's okay. I wanted to ask you, you went to the Founding Day ball yesterday, right? I heard you and Uncle confessed each other that day. Sasha's unexpected question made Charlize freeze. Sasha looked expectant. Does that mean you're getting married soon? Haha, no, it's not like that. Sasha, who told you that? Just as I suspected. That rascal is teaching Sasha all sorts of things. Sasha, her eyes sparkling, asked again, so when is your wedding? Sasha seems so excited. I feel a little bad telling her the truth. Sasha, are you looking forward to the wedding? I want you and His Highness to get engaged soon. I'm sure your wedding will be incredibly happy. As dazzling as Lady Shark's hair. Even though Calyx says he likes me, I still can't bring myself to like him back. I might face a tragic end. I don't want Calyx to suffer with me, so I can't tell her the truth right now. I just tell Sasha that I'm looking forward to it too. I hope that day really comes. It can't be the truth. The next day, Charlize and Litz went to the study to find Calyx again. Libin was used to this by now. Oh, you're here again, he said, then excused himself. Charlize and Litz always felt bad, like they were driving him away. The Duke's daughter, seeking me out so early in the morning? It's my honor. Being so close, Charlize blushed furiously. I mustn't be fooled by that handsome face. She quickly turned her head away. I felt the need to see the future. Then why aren't you looking at my face? Of course I'm looking. Charlize frantically told herself, I can do this. I can do this. Think of Calyx as a rock. I'm perfectly fine. She widened her eyes and met Calyx's gaze. The moment their eyes met, her heart pounded. I just resolved to take back my feelings. Not even a day has passed. I haven't even had time to think, and a future vision appears before my eyes again. His sun-like, shining hair was dyed a dark blue. That person smiled. His previously flushed cheeks became gaunt, taking on an icy blue hue. The vibrant young woman became a cold, blue corpse lying in a coffin. That person looked at their handiwork and smiled with satisfaction. Charlize stared blankly for a long time. Calyx, a little worried, called out, Charlize, are you all right? Charlize snapped back to reality. Oh my God, it's the topo flower again. It's the topo flower. The person who died in the future vision I just saw was also completely blue from head to toe, just like Marquis Ronatus, who was poisoned by the topo flower. Really? That's quite interesting. Did you know? The previous emperor was poisoned to death. I've always been curious, because it was the first time I'd ever seen such symptoms. Before my brother passed away, his hair, down to the roots, also turned blue. Charlize was startled. It all clicked into place. I understand now why Calyx goes to the blue rose garden so often. It's not because he likes the color blue. It's to remind himself to avenge the former emperor. Charlize had a bad feeling. Leaving the room, she and Litz were still uneasy. They decided to seek help from the divine beast. The divine beast yawned and slowly appeared. What do you want? I have something to tell you. After listening, the divine beast understood. So, this is the world of the novel you're reading, and the main characters are Calyx and Elian. You're the villain who, in a fit of extreme infatuation, commits suicide by drinking topo flower poison. But don't you think it's strange? Why Blue Lily? The original protagonist is clearly alien. Why is the title my symbol? Strictly speaking, it can't be called a novel. It's just a story written by someone peering into this world. Charlize was shocked. She had never considered this before. A little agitated, she asked, "What are you saying? This isn't a novel? If it's written by peering into the future, then doesn't that mean it's all real?" No, wait. Before we talk about that, does Blue Lily refer to me? Is it really me? Stop staring blankly and answer me. Huh. Well, I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. How would I know? Don't think about such pointless things. Just take good care of Sasha. I'm leaving. After giving Charlize a cryptic warning, the divine beast vanished. Charlize picked up a candlestick, furious. They think I'm a pushover. That squid-looking thing. I'll kill him. A nearby maid, seeing this, quickly intervened. "Lady Charlize, you can't do that." Having finally calmed down, Charlize was still getting nowhere with the temple. They simply refused to cooperate. The topo flower is the temple's sacred flower. If it's taken without permission, there could be a hefty fine. That regulation was passed by the temple, wasn't it? Litz, standing beside her, was mortified. "This is all my fault. Thinking about my past record. The thief, Charlize, the Duke's daughter, is here again. Oh my goodness, she's so heartbroken. I can't let her get away with it this time. I have to catch her." Just thinking about Charlize and the topo flower makes me hate my past self. Why did I do that? I have to fix the mess I made. Raise his hand, leave this to me. I'll handle it. Charlize, how are you going to get that? Isn't it obvious? I'll steal it, of course, but I can't say that out loud. You know how it is. I have a long rap sheet. No one will suspect I have ulterior motives. After all, I'm known throughout the country as the crazy girl obsessed with His Highness. It's such a burden. I just want to disappear like dust in the universe. You're going to take all the blame yourself? If anyone dares to badmouth you, I'll be very upset. The two are lovey-dovey, completely oblivious to Litz sitting in the corner. Charlize still thinks it's better for me to take the fall than for rumors to spread about His Highness, Grand Duke Calyx, investigating the stolen topo flower. This way, neither of us will suffer too much. I'm already suffering. Do you see me as someone who can't protect herself? Someone untrustworthy? I rarely feel this way, but the thought that you still can't rely on me, it hurts my heart. No, that's not what I meant at all. Even if you say that, you'll still be stubborn, retrieving the topo flower despite the danger, while I can only watch from the sidelines. But it can't be helped. So, can you grant me one wish? Charlize was about to ask what the wish was when she was cut off. My heart aches this much, and you can't even grant me this? You're too much. Charlize couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to Calyx's request. She felt like she was being led by the nose. As soon as she agreed, Calyx stated his wish. Holding Charlize's hand, he said affectionately, "My lady, can you lend me your time tomorrow?" The next day, the two arrived at the dress shop. The thought of trying on dresses gave Charlize a headache. Calyx, on the other hand, was delighted. Unable to bear it any longer, Charlize grabbed Calyx by the collar. "I have enough dresses already," she whispered. I know," Calyx replied, still smiling. "Then why are you doing this to me?" Charlize was on the verge of tears. She truly didn't want to try on any more dresses. Calyx patiently explained, "Soon, there will be a grand celebration at the palace for the Empress's pregnancy." Could it be? Charlize seemed to have guessed the purpose of the banquet. Calyx nodded. "It's likely orchestrated by Duke Linux. No one knows about this yet. We need to be careful. They'll definitely use black magic again. This time, I'm probably the target. Is everyone ready? Then, my lady, I leave her in your capable hands." Charlize didn't want to face this, but she was powerless. Charlize tried to brace herself as the shop assistants came forward one after another, each holding a dress. After a series of fittings, she appeared before Calyx. Calyx was very pleased. "Calyx, I think this is enough. Are you satisfied?" I think that's about it. Even if I'm not entirely satisfied, we'll stop here." "My lady, you're so beautiful it's distracting." Calyx kissed Charlize's hand. Not only was Charlize blushing, but the shop assistants were incredibly envious. Why distracting? Before Calyx could explain, a strange scent filled the air. Charlize sniffed the air, trying to locate the source of the smell. Unconsciously, she walked out of the dress shop. Calyx patiently followed behind. "Welcome. This is the Empire's best kebab shop." Charlize's eyes lit up at the sight of the kebabs. This was the smell she had been searching for. Calyx, on the other hand, looked puzzled. "What is this? You don't know what kebabs are? They're delicious. Here, try some." Seeing Calyx hesitate, Charlize placed a kebab directly into his mouth. "See? Delicious, right?" Calyx took a few more bites, clearly enjoying that IT really is good. Hearing this praise, the shop owner visibly relaxed. See, I told you, my nose is very sensitive. Aren't you glad we came here? It's great, isn't it? Seeing you smile makes me happy. Calyx gently patted Charlize's head. The atmosphere grew slightly intimate. Calyx continued to savor the food, unaware that Charlize was feeling a little shy from their conversation. That evening, the two returned to the Grand Duke's estate. Lying in bed, Charlize and Litz reminisced about the day, feeling like it had been a date. Her heart kept fluttering. This won't do, she thought. I wonder if Calyx had a good time too. As she drifted off to sleep, her eyelids grew heavy. In her dream, Charlize and Litz appeared that I planned to burn the Topo Flower Encyclopedia and then end my own life. But before that, I must consult with the Pope. I can't let my father be punished for the burning of the Topo Flower. Lady Charlize, a girl called out to her. Didn't I tell you, Mother? If you don't want to be silently killed by me, don't talk to me. Lady Charlize, please don't believe what you see before your eyes. ZZZT, the image cut out. Charlize and Litz jolted awake. That's strange, Charlize thought. That wasn't the Pope in a coma in the original story? The dream was set at the same time as now. Could it be that the Pope is about to wake up? Perhaps the Pope wasn't poisoned by the Topo Flower, Charlize mused. Litz summoned the Divine Beast. Divine Beast, what do you know about the current Pope? Of course, when each Pope gets old and frail, I choose the next one. But this current guy is healthy. He's been in the position for about 10 years now. I don't know what's up with him. He's full of energy. Charlize suddenly realized, so the coma was a lie. The Pope has been awake all along. Seeing Charlize's strange reaction, the Divine Beast asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you figured out the Pope's situation yet?" Noticing someone approaching, the Divine Beast quickly vanished. Lady Charlize, a servant announced, "The royal family has sent an invitation for you. It seems they're holding a grand banquet. Elsewhere, the Hidden Place destroyers are plotting. It will be disastrous if the magic town is destroyed. Move that black magician to a more hidden location." Lennox planned to move the magician to a more secluded place. "IT will be a disaster if the magic town is destroyed," he said. Then Calyx asked, "Didn't Charlize mention anything about you?" "No, not at all. It's strange. I don't know why, but his last target was clearly you. Is it different this time? Or is he already monitoring you using other methods? It's quite unsettling." Other methods? Charlize pondered for a moment. She did think of one possibility. Theodore Barnachel, the man from the book Incident. "You must grant me one wish." She hadn't expected Theodore to actually lose to Charlize. However, Lady Charlize hadn't appeared at the casino since then. Lady Charlize hasn't contacted me. Instead, that person gave me a bottle of poison. This poison is fast-acting and effective. Make Lady Charlize take this poison. He thought, I should have never made that bet. Just then, a messenger delivered a letter. It was from Charlize, "You, my defeated opponent. I'm here to collect on my victory. This is bad. What should I do?" Despite his apprehension, he decided to accept Charlize's invitation. He arrived at a banquet, but Theodore Barnachel was suspicious. Why did she call me to a children's party like this? This is indeed a children's party. The more confidential the topic, the more crowded and noisy the place should be. In this boisterous space, who could guess who we are or what we're talking about? Although I didn't expect it to be this loud. Theodore Barnachel didn't want to stay in such a noisy place any longer and turned to leave. Charlize quickly grabbed his head. "Wait, will you just listen to me for a second?" Lady Charlize is truly unpredictable. Just now, when I thought I had reached my destination and Lady Charlize would be waiting inside, she suddenly popped out of the window. I was startled. Charlize added fuel to the fire, saying, "You're so easily frightened. Who would hire you?" Already annoyed, Theodore Barnachel became even angrier. "Don't go too far. But how about I hire you? I'll help you. Join my side. I promise to absolutely protect my people. So join forces with me, Mr. Frog." Theodore was baffled by Charlize's behavior. Just now she was Shang-Chi me, and now she wants to hire me. And she's giving me nicknames. "Don't call me Mr. Frog." Charlize didn't care. To her, if he wore a frog mask, he was a frog. Resigned, Theodore decided to get down to business. That IT will be dangerous to join forces with me. The Empress, I'm also involved with that person. If that's the case, Lady Charlize, you will become the target of both sides. Moreover, the Empress seems to have abandoned me, and that person gave me poison. Poison you? If I fail, I'll probably lose my life. That's how dangerous my situation is. But are you even listening to me? I'm being so serious. How can you still be eating? Charlize casually replied, "Oh, I already knew all that. You were worried about such trivial things? Then I'll take that as you agreeing to join forces with me." She continued chewing her food as she spoke. Right. And another important thing is Mr. Frog. What exactly is Duke Linux's objective? About that, I can't say. Charlize glanced at Theodore. He guessed she probably used black magic to control him. Theodore felt he couldn't answer. Now she probably won't trust me. Unexpectedly, Charlize didn't blame him. She said, "You were put under a black magic spell, weren't you?" "Whoa, how did you know?" "We'll deal with that later. Anyway, this cake is delicious. You should try some, Mr. Frog." "Seriously, I told you to stop calling me Mr. Frog." After everything was over, Charlize returned to her grand estate and was getting dressed. Calyx arrived to pick her up. "That you're taking too long to get ready. I came to check on you." "I'm so sorry. I'm ready. I was just gathering my thoughts." Calyx stepped forward and gently stroked Charlize's hair. "I'm just kidding. You're so gullible, though it's not very nice of me to say so." Charlize saw another vision. Was the person in the vision Calyx? Who died? Was it me? "Even your startled expression is cute, Charlize. Did I go too far with my joke?" "Sorry, Lady Charlize. I went too far with the joke." Charlize remained unresponsive. Calyx was frightened. Suddenly, she said, "Gotcha." Calyx wondered what she meant. "Huh, I got you." Charlize gripped a jewel tightly. Then a net trap ensnared Calyx. "Ha, surprised you, didn't I? This is a self-defense weapon. Of course, the one I just used on you wasn't at full power. It's just the toy version." Charlize took out another jewel and said, "This is the real one." "Oh, and sorry for scaring you. But you scared me first, so we're even." "Did you feel your life was threatened?" Calyx wasn't concerned about Charlize scaring him. He cared more about her safety. "Well, of course. An assassin even came after me. But it's not entirely because of that. It's because Rosetta and Elian repeatedly told me to keep self-defense weapons with me. It's nothing, really. I promise you, your life will never be threatened again." Calyx said seriously, his face stern. "I won't let that happen. But you remember, right? I took care of that assassin last time. I'm always fully prepared, so don't worry." "Oh, Calyx, you worry too much. It's a problem." "Don't worry. I'm strong and healthy. I'll even wear a beautiful dress to the party." "Is there really nothing wrong? What kind of future did you see? You're deliberately avoiding telling me, aren't you? I'm really curious what you saw. Can't you even tell me, Lady Charlize?" Under Calyx's gaze, a guilty Charlize could only avert her eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is making me break out in a cold sweat. These self-defense weapons aren't enough." "Fine, if you don't want to tell me. This is a holy relic that transfers any injuries you receive to someone else. The other ring is on a prisoner in the dungeon. Never take it off. That's what I call a real self-defense weapon, isn't it? And look who it's protecting." At the banquet, Charlize's heart pounded as she recalled Calyx's words. Duke Lioness watched them with a murderous glare from the side. The Empress noticed the jewel on the table. It was so beautiful that she decided to put it in her jewelry box. Just as she reached for it, the jewel began to hum. The Empress held the jewel, captivated by its beauty. Before she could thank the person who gave her the gift, there was a bang, and the banquet hall was plunged into darkness. The crowd began to stir at what's going on. What happened? Charlize instantly understood. This is black magic. But I'm not the target. Charlize looked around. Where did the black magician come from? And who is the target? Someone feared an attack had been launched. Could it be the black magic is just a decoy? Charlize and Liz were worried. A hidden hand was protecting them, and it was me comforting Charlize and Liz. "It's dangerous now. Just stay put and don't move." The two were standing very close. With Calyx's protection, Charlize and Liz felt much more at ease. Because they were so close, Charlize and Liz's hearts were pounding. With a snap, the banquet hall was brightly lit again. Duke Lioness, from afar, saw the two standing so close and became jealous again. "What are you two doing in front of your father?" Panic immediately spread through the banquet hall. The Empress lay still on the floor, covered in blood. Seeing this, the guard shouted, "The Empress has been murdered. Seal off the banquet hall. Don't let anyone out." "What's going on? How could someone murder the Empress in broad daylight?" "No, this isn't right. Someone so cautious wouldn't do this." Charlize couldn't bear to think further. This is a trap to frame someone. Sure enough, the next moment, news spread. Marquis Theodore Barnachel is missing. At this time, Theodore Barnachel was also seriously injured. Theodore also realized this is a classic framing technique. Why didn't I anticipate this? I'm such a fool. Sigh, it seems everything is over. Just when Theodore thought all hope was lost, Charlize and Liz came to his side. Theodore Barnachel was still blaming Charlize and Liz that you're so foolish. Why did you come here now? Leave quickly. Staying here will make you suspects in my murder. Charlize crouched down. Theodore didn't understand what the Duke's daughter was doing. The next second, she firmly tapped Theodore's forehead. This is your punishment. Theodore looked puzzled. What kind of punishment is this? It's a punishment for not listening to me. Didn't I tell you? I promised to protect the people I care about. I will absolutely protect the people I care about. Frog Marquis, what can be done now? You're making me hope again. Charlize tightly held Theodore's hand. Don't worry, I will absolutely make your wish come true. So please believe me. Keep hoping. Theodore Barnachel stood up. This time, he would trust the Duke's daughter. Meanwhile, at the banquet, everyone was searching for Charlize and Liz. Duke Lioness made up an excuse, saying Charlize was in the restroom. However, no one believed him anymore, as Duke Lioness had used the same excuse earlier. Please answer truthfully. Where is the Duke's daughter right now? Just as Duke Lioness was at a loss, Calyx stepped forward. Is there a problem with my fiancée? Well, we haven't seen the Duke's daughter. My fiancée is easily frightened. She can't stay at a crime scene for too long. She probably found a quiet place to calm down. Just thinking about her trembling alone makes me worry. Instead of wasting time here, you should focus on handling other matters. Close the case quickly. Don't you agree? But we still need to confirm the list. There's no problem with the Duke's daughter. You'd better get back to work. My patience is limited. His frightening expression scared the two knights away as quickly as possible. Duke Lioness breathed a sigh of relief that I can't stand my troublesome daughter. Earlier, she suddenly said she was going to find Theodore Barnachel. It scared me to death. Do you want to be considered a murder suspect? Didn't you see they're confirming everyone on the attendance list? After saying so much. I know, but I had to go. He attended because he believed I would protect him. I want to be someone who keeps their promises, father. But you barely know him. I'm leaving. Please make an excuse for me. She just left like that, leaving me all alone. Your Highness, I saw you standing next to my daughter earlier. Why didn't you stop her? Probably for the same reason as you. Her expression was so determined. Who could stop her? Even so, that guy doesn't deserve my daughter. Calyx was also angry that if anything happens, I'll just knock everyone out. Meanwhile, Charlize and Liz stayed by Theodore's side, quietly waiting for him to finish crying. Charlize and Liz started to ask, can you tell me about Duke Lioness now? Did I mention you can trust me? Charlize took off her ring, that I'll handle the black magic restriction. Just answer my questions. Charlize and Liz pricked their fingers and pressed them onto the contract. A light enveloped them both. This will protect you from the black magic restriction. I'll ask you again. What is Duke Lioness planning? You're really amazing. I'll answer truthfully. In the banquet hall, knights urged, Your Grace, this is going to be a problem. We need to find the Duke's daughter quickly so we can confirm the list. This is troubling for us as well. Seeing this, the Imperial Guard captain asked, What's going on? Is there a problem? Charlize and Liz, having heard Theodore's account, were worried. It seems stopping the black magic will be harder than I thought. That's his goal. I've told you everything. I see. Marquis Theodore Barnachel, thank you for trusting me and telling me everything. It's nothing. Theodore's injuries worsened. He coughed up blood several times, finally unable to hold on any longer and collapsed beside Charlize and Liz. Charlize and Liz trembled. What's happening? I've never seen this before. Just then, whoosh. Something round smacked Charlize and Liz on the head. It was the divine beast. Furious, it roared, You brat. Do you think divine power is something you can just dig up? Footsteps approached. Charlize and Liz became alert. It was Calyx, worried about Charlize's safety and searching for her. Are you all right? Calyx gently stroked Charlize's face. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, he was deeply concerned. How did you get hurt? Their actions were intimate, and they were very close. Charlize's heart pounded uncontrollably. This is too dangerous. I won't be able to control myself if this continues. Stop! Charlize quickly grabbed Calyx's hand, pulling it away from her face. She turned her head sharply. Her heart was racing. I need to get away from him. Charlize made an excuse that I'm fine. We need to get Theodore back quickly. Any longer, and will be suspected. It's not too late. Let's hurry back. Calyx, thinking Charlize was angry at her sudden withdrawal, asked, Charlize, why won't you look at me? Unable to withstand Calyx's persistent questioning, Charlize explained, I'm not angry. It's because I'm embarrassed. Calyx was taken aback by this unexpected reason, then chuckled. Charlize blushed crimson. Your Highness, you're so mean. Why'd you get so close? And do that? I've never experienced anything like that. You startled me. Haha, sorry, my bad. Back at the banquet, people were still searching for Charlize and Liz. They questioned Duke Lioness, who lied, saying she seems to have gone to the ladies' lounge to rest. When asked which lounge, Duke Lioness was vague. The captain gave a direct order. If you don't know, then there's no helping it. From now on, search every ladies' lounge and find the Duke's daughter. That's an order. If we can't find her, just like Marquis Theodore Barnachel, you'll be considered the prime suspect. At that point, we will thoroughly investigate the Lioness family. The knights began a thorough search of each room. Bang! Doors were thrown open as maids inquired, Is the Duke's daughter here? The Imperial Guard captain has ordered her to be found. The nobles were annoyed by the sudden intrusion. The Duke's daughter isn't here. She's not here. Next room. The next room was also empty. On the balcony, the two discovered Theodore. They had thought the Marquis was dead. Though our plan to go back failed, at least we got Theodore back. Oh right, Calyx. I could have come looking by myself. Why did you follow me? Of course, it's because I was worried about you. However, Calyx didn't fully express his thoughts. Sometimes I'm glad you don't know how I feel. But sometimes, seeing your clueless expression, something still feels off. Calyx. Actually, I know Calyx is shocked. What did you just say? Sorry, Calyx. I was just pretending to be clueless. Meanwhile, the knights had searched all but one room. A maid said, trembling, Lady Charlize Lioness, are you in there? The captain of the guard has ordered you to come out at once. Lady Charlize Lioness. She just left a moment ago. Do you two know where she went? Well, I do, but why is the captain of the guard looking for the Duke's daughter? Even if it's an order from the captain of the guard, if we disturb the Duke's daughter and His Highness Elwodin's private time, His Highness might be displeased. What should we do? This is quite a predicament. I apologize, but we cannot disclose the details. It's an urgent matter, so please cooperate. It seems serious. Even after hearing this, the knights wouldn't leave Rosetta alone, making her uneasy. A sound came from behind another door. Ignoring Rosetta, the knights walked straight towards it and were about to open it. Startled, Rosetta immediately stood up to stop them. Knock, knock. They knocked several times, but there was no response. They reached for the door handle. Just then, the door opened. Calyx appeared, his expression serious. How dare you? How dare you call my fiancé's name so casually? Remembering the earlier events, Calyx felt a flicker of amusement. Charlize, you said you knew everything. What did you mean by that? It's that, right? The secret passage entrance. I suspected it all along. Our infiltration plan failed, but Calyx, you acted all innocent. And when you passed by this spot earlier with Theodore Barnachel, you glanced in that direction. I caught that sly look in your eyes. Calyx was speechless. He thought she understood his feelings. He sighed. You really know how to play with people's hearts. Back in the banquet hall, news spread that Charlize had returned but had fainted. Duke Lioness, feeling emboldened, began to berate the captain of the guard. Calyx's eyes were fixed on Charlize. However, Calyx thought Charlize's fainting was an act. You're a good actress. You fainted so convincingly. You almost fooled me, Charlize. You can get up now, Charlize. Despite repeated calls, Charlize didn't wake up. Her complexion was pale. In her dream, Charlize heard someone say, You must be troubled about how to get rid of the prince. I'll help you kill him. I will kill His Highness the Prince. Why would you go this far? Why are you so desperate to eliminate Theodore? Lady Charlize, what are you thinking about? It's all right. Sasha, is something wrong? Sasha, slightly shy, carefully placed a flower she had picked on Charlize's head. This is a gift. It looks beautiful on the pretty Lady Charlize. Outside, Calyx began to panic. Charlize, please open your eyes. Startled by the nightmare, Charlize's eyes shot open, and she sat up. She looked at Calyx in surprise. Calyx, what happened? Why do you look so? Charlize, are you all right? The sudden question left Charlize confused. She carefully explained what had just happened. Calyx breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, so you just saw the future. Haha, yes. I'm fine. Don't worry too much. Seeing Calyx lost in thought, Charlize tentatively called out to him. But soon, she heard Sasha's voice. Sasha was clearly overjoyed to see Charlize and came running. Seeing Sasha, Charlize was also happy. "Sasha, why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you to come back, Lady Charlize." "Is that so?" Suddenly, the scene from her dream flashed through Charlize's mind. "I'll help you kill him." The thought of herself killing the prince stunned Charlize. Sasha's image filled her mind. The gift Sasha gave her. Sasha smiled. Sasha ran over and hugged Charlize, acting affectionately. "Lady Charlize, I had a scary dream. In the dream, Lady Charlize seemed to hate me. It made me so sad." Charlize picked Sasha up. She comforted Sasha patiently. "How could that be? I would never hate Sasha." "Lady Charlize, you can't hate me." Charlize thought to herself, a determined glint in her eyes. That would never happen. Sasha, at that moment, was fast asleep in Charlize's arms. Charlize smiled. "Sasha has loved you, so adorable as you are, for a long time now." Back in the main hall, only Calyx and Charlize remained. Seeing that Calyx hadn't left yet, Charlize asked, "Calyx, do you have something to say?" Calyx didn't speak. He simply walked forward, crouched down, and looked with concern at the wound on Charlize's hand. "You took off your rings so carelessly and hurt yourself." "Haha, nothing serious happened. That's not the point. Do you really not know? You disappeared like that to save someone, making me worry and search everywhere for you. You finally showed up injured, gave your protective ring to someone else to wear, and took off the ring you promised me you'd never remove. You took it off. Even now, thinking back, every moment feels like sitting on pins and needles. Why do you always make me worry so much?" Calyx stopped talking, stood up, and said, "You must be tired. Get some rest." Calyx, wait. "Calyx, I'm sorry." "It's okay. You don't have to apologize. Just know one thing. My worry for you isn't just that of friend." After Calyx left, Charlize was left stunned. Soon, the palace held a funeral for the Empress, followed by the Emperor's final farewell. "This is an item you cherished, which you brought from the temple during your lifetime." The Emperor's voice choked with emotion. "May you, along with this sacred artifact filled with divine power, be protected by the gods in the other world." That day, the Emperor, still unaware that the Empress's pregnancy was fake, wept inconsolably until he fainted. And at that time, I discovered an interesting truth. The nobles, after the funeral, all scurried back to their own territories. With the nation in chaos, the nobles only cared about protecting themselves. Not one of them cared about the emperor's feelings. The atmosphere in the capital is also a mess. The current political situation is chaotic, yet those nobles have no sense of responsibility. They only know how to hide and avoid the storm. It's truly unacceptable. The nobles who were close to the Empress seem to be in disarray. Many noble families participated in the Empress's businesses due to social pressure. So now, many nobles are taking the opportunity to withdraw their investments. After all, weren't those places managed by people under the Empress? That's true. But because of this, those factory workers will lose their jobs overnight and end up on the streets. We need to think of a solution. It seems we need many new job openings. Let's first see which of our businesses need manpower. Then we'll contact the nobles we're close to and ask for their help. Calyx, catching sight of the hem of Charlize's skirt, found his thoughts drifting. All right, that's enough for now. Let's go ask them for help. Then I'll take my leave. Zia opened the door, hoping to see Charlize, but she had already left. Charlize had already returned to her room and was lying comfortably on her large bed. Lying there, she recalled the Emperor's words. "This is a sacred artifact imbued with divine power. May you always be under the protection of the gods there." Sacred artifact, my foot. I can't feel even a shred of divine power from this thing. He probably mistakenly believed this thing could block black magic. He accepted a fake sacred artifact. If the Empress bought this, it means the temple scammed her. Even if it was just a gift, it still means the temple deceived her. Regardless, if this is exposed, the temple will definitely be held accountable. However, if the true culprit behind the black magic incident is the temple, that's a different story. This is really dangerous. Charlize's action of touching her lips reminded her of Calyx. She immediately snapped back to reality, her face flushing. Am I crazy? What am I even thinking? She remembered Calyx's words. My worry for you isn't just that of friend. Why did Calyx say such a thing that day? Charlize collapsed on a bed, still unable to understand what he meant. Please, someone tell me, so I don't misunderstand. Ugh, stop overthinking. I should just take my medicine. Gulp, so bitter, so nasty. I need to eat a candy quickly. Oops, I accidentally rubbed my lips with my left hand. She would soon regret this. However, because her left hand bore the contract, in a flash, the divine beast was summoned. Did you call for me? How dare you call for me? The divine beast launched into a tirade. Charlize tried to appease It'd. Oh, you want a candy? The divine beast swatted her hand away dismissively. Seeing the divine beast was still angry, Charlize and Liz helped themselves to the candies. These are delicious. Grandpa, I'm not sharing with you. It was exasperating. Suddenly, the divine beast noticed what Charlize and Liz had just drunk. Are you looking at this? This is the medicine I'm taking. I've been taking it since I was little. Medicine? That's poison. I sensed an evil aura from far away. That's definitely not something good. Charlize and Liz froze. Poison? This is the medicine I take every day. If you're intentionally poisoning yourself, I won't stop you. If not, you'd better be careful. What kind of poison is it? If the divine beast could sense it, could it be related to divine power? Charlize and Liz asked divine beast. If my divine power changes in any way, you'll notice, right? That's right, I can. Please remember how much divine power I have now. This is important. Why should I agree? I'm so pitiful, poisoning myself every day. Won't you help me? If this poison is related to divine power, you should be able to detect the changes in me before and after I take it. It'll take time to figure out what kind of poison it is. I'll just have to use my body as an experiment. By the way, what kind of person is the Pope? I'm not telling you. You clueless girl, you don't understand urgency. The divine beast grew even angrier. Please have pity on me. I'm poisoned. What does that have to do with me? Do you want a candy? It's very tasty. So, what kind of person is the Pope? Although he looks like he's in his 20s, that's because of divine power. He's actually in his 30s. He has platinum blonde hair and purplish red eyes. Don't tell me unimportant nonsense. Don't you have any useful information? Fine, don't listen. I'm leaving. The divine beast had just left when Duke Lioness' booming voice echoed through the grand cathedral. Charlize, my precious daughter, are you all right? He immediately embraced Charlize and Liz tightly. Charlize, unable to bear it, said, Father, I'm fine. Didn't I tell you it was just an act? That's not the point. Do you know how worried I was as your father when you disappeared from the banquet hall? I told you to stay home, and you moved straight into the grand cathedral. Father, I missed you too. Are you healthy? Duke Lioness' eyes welled up. My precious daughter. You're even worried about your father's health. I'm perfectly healthy. Oh, that's good. You have no idea how worried I was about you. It's so nice to see you smile like this. How about we have tea and chat together today like old times? Father, I have so much to tell you. Of course, my dear daughter. What do you want to talk about? What did the Pope say back then? I heard that when Mother was pregnant with me, she received a summons from the Pope. What did he say? Duke Lioness froze, remembering that Charlize had asked the same question before. He had feigned illness to avoid answering then. He tried the same tactic. Oh, I have a terrible cough. This time, Charlize wasn't fooled. Didn't you just say you were perfectly healthy? From an outsider's perspective, she was simply pressing him for an answer. But from Duke Lioness' perspective, Charlize was pleading with tearful eyes. Duke Lioness sighed deeply. There's no helping it, Charlize. You know your mother was always frail, right? Did Mother's health worsen because she was pregnant with me? I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid you'd think that. Pinching Charlize's cheek, Duke Lioness continued. Alice's health was always poor. It had nothing to do with you. The Pope summoned her, not because of Alice, but because of you. Although the baby in her womb was weak and worrisome, since it received God's blessing, it was sure to be born safely. I see. But why do they have to meet in secret every day? Giving a blessing is a good thing. Isn't it strange? It was to protect you. Protect me? Why? Because the first blessing given by a newly appointed pope is highly significant. So, traditionally, the first blessing always belongs to the royal family. If it got out that the pope blessed someone else before the royal family, it could be misinterpreted and exaggerated. As a child chosen by the temple, we might have been suspected of treason. Fortunately, the pope, to protect you from any danger, secretly gave you his blessing without anyone knowing. It's possible you were born safely thanks to the pope's blessing. Is that the current pope? That's right. That person was feeding her. They didn't mean to deceive the empress. It's also strange that they pretended to be unconscious. Wait, Charlize thought of a terrifying possibility. Could even the Pope have been deceived by the temple? If the temple has a faction opposing the empress, and they've completely taken control of the temple, even the Pope can't do anything about it, that makes sense. Is the Pope not intervening to protect himself? Or has he already joined that faction? What's going on? Charlize was deep in thought. Duke Lioness looked at his daughter happily. Charlize, after you're done worrying about all this, would you like to stay for dinner? Meanwhile, Calix was handling official business. He looked up and realized how late it had gotten. He stood up, intending to look for Charlize. Charlize, it's me. Can we talk? However, Charlize didn't respond. Seeing this, a maid reminded the Duke, Your Grace, the Lady Charlize went out early this morning. She said she had something to discuss with her father and needed to return to the Lioness estate. Didn't you hear? If it's urgent, should I send her a message? No, it's all right. Just let me know when Lady Charlize returns. Charlize, back at the Lioness estate, hadn't yet recovered from her thoughts and ended up staying the night. A few hours earlier, during dinner, Charlize had asked her father, Where's the medicine I'm taking made? It's made at the clinic in the second alley towards the Imperial City from the Central Square in the Peaceful District. That's the most skilled pharmacist in the Empire. Charlize, are you feeling unwell? No, it's not like that. No, I'm not convinced. I'll have your physician come over tomorrow morning for a checkup before you go back. Otherwise, I'll be too worried to sleep. Oh well, even though it's late, I'll send a message to the Duke. Your Grace, Lady Charlize sent a message back. She said she has something to do and will be staying at the estate tonight. She'll return tomorrow. Is that so? Calix didn't say anything more. Charlize tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She felt like she missed him. The next day, the family doctor arrived at the Lioness estate before dawn, looking exhausted. Lady Charlize, what's wrong? Were you unwell? Why did you call for me before dawn? So, do you have any symptoms? Charlize thought that if she was discovered feigning illness now, he might give her a shot right away. So, she had a sudden idea. Well, my heart has been feeling a bit strange lately. Your heart? Let me have a look. Although it's beating a bit fast, there are no other symptoms. Could you be more specific? When did it start? Does it happen every so often? Yes. When did it start? I wasn't like this at first. Whenever I'm near that person, my heart races. When I touch him, I feel like my heart is about to explode. Sometimes it even aches. Also, just thinking about that person makes my body heat up. Could this be what the books call an irregular heartbeat? Absolutely not. The honest and virtuous young doctor stood up and said, I don't think I can cure this. What are you saying? Am I going to die like this? Will all the achievements I worked so hard for go to waste? No, I still have so much to do. Don't worry. In my opinion, there's someone else who can cure your illness, but I'll still prescribe you some medicine. Take it when your heart is beating too fast or when you're feeling nervous. That day, Rodanthe and Angela came to visit Charlize together. Rodanthe and Angela, I received your letter this morning. Congratulations on graduating from the academy. It's all thanks to your help. Thank you so much. Nonsense. This is the result of your own hard work. I only helped with the tuition. Charlize took them shopping, and they ate a lot of delicious food. They both had a lot of fun. By the end, Angela was so tired that she fell asleep. They returned, and Charlize was still thinking. Although she had talked a lot with her father that day, she still had no clue. The Black Magic Temple, the Pope. The selection of the Pope is entirely based on the strength of divine power. Regardless of age, gender, or status, the person with the strongest divine power becomes the chief priest. If the Pope dies or is unable to perform their duties for some reason, the chief priest will take over the position of Pope. Rodanthe, I have something to tell you. Yes, Lady Charlize, please leave my merchant guild. You know that the Imperial Pope is always someone with the strongest divine power, right? Yes, I know that. I've been thinking. You possess such strong divine power, yet you continue to work under me. Is this truly right? Am I hindering your other possibilities? Although you've helped the merchant guild so much, and I'm grateful and pleased. All right, I understand. I will join the temple as you wish. If there comes a day when I want to leave, I'm happy to be able to use my power to help the merchant guild. I also want to gain more experience here and take on more challenges. I want to grow more by overcoming difficulties, together with my beloved Angela and Lady Charlize, the Duke's daughter. If, later on, I become curious about life at the temple, I will happily embrace that new challenge. So for now, I want to do what I enjoy with the people I cherish, learning more about the ways of the world. Charlize and Liz were very satisfied with Rodanthe's answer. This child will surely become an excellent priest someday. Meanwhile, Duke Lioness was reporting to that person. As I reported to you before, Catherine's pregnancy was fake. I made sure to prevent the news from reaching the Emperor. He will likely be heartbroken for quite some time. Good. Then I have another task for you. You've heard of the Grand Duchy, haven't you? I want you to go there. You handled the Empress's matter well. I hope you can handle this one too. Yes. Leave it to me, Your Holiness. Everything will go according to your will. Charlize and Liz had previously asked Theodore about what Duke Lioness was doing. Theodore Barnachel said that Charlize and Liz's insight was truly remarkable. Theodore Barnachel confessed to Charlize that someone wanted to seize the power that shakes the empire. Duke Lioness was helping him. Therefore, they had to ensure the current emperor maintained his authority. In other words, for that person, anyone in power besides the emperor was an enemy. This naturally included the empress. Charlize and Liz were also pleased. It was good enough that Theodore was willing to confess. A few days later, Charlize and Liz met with Theodore. However, Theodore's maneuvering frustrated Charlize. What are we even doing? How many outfits do we have to change? How many places do we have to run to? And how much time do we have to waste just to meet? I agree. We should find an excuse to meet. Because of hiding my identity, I couldn't even see Calix this morning before leaving. I've got it. An excuse no one would question. The most natural and normal reason for a man and a woman to meet. How about we say we're dating? At that moment, the pen Calix was holding suddenly snapped. He had a bad feeling. He felt inexplicably irritated. Charlize strongly opposed Theodore's suggestion. Absolutely not. This can never happen. Charlize was suspicious of Theodore's strange suggestion. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Whether in the past or the future, I have no romantic feelings for you. I said that because dating is the quickest and easiest excuse. Do you have any better ideas? How about we say we're friends, go to a cafe for dessert together? Do you think that sounds reasonable? The two talked for a long time. It was dusk by the time Charlize and Liz returned to the Grand Duchy. Charlize walked wearily, thinking, I should have thought of an excuse to meet sooner. I am exhausted. My whole body aches. This is all valuable experience, though. At that moment, Charlize was completely unaware of Calix until he spoke. Gaining experience is a good thing. But what kind of experience have you been gaining? I haven't seen you for days. Only then did Charlize realize Calix was angry. She quickly apologized. The thought that Calix might have been waiting for her made her heart pound. Charlize suddenly remembered her conversation with the family doctor. Whenever I see a certain person, my heart aches and races. It's so severe. Aside from a doctor, who else can solve this? The certain person you're referring to is Grand Duke Dylan, isn't it? How did you know? As expected of a renowned physician. Isn't that common knowledge? First of all, the symptoms you describe aren't a disease. They're signs of falling in love. Calix was annoyed. He unleashed his frustration on Charlize. I was so curious about what you were doing that I waited here for you. No matter how many times I came looking, you were nowhere to be found. Seeing you is harder than seeing His Majesty the Emperor. Charlize wasn't listening to a word Calix was saying. She was still preoccupied with what the family doctor had said about falling in love. Noticing something was off with Charlize, Calix approached her. Are you all right, Charlize? Her face flushed crimson. Charlize finally understood what the family doctor had meant. Blushing furiously, she thought, I'm in love with Calix. Since calling out to her hadn't gotten a response, Calix decided to give up. I was going to tell you today, but seems I can't. Charlize, you look unwell. Let's go back and rest for today. Calix turned to escort Charlize back to her room, but she grabbed his sleeve. I'm fine. What did you want to say? Charlize and Calix went for a walk in the courtyard. They walked quite a distance. Calix remained silent. Charlize, her expression neutral, felt incredibly awkward. What does he want to tell me? She wondered. Finally, Calix spoke. So, where did you go today? Today, I met with Theodore. We're going to visit various dessert shops together from now on. Dessert shops? Alone with him? Oh, wait. Don't misunderstand. We're meeting only to find out who's behind all this. I'm serious. There's absolutely nothing going on between Theodore and me. It's the first time I've seen you so eager to clarify. Charlize, her face flushed, explained. Is it because you have some strange misunderstanding? I've worked so hard to get closer to you. Hearing you think that way, it makes me a little happy. Taking Charlize's hand, Calix said, I told you before, didn't I? That I worry about you, not just as a friend. Why do you think I'm always thinking about you? Concerned for your safety. Because I'm more than just a friend? Is that it? So, does that mean Dylan and I also think about each other all the time, worrying about each other's safety? That seems a bit strange for you too. You're not in love, are you? The moment she said it, Charlize suddenly understood. Calix looked relieved. Yes, you understand now. I love you. The instant their hands touched, Charlize saw a flash of the future. Live, she whispered, preferably longer than me. You're so contradictory. You love me, yet you always torment me like this. You don't know anything. Don't say such things. I know you wish I were dead. Charlize, are you all right? What did you see this time? Charlize nodded. Even though we love each other, someday we'll still resent and hurt each other. How sad and cruel it is to suffer because of the one you love. We absolutely can't let that happen. Calix started to explain, but Charlize cut him off. Maybe we're both just too afraid, aren't we? We're so afraid of losing each other. That's why. Calix pulled Charlize into a hug. I love you, Charlize. I'm not afraid of anything now. I love you too, but I'm afraid of you leaving me first. Maybe I feel the same. I'm not afraid now. I'll spend all my remaining time loving you properly. After Calix's confession, Charlize couldn't sleep at all that night. Her heart pounded in her chest. Charlize pinched her cheek. This can't be a dream, can it? Only after feeling the pain did she believe it was real. It's not a dream. Lying in bed, Charlize had a feeling she would have a wonderful dream tonight. Meanwhile, at the church, Duke Lioness was reporting to the Pope that I have a bad feeling about this. Specifically, when the Emperor buried the fake sacred relic in the Empress's tomb. But does that Duke's daughter really have divine power? I didn't sense anything unusual at the banquet. She does have divine power. We need to find out exactly how strong Charlize Ronan's divine power is at this ball. The next morning, Calix arrived with a bouquet of flowers for Charlize. Charlize blushed slightly, thought, I was just about to go to the study to find you. I know, but I wanted to see you sooner, so I came to get you. The two of them arrived at the study. Charlize and Liz suddenly clapped. All right, I'll tell you all the information I've gathered so far. First, Duke Lioness has joined the traitors. That man wants to manipulate the Emperor, rise above him, and control the entire empire. It's practically legal treason. Lioness has sided with that man and obeys his every command. Furthermore, that man somehow knows I have divine power. It seems he's targeting me, wanting to offer me as a sacrifice to dark magic. If that's true, their plan is dangerous. Yes, and Duke Lioness, with the help of that unknown person, has seized real power. They plan to eliminate the foolish Emperor's close aides and then control him like a puppet. I'm guessing the clever Empress is also included in their plans. Did Duke Lioness really kill his own daughter out of greed? Do you have proof? Not yet. Will you keep listening? Second, the temple seems to be connected to dark magic. I discovered at the funeral that the holy relic the Empress received from the temple was fake. The Empress believed it could block dark magic, but it didn't have any divine power. The Empress was killed by dark magic, and yet her own father and the temple are the suspects. How interesting. There's something even more intriguing. Duke Lioness has been frequenting the temple for a long time. Even when all the nobles were lying low and staying home after the Empress's murder, I received reports of him secretly visiting the temple. Perhaps all the clues we're chasing originate from the temple. You knew this from the beginning, didn't you? Charlize turned to look at the divine beast. When did you regain your memories? A dragon who has lived for ages has one wish. If you are reborn again, I am willing to do anything for you. Write down all your preferences here. I will save you. I will bring you smiles. I will cherish every moment with you. Don't be afraid. We are only parting for a while. In the next life, I will find you first. The memory ended. Charlize then answered the divine beast question. I regained my memories a long time ago. Good. Then you know about the medicine that child takes regularly? That medicine seems to be related to divine power. Divine power? Explain yourself. Is it harmful medicine? What does this have to do with you? Anyway, that child will die soon. No, this time is different. Charlize jogged over to meet Dylan, feeling cheerful. Lady Charlize. Dylan, upon seeing Charlize, told her about the dream he had. However, Dylan found it strange. That person was clearly Calix Aruden. How could he, who is always calm and collected, perfect in every way, have the same goal as me and be willing to sacrifice everything for it? If I can achieve that, will you join me? If you can truly achieve it. This is the first time I've had such a dream. It feels wrong. Charlize patted Dylan's head. Did you have a strange dream and got scared? So you came to find me? Lady Charlize, don't joke with me. I'm serious. Saw thee, but I'm not joking. It's really nothing. I have these kinds of dreams often too. Do souls not disappear after death? Do they reincarnate again and again? Perhaps our current souls have experienced countless reincarnations, accumulating memories from many lifetimes. So, on the nights we sleep soundly, some of those memory fragments get lost and come to us in our dreams. Really? Does that really happen? It depends on whether you believe me. That's what I think. Since you're here, do you want to see Sasa? He's as cute as ever today. Charlize went to the room and knocked. Unexpectedly, the person who came out was Calix. I thought you would come. I was waiting for you here, just as I expected. Calix hugged Charlize tightly and said deeply, Charlize, you won't die while I'm here. Charlize, where do you get the medicine you take? Oh, this? My father said it's from a clinic in the peaceful district in the second alley towards the Imperial Palace from the Central Square. That's what my father said, anyway. Charlize was a little worried. Could he have noticed something's wrong with my medicine? I don't want him to worry. She asked nervously, why are you suddenly asking about this? I'm worried it's troublesome for you to go home every time to get your medicine. I'll instruct the servants to get it for you whenever you need it. They can pick it up anytime. I came to you because I forgot to mention something. It's about the Pope. As far as I know, the Pope is conscious. He isn't in a coma like the rumors say. The question is whether the Pope is colluding with the dark magic forces. If the dark magic forces have completely taken over the temple and even played tricks to steal the Pope's divine power, even the Pope won't be able to escape easily. We have to rescue the Pope as soon as possible. But if the Pope is the mastermind behind the dark magic forces, then we have to eliminate him. Calix voiced what Charlize was hesitant to say. Yes, nothing is certain yet. We need to be vigilant. Charlize, no matter the situation, this will be a tough battle. Also, Lion Test's connection to the temple. It's likely as you suspect. We can't investigate the temple directly. We have to eliminate Lion Test first. If we capture Lion Test and hand him over to the Emperor should entrust the investigation of the dark magic forces to me. If Lion Test is truly working for the temple, the moment Lion Test loses his interpretation, the temple will surely have problems as well. We have to take advantage of that opening. Although I'm dissatisfied with your informant, the information he provided is indeed useful. In any case, we have to capture those dark magicians quickly. Those souls could have been reincarnated countless times, but because of dark magic, they can no longer reincarnate. Charlize's sudden generosity made Calix tremble slightly. He broke out in a light sweat. Charlize noticed something was off and asked Calix, are you all right? I'm Fina. I just don't want to part with you, but it's getting late. It can't be helped. Let's talk longer later. Duke Lioness was still pondering where things started to go wrong. The Pope suggested that it's best to close the casino for now. What? But the casino's profits are still considerable. If you're worried about being caught because of the casino owner is Baron Chu Peng. If anything happens, we could just blame it on Duke Lianta. No, the Imperial Palace is acting strangely. They might have already discovered who the real owner of the casino is. Duke Lioness smirked. Looks like I have to go instigate the Emperor. Your Majesty, there's a new divine oracle. The Emperor received the divine oracle, which read, under the protection of the temple, the prince's divine power will grow significantly. Unaware of this, Charlize and Sasha played happily in the garden. The Emperor made up his mind. Now that the imperial grandson is dead, the prince absolutely cannot display legitimacy. I have to eliminate the prince as soon as possible. Wait, if the prince is killed in the temple, I can also weaken the temple's authority. This is killing two birds with one stone. The divine being has rarely given me such a great opportunity. I can't miss it. Listen, the contents of the divine oracle must not be disclosed. Elsewhere, Calix, having heard the news, felt uneasy. Charlize comforted him. It's all right, Calix. The Emperor will definitely not reveal the divine oracle about Sasha's divine power. That would only increase Sasha's support. You're right. Let's focus on what we can do now. First, is there any way to Chia Shrini eliminate Duke Lioness? I've been thinking about that too, but I haven't figured out a justification for eliminating him yet. If there's no justification, we'll create one. Looks like I'll have to interrogate Theodore again. This is the Top Hole Flower Distribution Factory. That man finally trusts me. Now no one dares to be my enemy. Just as Lioness was rejoicing, something shiny suddenly appeared in the sky. Lioness saw it clearly, and his face was filled with terror. This is clearly the phenomenon that occurs before a divine oracle descends. Could it be? Lioness froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that person set a trap to abandon me? What Lioness didn't know was that Charlize had quietly come up behind him. Lioness was still muttering, that bastard. I will never let him go. Thump! He was knocked to the ground by Charlize with a single blow. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the bastard. Earlier that morning, Charlize and Theodore had agreed to meet at a dessert shop. Theodore brought important news. This is the address I got by bribing the carriage driver, and they're leaving soon. Upon receiving the news, Charlize immediately went back to tell Calix that he's probably planning to get off nearby and walk there. The carriage's destination is the entrance to some underground town. He won't even reveal the address to the coachman. It seems we've really caught a big fish this time. Send the fastest horse to the lord of the Villers district. Tell them to prepare a list before noon. A list of all the remote, uninhabited houses that still pay taxes on time every year. I want to review it as soon as I arrive. Let's set off immediately. Charlize nodded and quickly followed Calix. Come out, I said come out. Charlize was confused. Why is Calix acting like this? It's scary. Bang, the next second, the divine beast appeared before her. Calix spoke seriously. You should understand the situation generally, right? Lioness is secretly visiting this town today. We need to find a suspicious house as soon as possible. I need your help. The divine beast turned its head haughtily. Humph, I won't help you. Please. This could put innocent, kind people in mortal danger. The divine beast thought for a moment. Pop, then it disappeared again. Charlize found it strange. Why didn't you use the forbidden language when you were talking to it? It's nothing. We become closer. After the divine beast found the information, it immediately sent a copy. Charlize was amazed. It's really fast. And then back to the present, the moment I knocked Duke Lioness to the ground. Charlize smiled as she faced Calix, who was jogging towards her. Calix, I caught Lioness. Calix grabbed Charlize, his face tensed. I told you not to run off alone. I was so worried about you. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Just then, a knight hurriedly ran over to tell Calix, Commander, someone is imprisoned in the basement of this house. They're currently under the Grand Duke's protection. There must be other hidden spaces in this house. Don't miss a single detail. Investigate thoroughly. In the Grand Duke's dungeon, Duke Lioness had already been imprisoned. Looking at Duke Lioness, Charlize remembered what Theodore had said. There's one more piece of information, though it's not that important. Before she could finish her thought, she heard Duke Lioness yell, How dare you imprison me? I'll make you pay for what you've done today. If you don't want to die, open this door and let me out right now. You're wrong. You should be saying, I'm willing to do anything for you. Please spare my life. Though even then, I might not necessarily spare you. This enraged Duke Lioness. You arrogant girl. Charlize spoke again. I know you're just working for the mastermind behind all this. Tell me who the mastermind is. What exactly do they know? And when did they find out? Damn it, I've worked so hard not to show my hand. I also know what the mastermind is thinking. They want to stage a coup legally. Such a cute dream. Haha, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try anything funny. You'd better confess quickly. Do you think the mastermind you follow will save your life? Someone has already created an antidote for the topo flower poison. It's no longer useful. Why did he suddenly send you to the topo flower poison factory at this time? Isn't it because he wants to abandon his soon-to-be exposed subordinate, along with the useless factory? That guy never shows his face. You've been handling everything for him, haven't you? This situation is perfect for cutting off loose ends. The guy is really capable. He can abandon his subordinates while displaying his divine power to consolidate the temple's authority. What a brilliant plan. I'm talking about the Pope, the one you follow. Boom, it was as if lightning had struck Lioness' mind. How did you know? His body trembled, unable to support himself any longer. Lioness collapsed. His body is so weak. What's with him fainting? Is it another restriction from black magic? Ignoring him, Charlize walked out of the dungeon. Before she could take a few steps, she felt a wave of dizziness. Just as she was about to collapse, Calix caught her in time. Are you all right, Charlize? Seeing that it was Calix, Charlize leaned against him. That I'm fine. I'm perfectly healthy, and I can be with you forever. Touched by Charlize's rare confession, Calix's eyes filled with tears. Keep relying on me like this forever. The two leaned closely against each other. In the Grand Duke's study, Calix stared at the bottle of medicine. Lost in thought, he said, the person who prescribed the medicine was indeed the Pope. However, that medicine was actually a medicine to seal divine power. Calix was completely clueless about this. There was divine power with Charlize before, too. Perhaps it's a side effect of traveling through different times. Calix often sighed, but now wasn't the time to worry about this. He had to investigate first. The Pope wants to seal Charlize's divine power. My younger sister, Charlize, my princess. Even if fate leads you down the path of death, I will protect you. Someone from the temple reported to the Pope about the white light that appeared during the day. This also piqued the Pope's interest. White light? Yes, that's right. Like the descent of a divine jade. A white light descended from the sky. It's the divine beast. I understand. You may leave. Damn it. Has the divine beast already met with that little prince? No. If that brat made a pact with the divine beast, his divine power should have been fully activated. But that's not the case. Could there be someone else? It's just the divine beast. I remember that kid from the annex back then. She seemed to have divine power. Lioness Charlize. Charlize sighed. I have to capture the Pope quickly, but I'm stuck at home. What should I do? Sasha peeked out from his side. Isn't staying at home nice? Charlize. Charlize has been home all the time. I'm so happy. Charlize was practically melting from Sasha's cuteness. She picked Sasha up and nuzzled her. Seeing Sasha every day makes me super happy too. If that's the case, then why do you need to go out? How should I explain this? I have to meet a friend, but we're not close. I'm trying to think of an excuse to see him. What should I do to make him happy to see me? Happy enough to cry? This is such a headache. Charlize worried endlessly. Meanwhile, Sasha rummaged through the grass. Curious, Charlize approached and asked, Sasha, what are you doing? Charlize, you look beautiful today, as always. This is a gift for you. Oh my goodness. Charlize was so touched. She patiently knelt down in front of Sasha. Sasha, you're even prettier. Sasha stepped forward and placed the flower on Charlize's head. Charlize, this flower really suits you. Seeing such a cute and thoughtful Sasha, Charlize couldn't be happier. She suddenly hugged Sasha tightly. The sudden action startled Sasha. Charlize, did I do something wrong? No, not at all. I'm just so happy I could cry. Receiving a flower from Sasha makes me so happy. With Sasha's gift, Charlize was in a cheerful mood. Halfway there, she realized, I need to make the Pope cry. She hadn't expected to be the one crying tears of joy. Looking at Sasha's gift in her hand, she thought, a gift from the heart can truly move people. Gift. A light bulb went off in her head. That's right, a gift. Her comical expression and gestures made Calix, who was secretly observing from a distance, burst into laughter. Haha, your expressions are really something else. Hearing Calix's voice, Charlize's face instantly flushed red. After she reacted, she realized, Calix, are you making fun of me? Making fun of you? How could I? I just think you're cute. Don't misunderstand. I'm not ignoring you. I have to give the Pope a gift. A gift? You're the biggest gift in my life. But I don't think that's the kind of gift you mean. Charlize was speechless. Why are you always teasing me? The two, in the midst of their honeymoon phase, bantered playfully. Haha, sorry. It's just that you're so adorable. But you're going to give the Pope a really good gift? Charlize asked with a mischievous grin. Yes, a gift that might move the Pope to tears. Although, there'll probably be tears of blood. Soon, a loud boom echoed from the prayer room. Everyone thought it was a terrorist attack and panicked. The prayer room is under attack. The loud noise also attracted the Pope. Yes, everyone all right. The Pope's first concern was everyone's safety, putting on a righteous facade. Even though no one was hurt, everyone was furious. They all discussed how someone could do such a thing. This is an insult to God. We must find a culprit. Annoyingly, the Pope continued to comfort everyone. It's all right as long as no one's hurt. We can pray anywhere. This place is dangerous. Everyone, please go to the chapel. Contact the palace and have them investigate. There's a risk of further collapse. Let's restrict access for the time being. Oh, one more thing. If any priests are injured, bring them to me. The palace quickly dispatched security guards. Your subordinate has come to report to your holiness. The prayer room has been sealed off. You needn't worry. But is it true that no one was injured? Yes, thankfully, no one was hurt. The Pope breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You must have been frightened. Go back and rest. The subordinate bowed deeply. Yes, your holiness. You should rest as well. The moment the door closed, the Pope's sinister expression was revealed. Those fools. Several people should have been injured at a time like this. It would have been a perfect opportunity for me to shine. This was a perfect opportunity to display divine power. Speaking of which, to declare war so directly, is it bravery or foolishness? Since you so desire my presence, I shall grant your wish. In a dream, the Pope appeared in Charlize and Liz's dream. You've come. Shall we take a stroll? There's no need for a stroll. Just get to the point. Very well. You said you'd kill the prince for me. It seems things haven't gone smoothly. Or have you changed your mind so quickly? Haha, I'm just joking. I eliminated the topo flower, and you were to eliminate the prince. I thought this was a simple, easy to understand agreement. Is there something you don't understand? Surely you understand this much. You're an intelligent woman. I trust you understand what I'm implying. There's no need to feel guilty. God always forgives our transgressions. Charlize flung the Pope's hand off hers. If you called me here just to say these pointless things, well, I'm curious about one thing. How did the prince survive? I came to ask you about this. The Pope took a step forward, his presence intimidating. The only antidote to the topo poison is the topo flower. Now that the topo flowers have been eradicated, the prince still lives. This means there's another antidote besides that wretched flower, isn't there? Tell me everything you know, Lady Charlize. Charlize wasn't having it. Regardless of who he was, she kicked the Pope. How dare you touch a noble lady's delicate hand? I will hold you accountable. I don't know how the prince survived. Charlize's kick wasn't light. The Pope gritted his teeth in pain. Charlize didn't want to say anything more and turned to leave, completely unaware that the Pope was reaching out behind her, intending to strike. At the critical moment, Charlize woke up. The first thing she did was go to Calix and tell him the Pope had awakened. Charlize said, "The Pope just appeared in my dream. In the dream, I didn't use the withered topo flower. I used another method to neutralize the topo poison. The topo flower isn't the only antidote to the topo poison." The Pope seemed eager to know the method. I refused to tell him, and he tried to kill me. The Pope wants everything under his control. He can't stand it when anything doesn't go according to his plan. Perhaps he developed the topo poison not to create a new poison, but a poison without a cure. Or rather, a poison that only the temple can cure. Calix nodded in agreement. That's highly likely. However, the topo flower is hailed as the wings of God. It's not easily shaken. Moreover, it's led by the temple for character reformation. That's even more impossible. The topo flower itself is difficult to change. Calix's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of something. What if we don't touch the topo flower, but change other conditions? The difference between the outside and inside of the temple. Could it be? Both of them said simultaneously divine power. The refined topo poison can only be neutralized with divine power. In other words, the refined poison can be used to determine whether someone possesses divine power. That's right. Originally, only the temple's creatures could determine it. But now, by using the refined poison, one can secretly determine whether others possess divine power. So, the Pope is secretly searching for people with divine power. But why is he doing this? Calix gazed at Charlize, finally asking the question. Charlize, that medicine. You told me not to take it recently, so I haven't. Why? I looked into it. The person who prescribed that medicine for you was the Pope, and it's a medicine used to seal divine power. The Pope is secretly finding people with divine power and finding ways to seal it. What is he planning? Neither of them could figure it out yet. What exactly is the Pope's motive? Before going to bed that night, Calix went to Sasha's room and told him a story. Princess Sasha realized something. The reason she believed she could be with a hero for a long time was because there was no friction or conflict between them. Calix glanced at Sasha and saw that he was already fast asleep. He covered Sasha with a blanket and quietly left the room. After leaving, Calix looked at the words in the book. If you want to go to your lover, just say so. I'll help you. The former princess said with a smile, "Don't you think it's strange? Why does everyone think I fell in love with a knight I've known for less than a month? If I were alone and locked up here, I'd understand. But I've had you with me this whole time." The dragon simply stared at the former princess expressionlessly. How can the content of this fairy tale be so similar to my past life? Knock, knock. Just as Charlize was lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted her. "Your Grace, I have an urgent matter to report. May I come in?" "Come in. What is it so late?" Charlize put the fairy tale book away. A guard reported with a look of terror, "We found the Empress. A short while ago, as per Calix's orders, they had thoroughly investigated the Top Hole Poison Factory. In the dungeon of the Top Hole Poison Factory, there was an unusual wall. The moment the wall opened, a disheveled woman appeared. A knight recognized her as the Empress and quickly called for medical personnel. "Get the medics here quickly. We found the Empress." They quickly helped her out. Inside, the family doctor was treating the Empress. Seeing this, Calix asked about her condition. Is she all right?" "She's fine. Thankfully, her life isn't in danger, but it will take some time for her to fully recover. I'll come check on her every day until then." "That's good. Please take care of the Empress." After seeing the doctor off, the two went out to the courtyard. Charlize and Liz seemed downcast. Calix noticed their mood. He comforted them. "It's all right. She'll wake up soon." Charlize and Liz were still dejected. "That's not what we're worried about. It's how we're going to tell Sasha." If he knew what his beloved mother went through, even if he doesn't have memories of his parents, he'd be heartbroken. Our one and only beloved mother. You're right. Although I feel bad for Sasha, it's probably best not to let him see his mother yet. Let's focus on helping the Empress recover. In front of the guard station, an unidentified person knelt at the entrance. The guard were all on high alert. Who goes there? State your name. A knight quickly reported to the captain. The culprit who attacked the temple has come to the guard station to turn himself in. What? I'll be right there. Take me to the prisoner. The captain rushed over as quickly as possible and began the interrogation. Tell me, who ordered you to carry out the attack? The culprit, already prepared to frame Charlize and Liz, readily gave their names. He even smirked smugly. The captain quickly went to Calix. Charlize and Liz were curious. Are you saying the culprit named me? Indeed. We haven't found any clear evidence linking you to the terrorist attack. Without evidence, we can't conduct an interrogation or hold a trial. You two don't need to worry too much. Of course, the heavens and I both know you're innocent. So don't worry. Charlize and Liz will be fine. Thank you, Calix. However, the Pope wishes to meet with the Duke's daughter. You must accompany me to the temple. What does the Pope want? Calix was worried about Charlize and Liz's safety. After some discussion, they decided to meet with the Pope. The hypocritical Pope feigned warmth. Thank you for coming all this way. How have you been all these years? Thanks to your concern, I've been well. I heard you were better than before. It seems you've recovered now. That's wonderful. One becomes stronger after overcoming hardship. This was also a growth opportunity granted to me by God. I'm very grateful. That's truly a good thing. You know what? I met you before you were even born. The Pope had an innocent look on his face. If this was all an act, he'd chosen the wrong profession. The Pope continued, I hope this precious little life will be born safely. May she become a healthy and happy child. I truly, sincerely pray for this. That is the first blessing I bestow upon you. Seeing the Duke's daughter grow up so gracefully makes me feel like my blessing truly reached you. I'm very happy. Charlize and Liz ignored the Pope's hypocrisy, remaining vigilant. After the prayer, the Pope spoke again. The attacker has confessed. He was here not long ago. He saw the wreckage of the destroyed prayer hall and realized his mistake. He has found his kind and righteous heart again. So, it's not like someone is beyond saving after making one mistake. As long as one admits their wrongdoing, repents, and corrects their mistakes, though it may require a great deal of hardship, one day, their sinful soul can be cleansed and returned to God's embrace. As he spoke, the Pope used his divine power to restore the prayer hall. Charlize and Liz watched the Pope and slowly asked, "Is there something you need from me today?" The Pope maintained his smile and extended his hand, seemingly wanting to establish a closer relationship with Charlize and Liz. Charlize and Liz, still wary, immediately drew their hands back. The Pope used this opportunity to change the subject. First times are always memorable. It was the same for me. The happy memory of bestowing my first blessing upon you has always remained deep within my heart, always bringing me warm feelings. Actually, I was startled when I heard the attacker claim you were the mastermind. I was also worried that this matter would trouble you. God is always watching us from above, so don't worry. He knows everything you've done and haven't done. Everyone in the country is talking about one thing. Another big incident happened at the temple. Didn't someone plant a bomb in the temple? It's unbelievable that the temple, which was bombed to ruins, was instantly restored with a single touch from His Holiness the Pope. His Holiness is a true saint. This is a miracle. The Pope performed a miracle. The Imperial Palace is also discussing this. They say that with a single touch from the Pope, the building, shattered into pieces, was instantly restored. The whole country is talking about it, saying the Pope has performed a miracle. The Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. First, he said he would protect the prince, and now he's showing off his divine power, attracting attention. That damn temple. There's one more thing to report. The culprit who bombed the prayer hall claims that Charlize and Liz Lioness were the masterminds. But there's no evidence yet. Charlize and Liz Lioness, the masterminds of the prayer hall bombing. This is terrible. My brother's fiancée is involved in such rumors. It's truly heartbreaking. Even without evidence, being involved in such a disgraceful incident isn't good. If it's not clarified properly, it will definitely damage her image. Someone convene a public trial. Demand that Charlize and Liz Lioness, the Duke's daughters, appear in court and explain themselves clearly. I can already imagine that arrogant Calix. and Duke Lioness begging me for mercy. Let them kneel and plead before me. Maybe I'll be merciful and lighten their punishment. What kind of conditions will they offer to negotiate with me? I'm dying of curiosity. The news reached Charlize and Liz. They were unfazed. They replied calmly, "Tell His Majesty I will appear in court." Calix panicked. "Wait, Charlize and Liz, what do you mean? A trial can't be held without evidence. This isn't normal. You can refuse to appear." Charlize firmly refused, and oh, I must attend. He's doing this to make you and Father panic. We can't back down because of such underhanded tactics. But Calix was still worried. It's all right. I am truly innocent. There's no evidence. Even if I appear in court, what can they do to me? I will face the trial with dignity and make everyone believe my innocence. On the day of the trial, everyone was present. The judge questioned the suspect. "Were you acting under the orders of Charlize and Liz Lioness when you did this?" "Yes. The person who ordered me to bomb the temple was Charlize and Liz Lioness, the Duke's daughters. Charlize and Liz Lioness, please come to the witness stand to defend yourself. I request the captain of the Imperial Guard as a witness." "Captain, have you found any evidence that I ordered the bombing?" "No, we haven't found any evidence." "Your Honor, Your Majesty, demanding the appearance of innocent citizens in court without any evidence is illegal. This is the sacred courtroom. It should distinguish right from wrong and follow the law. Yet it breaks the law unknowingly. This makes me worry whether people's evaluation of the court and the empire will be diminished." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. "You're right. There's no evidence. It's true. No one should be summoned to court without it. The emperor is putting all the blame on the judge. He's asking the judge to reflect on his actions. The Duke of Lioness' daughter is my younger brother's fiancée. How dare you be so disrespectful to her? I'll let this slide, assuming it was a mistake. Be more careful next time." Charlize looked disgusted. "He's putting on quite a show. Even if you're innocent, Lady Charlize, appearing in court will still damage your reputation." "I am worried." Charlize didn't seem to care. "It's fine. My reputation is already bad enough." "Don't say that. This concerns my brother's reputation. We can't just let it go. Tell everyone the truth right now. Say that man is lying and framing you. Men, bring the prepared sacred relic." In another cell, someone is quietly approaching Duke Renix. It worked. Charlize has taken the fall and is on trial. Grand Duke Aluden, in order to protect Lady Charlize, took all the knights and advisors with him. The mansion is currently empty. Let's escape. With a click of a key, the dungeon door holding Duke Renix swung open. Back in court, His Majesty has brought forth some items. "Lady Charlize, do you know what this powder is?" Charlize looked puzzled. "I don't. What is the emperor planning now?" The emperor unscrewed the bottle of powder and poured a small amount into the water. "This is a magical item that makes people tell the truth. Drink this." The emperor brought the potion to the suspect and ordered him to drink it. It wasn't a request, but a command. Drink every last drop. Having no choice, the suspect took the potion and drank it all. Charlize was confused. What trick is the emperor playing? Calix, watching Charlize, was also pondering the emperor's motives. Soon, the suspect began to cough. The emperor looked excited. "It seems to be working. Now tell the truth. Was the mastermind behind this, as you said before, Lady Charlize, the Duke of Lioness' daughter?" "Yes, that's right. It was Lady Charlize." The emperor smirked, a look of malicious triumph on his face. His eyes darted towards Charlize. Charlize stared back in disbelief. What was going on? How could he still say the same thing after drinking the truth serum? Not only Charlize, but Elian, Rosetta, and even the Duke of Lioness were stunned. Only Calix remained calm in his seat. He knew this was a trap. The emperor, clearly not wanting to let Charlize go, pressed further. "Are you certain it was Lady Charlize, the Duke of Lioness' daughter, who ordered you to bomb the temple?" "Yes, I'm certain." The suspect continued to insist it was Charlize. The crowd began to murmur, everyone talking at once. Calix raised his hand to address the judge. "I wish to question the defendant myself." The emperor, clearly flustered by Calix's request, quickly refused. "No, you must have the judge's permission to question the defendant." "Your Majesty, you also question the defendant without the judge's permission. The judge has the authority to expel or arrest anyone who disregards the law or disrupts the order of the court. Do you intend to do that to His Majesty, Judge?" The judge, intimidated, quickly denied any such intention. So you're saying that in this court, the defendant can be questioned without the judge's permission? I believe the judge has just endorsed this practice. Do you have any objections? Calix's imposing presence and sharp words made the judge break out in a cold sweat. Caught between the Grand Duke and the Emperor, he was in a no-win situation. The Emperor fumed at Calix's maneuvering, but he couldn't do anything about it. Very well. From now on, in this trial, the defendant can be questioned without the judge's permission.